Welcome to Davao Region Connect, in support of the Comprehensive Region-Led Learning Continuity Plan. I Teach, Integrating Technology, Academic Community, and the Household, ensuring every learner is safe and protected anytime, anywhere. Anchored on Sulong Edukalidad, this is DepEd Regional Office 11, delivering quality education across Davao Region.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first interfacing activity among us CLMD and CID families in the DepEd Region 11. Before we formally start, I would like to bestow my honor and courtesy to Dr. Alan G. Fernazo, Director 4 of DepEd Region 11, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Mary Jean B. Aldegar, CLMD Chief, CID Chiefs, and all regional and division education program supervisors and learning area coordinators and members of the Regional Technical Working Group. So with much inspiring EQ, ladies and gentlemen, the energy, emotion, and embellishment, God morning to one and all. Because God is with us. Kaya sabi ko, God morning to everyone. Welcome again to our first virtual interfacing of CLMD and CID on the analysis of learning at the least mastered competencies for the first and second quarters on the division presentation of analysis on learning mastered competencies with their interventions and recommendations. And to start our activity proper, I would like to request everyone to please stand for the singing of Philippine National Anthem, doxology in prayer, and regional hymn on audiovisual presentation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Davao Region, pinanggang yuta, may bukid apo nga labing taas. Haring agilan na sudmong langgang, waling-waling haras sa kamulakan. May ulawan, ug haring durian, lubiong saging, bugas damian, yutang gimahal sa Davaoenyo, makugihong mga tao. Ang milangkot, mga probinsya, mga dakbayan nagkahiusa, may gituuhan nga Dios. Davao de Oro, Davao Oriental, del Norte Occidental, del Sur, siyudad sa Davao, Panabutagong, Samal Island, Mati ug Digos. Davao Region, gipanalipdan, mga bahanding kinaiyahan, yutang tabunok, daghanang nindot, nga kapanginabuhian. Garbo sa tanan ng Davao Region, among yuta nga gipangga.
Okay, good morning once again. Thank you so much for singing with us. Ayan, so before I call on the next part, I would like to humbly request everyone to please find your comforts. Ayan, so inom na kayo ng tubig dyan. Relax kaunti on your table now. Of course, on the chair, no, sa iyong table. Ayan, so we will see and observe what are going to happen during this whole day's activity. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on our new CLMD chief for the welcome remarks. Would you please welcome Dr. Mary Jean B. Aldegar. Palakpakan nato.
Hello, good morning, fellow educators. My courtesy to our Regional Director, Dr. Alan G. Farnazo, our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Inesi Asuncion, our Schools Division Superintendents, 11 of them, our 12 Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, and I'm going to mention the names of my partner here in this activity, our prime movers, our Curriculum and Instruction Division Chiefs. We have for Davao City Division, Dr. Alma Cifra. For Davao Occidental, Dr. Felix Anticristo. For Davao del Sur, Dr. Sherilyn Cometa. For Diga City, Dr. Beverly Daog-Daog. For Igacos, Dr. Chona Calatrava. For Panabo, Dr. Januario Yamota. For Tagum City, Dr. Christine Bagakay. For Davao del Norte, Dr. Edward Amogis. And for Davao de Oro, Dr. Arlene Lim. And for Matis City, Dr. Maria Gina Flores. And for Davao Oriental, Dr. Esther Jean Pelayo. My courtesy also to our working forces in this activity, our regional education program supervisors and our division education program supervisors and our public schools district supervisors. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our activity. I know I am really looking this very much this kind of activity because this is one way of addressing really what are the needs in the field in terms of curriculum, in terms of the competences, the milk that the central office prepared for the new normal in the Department of Education. We used to have so many congested spiral competences when we had our normal thing, but due to the pandemic, the Department of Education central office prepared this milk so that we will be able to continue the basic education of our children despite of what we are experiencing now. And then the richness of the data that we gathered really will give us many information for us to provide the right decision and will give us a decision and intervention that will improve the instructional processes of our teachers. I am no longer new in this CLMD, as what Dr. Vallejo said. I've been into CLMD at the start of my career here in the Department of Education. And from the time that we were hired, there is already that curriculum in us. There is already this instruction in us that we need to give what is really good for our children or what is best for our children for them to be a functional graduates of the basic education. So with our activity today, we are expecting that the analyzed data from the respective learning areas of the least mastered competencies and the proposed interventions of the division and the recommendation will give us an information that the interventions that we gave to our teachers would somehow address the needs of our children for the children to really master the competences set by our central office. So with our gathering today, it is hope that we can revisit our way of implementing curriculum and instruction on the ground. So with that, we are going to make use of this information that we received today, and the rest of the informations that we will be receiving, because this is not the only time that we will do this activity, but on and on and on, meaning on and on. Per quarter we will be visiting the least mastered competences of our children, for us to really address, be it in service, be it the way that we are going to address the gap, be it in service or coaching or strengthening our lab sessions there in the school area level. So our data for this year will be, we will also do the same, God willing, next school year, so that we can compare of what are still those competencies, God forbid, that our children will not be able to master. It's because if there is consistency there of the least mastered competences, meaning that we have something to, it would give us an information that we need to double time. Why I said we need to double time, it's because what we are looking now is the first quarter and the second quarter. What if, God forbid, that those least mastered competences are still the master competences for next school year? So if it's still the same, and despite of the many interventions that we gave, meaning this would give us an idea that we need to give proposal to the central office of the observations that we had this
Panatilihing malinis ang ating katawan. Resistensya natin ay dapat palakasin. Sama-sama, tulong-tulong, nating labanan ang COVID-19. Kaya natin to, wag lang matakot. Kung sama-sama ay walang problema. Palagi ang maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon at malinis na tubig. Sama-sama, tulong-tulong, nating labanan ang COVID-19. Kaya natin to, wag lang matakot. Kung sama-sama ay walang problema. Sa may sakit, ika'y dumistansya para di ka mahawa. Kung uubo at babahing, bibig at ilong iyong takpan. Sama-sama, tulong-tulong, nating labanan ang COVID-19. Kaya natin to, wag lang matakot. Kung sama-sama ay walang problema. Labanan ang COVID, kaya natin to.
Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, pumunta sa doh.gov.ph o sundan ang official DOH Facebook page.
Okay, we're back here at the CLMD office. Ayan, dito pa rin sa Regional Office 11. Okay, maririnig na ba ako? Am I heard now? Oo. Am I heard? Okay na? Oh, so okay na. Okay, thank you so much, Chief Mary Jean Aldegur. Ayan. So intermittent connectivity is real talaga. Okay, so shall we call back once again our CLMD Chief, Dr. Jean Aldegur. Hello, Chief. Please take it away.
I'm back. I'm back. I didn't know that it's intermittent and very slow internet connection. Um, this new normal thing will teach us many things. If we have that holistic development, we also have that holistic control that we need to. Despite that we want to make everything normal, but there are still interventions within. So just like our internet connection today, so that is one of the interventions from within. So it means that we need to have emotional control, mental control of everything, so that we will not be stressed with what's going on now and what's happening. So in continuation with what I just shared to you this morning, I am thanking everyone, all schools division offices, our curriculum instructions and instruction chiefs and the education program supervisors in the division and in the regional office for making this activity possible, because this is our the meat of why we are here in the Department of Education. This is our big why we are serving our children, for us to really come up with a functional intervention. The data that we gathered would lead us to many information that we'd like to reach this or to use this data that we've gathered. So with that, thank you very much, fellow chiefs and our fellow education program supervisors, our PSDSS, and extend also our thanks to our principals and our teachers in the field for making this activity possible. With that, God bless everyone. We will continue the sulong edukalidad of the Department of Education and DepEd Region 11 padayon sa pag-abanse. Good morning.
Okay, so we are now live here at the CLMD office at DepEd Region 11. Okay, to continue, so while waiting for our regional director, we shall be joined by him anytime. So I would just like to remind everyone of the steps, the processes, what are the things to happen for today, especially this morning. I would like to remind our CID chiefs and the education program supervisors, both in the division and regional levels. Okay, so these are the things that you're going to report for this morning, especially with the division level. The challenges and issues encountered in the content delivery through the DLDM based on MELCs. And then B, challenges and issues encountered in the conduct of learners assessment, DO number 31, series 2020. C, division consolidated list of least mastered competencies or LMCs by key stage, and the technical assistance provided, and the interventions conducted to address the LMCs. And then, of course, the policy recommendation. And then for the regional level, you have to prepare for the consolidation. The consolidated list of least mastered competencies by key stage, and then the technical assistance provision or intervention plan, and the policy recommendation. And then please take note also, okay, this is now the flow of the presentation. First, we have Tagum City to be followed by Panabo City, Mati City, Igacos, Digo City, Davao Oriental, Davao Occidental, Davao del Sur, Davao del Norte, Davao de Oro, and Davao City. Okay, so there is that slight change, no? Pero we have to follow what was being issued through the regional memorandum. Ayan, so minutes from now, we shall be starting with a showcase of your LMCs, no? Medyo may kalituhan kaunti. Firstly, it was the least learned competencies, but we are changing now as the least mastered competencies. Okay, so medyo kinakabahan na ang ano ngayon, the first presenter, ang division ng Tagum City. Walang kaba. Walang kaba. Why? Because the presentation is canned. So this could be either in CAD naman or live. Okay, so whatever you do it to strategize your presentation, as long as that we can capture all the necessary informations, issues, concerns that you're going to hand on unto us, the fresh issues coming from the field. So we are all excited for that. Okay. Ayan, so Chief Jean, we are still waiting for our RD. I'm excited to call on him. Kaya lang at this point in time, yun na nga, ibinigay ko na ang flow of presentations as to the division. It's going to be the first and the last. Ayan. So ang kinakabahan this morning ay ang mga division focals natin. Ang kakabahan ngayong hapon ay mga regional focus. Okay, so we are all family, no? We are. This is our first big engagement for this for the quarter 1 and 2. Ayan. Okay, so at this point in time, we are giving you muna, no? Bibitinin kayo ng kaunti. We're giving you the DRRM jingle. It's a video presentation. Pasok, Lugin!
Laging handa. Laging handa. Bahatag tuyot sunog lindol bagyo. Mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ng paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras,
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka pa nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot, pagkain, tumod, pang sindi, first aid kit. Mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang madadaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Okay, so we are back here now, live here at the CLMD Regional Office 11. Okay, so let's continue while waiting for RD. Ayan, so let's maintain our pure energy as we listen to the presentations, whether canned or live, in 15 minutes per division. And we would like to appreciate everyone if you could reserve your questions for the open forum after all the divisions have presented their pieces. So please turn your gadgets into mute mode. Okay, so here is the flow of the presentation again. Okay, presenter 1, Tagum City, Panabo City, Mati City, Igacos, Digo City, Davao Oriental, Davao Occidental, Davao del Sur, Davao del Norte, Davao de Oro, and Division of Davao City. Okay, so kaway-kaway dyan mga participants as we are now calling on our presenter number 1, Division of Tagum City.
Good morning, everyone. Our RD, Dr. Alan Fernason, ARD, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, our very own SDS, Dr. Josephine Fadul, ASDS, Dr. Estacio, Chief, Dr. Mary Jean Aldeguer, Education Program Supervisors, PSDSS, school heads and teachers of Tagum City and the entire region, and everyone watching, a pleasant day. With learners considered as the center of the educative process, having least mastered competencies is a red flag that has to be addressed for the holistic development of the learner in every discipline, across grade levels and key stages. It signals us to reflect and plan on what to do as education leaders to be of help to our teachers. And having identified and acknowledged them, lead us to more relevant direction and purposeful ways forward, as would be reported by the respective education program supervisor in every learning area. For Tagum City, here is our consolidated presentation.
analysis of mathematics identified list-learned competencies, innovation, and policy recommendation by Dr. Maria Fedi Sibuan. For key stages 1, 2, 3. Key stages 4 to 6. Key stages from 7 to 10. Key stages 11. And that wraps up the complete report for analysis of mathematics identified list-learned competencies, innovation, and policy recommendation.
Kindergarten Least Mastered Competencies. Key Stage 1, Socio-Emotional Domain, Least Mastered Competency. Nakikilala ang mga taong nakatulong sa komunidad. Halimbawa, pulis, bombero, guro at iba pa. Identify the sounds of letters orally given. Tell which two letters, numbers, or words are the same or different in a group. Sort and classify objects according to one attribute or property. Name the 5 senses and their corresponding body parts. Intervention plan. Teacher-parent collaboration. Create support platforms such as Facebook group chat and other social media platform for dissemination of instructions to parents relative to learners' activities. Capacitate teachers on the development of contextualized, printed, and digital interactive learning materials for alphabet knowledge under literacy domains development. Provision of interactive or manipulative learning materials such as alpha cards or alpha kits. Learners for active learning at home. Mentor or coach teachers through regular meeting via online platforms on learning delivery modalities, strategies, and assessment of learning. Communicate parents and learners via messenger or SMS an actual performance task to check progress on developmental domains. Policy recommendation. Parent-teacher partnership shall be strengthened. Curriculum review or modification for a more meaningful, active learning early childhood program, or MTB-MLE, Least Mastered Competencies. Read Grade 1 level words, phrases, and sentences with appropriate speed and accuracy. Write correctly Grade 1 level words consisting of letters already learned. Give the summary of the story. Write or copy words, phrases, and sentences with proper strokes, spacing, punctuation, and capitalization using cursive writing. Notes important details in grade level narrative text. Uses the combination of affixes and root words as clues to get meaning of words. Intervention plan. Conduct of conferences, orientation to parents on learning resources utilization, provision of worksheets and online links of educational videos for enrichment reading activities. Policy recommendation. Manageable number of students per class, and increased supply of contextualized reading storybooks.
Analysis of least learned competencies in NAPE, Key Stage 1, from Kinder to Grade 3. Here are the consolidated least mastered competencies with technical assistance provision. Number 1. Sings the melody of a song with the correct pitch. Provide more examples and worksheets in order for the students to understand the lesson given to them. Number 2. Demonstrates the beginning, ending, and repeats of a song with movements, vocal sounds, instrumental sounds, followed up through text message, phone call, and messenger. Number 3. Creates continually repeated musical phrase or rhythm in measures of 2, 3, and 4 seconds. Give additional instruction about the lesson through group chat. Key Stage 2, from Grade 4 to 6. Number 1. Performs rhythmic patterns in time signatures 2-4-3-4-4-4. Provide other learning or simplified materials. Number 2. Read simple musical notations in the key of C, F, and G major. Provide more examples in order for the students to understand the lesson given to them. Number 3. Discusses details of the landscape significant to the story of the country, giving instructions and answering students' questions in group chat or text message. Key Stage 3, from Grade 7 to 10. Number 1. Describes the musical characteristics of representative selections of Cordillera, Mindoro, Palawan, and of the Visayas after listening. Provided students with digital modules or SLM to reinforce their learning. Number 2. Analyzes musical elements of selected songs and instrumental pieces heard and performed. Sent links and video clips. Number 3. Explains the guidelines and criteria in the selection and evaluation of health information, products, and services. Made regular monitoring on the progress of the learners to make necessary adjustments and provide additional support such as tutoring. The policy recommendations from Kinder to Grade 10 is to review and simplify and or modify the learning competencies.
Analysis and utilization of the least mastered competencies in EPP, TLE, and TVL. Key Stage 2, Grades 4 to 6, Consolidated LMC, the use of technology in the performance tasks, technical assistance provided or intervention plans, yearly refresher and enhancement training for teachers on the use of technology. Key Stage 3, Grades 7 to 10, Consolidated LMC, conversion of measurements and computation of production inputs and outputs. Intervention plan, coordination with Math EPS to include TLE teachers in one of the trainings if possible. Policy recommendations for both Key Stage 2 and 3, allocation of budget from the DepEd intended for skills training aside from the division MOOE and SEF. Key Stage 4, Grades 11 to 12, Consolidated LMC, competency standards required for trade test, technical assistance provided, or intervention plan. Encourage all teachers teaching the subject to take and pass the national assessment, renew it if they have taken, and if given the chance, enroll in training methodology given by TESDA. Policy recommendation, allow qualified teachers to participate to trainings on official time or business. Encourage all TLE, TVL teachers to use the competency-based learning approach in teaching the subject because students learn on their own pace. Policy recommendation, implement ideal teacher-student ratio for effective implementation of the CBL approach. And finally, qualified schools availed of the Joint Delivery Voucher Program. For policy recommendation, increase slots for JDBP beneficiaries in the division.
A pleasant day to all of you. I am Darwin Falcatan Suyat of the Division of Tagum City. I would like to present to you the list mastered competencies in English 2 to 11. With this report is the technical assistance, provision and intervention plan and activities, and policy recommendations.
Analysis and utilization of the least mastered competencies. Key Stage 1.
Kindergarten to Grade 3 Consolidated Least Mastered Competencies, LMC Assistance Provision, Intervention Plan, Activities, Policy Recommendation.
Naisakikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang pamamaraan, nagpadala ng video clips para sa karagdagang kaalaman at para mas maintindihan ng mga bata ang aralin. Nagbigay ng performance task upang makita ang mga natutunan ng mga bata. Pasimplehin o i-unpack ang kakayahan o baguhin ang aktibidad. Regular na pagsubaybay sa pagunlad ng mag-aaral.
Key Stage 2, Grade 4 to 6.
Nakapagsusuri ng katotohanan bago gumawa ng anumang hakbang batay sa mga nakalap na impormasyon. Nagpadala ng video clips upang mapalalim at mas maintindihan ang aralin ng mga mag-aaral. Pasimplehin ang kakayahan o baguhin ang aktibidad.
Key Stage 3, Grade 7 to 10.
Naipapaliwanag na ang paglinang ng mga angkop na inaasahang kakayahan at kilos sa panahon ng pagdadalaga o pagbibinata ay nakakatulong sa paghahanda sa susunod na yugto ng buhay. Nagsagawa ng video discussion tungkol sa paksa sa Facebook group chats. Follow up learners through text or send messages sa Facebook Messenger. Pasimplehin ang kakayahan o baguhin ang aktibidad.
Good day, everyone. Presenting to you the analysis and utilization of the least mastered competencies in science for Key Stage 1. Explain how living things depend on the environment to meet their basic needs. Revisiting and reorientation of teachers about the milk. Provide assistance in unpacking competencies to facilitate smooth mastery of expected LCs. Provide trainings to update the teaching pedagogies, such as HOTS integration, confirmation inquiry, and the like. Enhance and sustain a contextualized learning assessment. Provide relevant and needs-based trainings. Intensive monitoring of the teaching, learning, process. For Key Stage 2, describe the parts of the reproductive system and their function. Develop supplementary and contextualized learning materials suited to the preferred learning modality of the students to reinforce the mastery of the expected LCs. Provide trainings in developing learning materials such as SIMs, instructional videos, worksheets, etc. For Key Stage 3, explain the different processes that occur along the plate boundaries. Enhance strategies to monitor and reinforce learners' mastery of competencies relevant to their preferred learning modality. Develop supplementary and contextualized learning materials suited to the learning modality of the student to reinforce the mastery of the LCs. Assist teachers through coaching and mentoring in content and pedagogy. Intensive monitoring and upskilling of teachers in need of technical assistance on effective teaching and learning relevant to students' preferred learning modalities, and provide trainings in developing learning material such as SIMs, instructional videos, worksheets, etc. For Key Stage 4, evaluate the benefits and risk of using GMOs. Help teachers design appropriate instructional materials for remediation of struggling learners. Provide trainings in developing appropriate learning materials such as instructional videos, activity sheets, etc.
Yes, we have our own share of least mastered competencies, but having identified and acknowledged them, lead us to more relevant direction and ways forward.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations, Division of Tagum City. Of course, to mention the Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Josephine L. Padul, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Melanie P. Estacio, the CID Chief, Dr. Christine Bagakay, and all Division Education Program Supervisors ng Tagum City. Bravo! Daghang salamat po. Ayan. So, nakasalang na ang next division. But for now, I am excited. You are all excited. We are excited to call on the next part. I would like to proudly introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, our Director 4. Ayan. Okay, may hand signal si yung ating ICT expert. Okay. Is our director ready now? Okay, ready na? Ayan, ladies and gentlemen, with pride and joy, let me introduce to you the father of DepEd Region 11. And, sorry RD for declaring this one, the nominee for the National Lincoln Bayan Awards 2021. RD congratulations. Please welcome Director Dr. Alan G. Farnazo. Palakpakan! Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our regional director. Please welcome Dr. Alan G. Farnazo.
Oh, no? Okay.
Thank you very much, Sir Manny, for your very generous introduction. And I'd like to greet all of you. A very pleasant, a very happy, and a very productive day. And with my best wishes that our engagement today will bring out better preparations and better solutions to the learning delivery that we do at these challenging times. But before anything else, I'd like to greet, of course, our chief of the CLMD, Chief Jean Aldiguer, and all the supervisors from our CLMD. And it is my distinct honor to recognize this time I will demand a little degree of affection from myself to also show off a little of recognition and acknowledgement of all our CID chief in the region. If in the past weeks, I may have just keep mum about mentioning your name, allow me some liberty today to articulate your names. And I demand this from myself as I am already 2 months as your regional director. And my 2 months should be more than enough to already articulate your names. And, they said that if we know the people we are working with, 50% of the job is done. Even if you know how to do the job best, but you don't know who are the people you are working with, people will never be happy and motivated if they know you cannot recognize them. But today, of course, I recognize all our CID chiefs, and I will begin with the woman who I spent, ano ba, whole day, yesterday, half day yesterday, and even until the afternoon. The woman who hosted me in her office yesterday, pakilala ko, she's hosting me here, whole day.
Whole day, okay.
ESDS, Jean, sorry. Oh, my God, Jinky Firman. Agaw, eksena ka talaga, Chief Jean. Oo, na-recognize na kita. Oh, sorry. Anyway, mga taga Dilsar kasi ang mga commonalities ninyo eh. Na in love kasi si Ma'am Jinky Firman ng mga taga Dilsar. Kaya, okay, of course, kasama na rin kahapon sa opisina kasi doon ako nag-spend ng aking araw ay ang ating CID chief ng Davao City, si Ma'am Alma Sifra. And ang ating chief din ng Davao Occidental na bago dumating si Cristo ay nandito na siya. Si Sir Philip Anticristo. Felix. Bakit ano sabi ko? Hindi Jackie.
Philip po, Jackie sa akin yun.
Sir Felix, alam mo na yung katabi ko dito na assistant superintendent ay kasi yung alam niyo na kasi nami-miss niya na siguro kaya nagmamadali na siguro ito Sir Felix mag-weekend para magkatabi na sila talaga Sir Felix. Sir Felix, ipa-regards mo na ko diyan kay Sir Jackie, sabihin mo naghihintay na si ESDS Firman dito. Of course, kung saan na pupunta bata. Ang gusto ko para at least malaman niyo habang binabati ko ay is an affectionate atmosphere na we can already say na magkakilala na tayo, kilala ko na talaga kayo. Kaya at saka yun yung mga flavor ng mga affectionate atmosphere. Of course, ang ating chief ng Davao del Sur, si Ma'am Chirilyn Comita. Parang medyo siya yung mga nauna ko. Mga first week, second week, nagkasama na kami. Of course, kakasama ni Chief Sir Mario. I think isa sa mga division na mga 2 or thrice ko na napuntahan na yung Davao del Sur. Digos, si Ma'am Beverly, sa lahat ng mga sa lahat ng mga chiefs siya talaga ang panalo. Kasi sa Ilonggo, yung daog-daog ay panalo-panalo. Pero kung Bisaya, unya gibutangan Ma'am Ma'am Beverly, magibutangan og gidaog-daog, apil di. Pero therefore, dapat kakampi talaga kita, Ma'am Beverly, ilunggo ka dapat kasi daog-daog, panalo-panalo. Kasi ang Bisaya niya na version, gidaog-daog. Oh. Wala, apil di. Hi, Ma'am Bibs. Igakos, of course, si Ma'am Chuna Calatrava. Thank you very much, Ma'am Chuna. Binigla ko kayo, dumaan pa ako ng Piña Plata. Tagum, of course, Ma'am Christine, Davao del Norte, Edward, Amugis, na matagal ko na tinanggap yung tinanggap yung kanyang friend request. Okay na kami, friend na kami ni Sir Edward. And then Davao de Oro, of course, ang ating OIC chief. Kaya dapat ma-promote na yung magkaroon ng appointment yung ating ESDS para na ma-promote na ito si Chief Arlene Lim. Ang ating Mati City. So ibig sabihin, na-characterize ko na kayo, na-profile ko na kayo, pati yung mga circumstances attendant to your being chief, ay alam ko na. Sa Mati City, of course, kay Gina Flores, and then Davao Oriental is Jean Pilayo. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very inspired with this call-up that was done by Ma'am Jean Aldiger. Ma'am Jean Aldiger is doing a lot of efforts and initiative in order to respond better in our COVID education challenge in circumstances. I know that your discussion today will not be an easy one. There are more problems than solution. There are more intricacies in the dynamics of teaching and learning that you can hardly navigate everything. But today, despite of all of these intricacies and dynamics and difficulty of delivery, I really admire the courage of Ma'am Jean to call you up and sit down and talk about analyzing the least mastered skills, the challenges in learning deliveries, the challenges in learning. Can you imagine that? We even have a challenge about distribution of SLMs. We even have a big challenge about reproduction. But Ma'am Jean is not putting all of this sitting down, considering all of this sitting down. She's approaching the core of learning. And congratulations, Ma'am Jean. The core of learning is to answer the question whether the learners are learning or not. We will be overwhelmed with the reproduction, the distribution, even the right shop and everything. But these are, even how big and challenging this may be, but all of us in the education sector must realize that these are only the attendant circumstances to learning. The learning dynamic is the teaching learning, whether the child is learning or not. And so, my way of putting forward this input is to make us also realize that to focus our attention on the crux of the matter. Or if you are not very religious, you have a difficulty understanding what the crux is. It simply means the heart of the matter. What is the heart of teaching? Because we model at this time of pandemic, everyone has a lot of models. We model it with the issues on teachers' competence. We model it on the issues of all that are not present, all that are not contributing. But let us remove all of this model. Balatan natin. Kung bubuksan natin yung mani, the cynical of the peanut is the peanut itself. And that is the learning. Kaninang umaga sa aking pagsimba, nakaiyak ako sa aking refleksyon. Kasi napakaganda ng gospel kaninang umaga. Ng first reading pala. Kasi ang first reading kaninang umaga na mula sa Gawa ng mga Apostoles, the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 5, verses 34 to 42. Na-meet kasi ng mga apostoles si Gamaliel na the teacher of the law. At itong mga Pariseo at saka mga Hudiyo ay inaaway-away nila yung mga apostoles. Sabi ni Gamaliel sa kanila, huwag niyo silang awayin. Kasi paano kung ang kanilang itinuturo ay si Kristo? Lumalabas tuloy na kalaban natin ang Diyos. Kasi kung ang hindi nila itinuturo ay hindi itong patungkol kay Kristo, lalipas din yan. Magugunaw din yan, lalaho din yan. Kagaya ng mga naunang mga nagpakaroon nun nga mga disipulo ni Kristo apan dili di ay tinuod. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, when I feel very challenged and my thinking and wisdom is already absent and I cannot take anymore, I cannot think anymore of better ways of doing things in DepEd, that's where I draw my strength. That we are doing God's work. And even if we are maligned left and right, attack on our efforts done, who can be against us when God is with us and we are doing God's work? Alam niyo, tinatanong ko yan sa sarili ko minsan na bakit ako naging RD kasi hindi naman ako valedictorian sa elementary, sa high school, sa college. Minsan mga kaklase ko, pag nagkikita kami sa reunion namin, ang tanong nila sa akin, Lan, bakit ka naging RD? Hindi ko masagot. Kasi yung valedictorian namin sa elementary, classroom teacher siya ngayon, yung salutatorian namin ay medyo arang-arang na principal. So ako na walang honor, yung mga may honor, my God. But God sometimes use, yung akin naman, horror, sila honor. Pero alam niyo, I draw strength from the wisdom of the Lord in the letter of Paul to the Galatians, which says, the foolishness of God is highest than the intelligence that man can fathom. Yung kalukuhan ng Diyos ay sobra-sobrang mas magaling kaysa sa pinaka-bright, pinakamatalinong pang-iisip ng tao. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you this because at the time of education crisis, I tell you, this is not the best time to be an RD. But this is the best time in education crisis where we show up our strength. Si principal, si teacher, si CID chief, Ma'am Jean, mga CID chief na binanggit ko kanina, ito yung aking final na hamon sa inyo. Pagkatapos nitong COVID-19, ano kayang grade na ibibigay sa atin ng mga bata? Papasakya tayo? Did we become inspirational? Nung pagtakbo ba sa atin ng principal, ng district supervisor, may nabigay ba tayo? Ma'am Jean at mga supervisor sa region, nung mga panahon na mahirap magturo dahil hindi alam ng mga guro paano ipatupad at paano gawain itong distance learning, hindi nga nila maintindihan kung anong distance learning, hindi nga nila alam kung ano ibig sabihin yung blend na yun, kasi ako nga noon, ang alam ko lang, blend 45. We have even a lot of confusion in terms of semantics, nomenclature, how do you deliver this, how do you call this, and we invented a lot of labels. Blended module RBI, blended module pa rin, pero online to non-online, digitized, and everything, my God. Name it, hanggang ngayon, hindi ko mamamaster lahat ng mga nomenclature. Hanggang ngayon, nakabuka pang bunganga ko, ano pang maisip natin. But friends, ladies and gentlemen, CID chief, Ma'am Jean and the regional supervisor, when times were difficult and when the challenge was so big, we were able to do our job to provide assistance. Kaya siguro ang unang tanongin natin dyan ay, tayo ba sa region ay naging source ng knowledge, wisdom, expertise? O nakakahiya tayo sa region? Baka yung rating ng mga CID chief natin, wala man kami kinaalalaman sa region, wala man kami nakuha sa region. Parang ang region naman lang ang natuto sa amin. Si division naman, ang tanong, may nakuha ba sa atin ang mga principal? Nakaturo ba tayo? Nakapacitate ba natin ang mga school heads? Ladies and gentlemen, kung kahinaan ang pag-uusap, ang dami nating kahinaan. But COVID-19 provides us an opportunity also to shine. That during the hardest and the most difficult times, we were able to manage ourselves, manage our fears, manage our anxieties, and became the source of wisdom, effort, initiative, rather than the source of adding to complaint, rubbing salt to wounds, and everything. Today, I want everyone to sit down. Balatan natin ang peanut at tingnan natin yung sinakal ng peanut. Hindi yung dumi na bumabalot sa yaman at sa puso. And that's the CID team I want to be. That's the CLMD I want to be. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, without batting an eyelash and without decorating or adorning your position, the heart of DepEd is the heart of teaching. And the heart of teaching is what we teach. And that's where the office of Ma'am Jean, yung mga sports, sayaw, they all begin with input. And input begins with curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, pag-aari ninyo, kayo nag-uusap ngayon, pag-aari ninyo ang input on how a child should learn. O ulitin ko, Ma'am Jean, at kahit dalawang tanong na lang ang tatanungin nyo. Una, how should a child be taught? And pangalawa, kasi how should a child be taught? Paano siya tuturuan? Sino? How should a child be taught? And pangalawa, ang importante, alam niyo dati akong seminaryo, kaya alam niyo may sa kwan kali sa theology, there are two versions of the creation of the world. Ang isang version ng creation of the world is the Yahweh's tradition. Yahweh, ibig sabihin God-based. The second is the priestly tradition, yung mga dalubhasa, theologians, no? In the priestly tradition, God created man first because he is the center, pinakauna. In the Yahweh's tradition, God created man because he is the center. Ang tanong dito, ano bang totoo dito? Yung Yahweh's tradition o yung priestly tradition? Lahat totoo. Bakit? Kasi ang pinag-usapan, sentro. Sino bang pinaka-sentro ng creation? Tao. In the same manner, ginamit ko lang yon na hindi dahil gusto ko kayo matuto ng teolohiya, kundi gusto ko kayo matuto at mainunawaan ninyo na kayo yung DepEd. Pag wala yung CLMD at wala yung CID, walang DepEd kasi yun yung content, yun yung sentro. At ngayon ay napaka-happy ko na, napaka-confident ko na. Nagpapasalamat ako sa ating principal dito, si Ma'am Arlinor Arellano. Kasama ko dito sa Ma'am Jinky, ASDS Jinky Ferman, at lahat ng ating mga kasama ko, ating mga division nurses dito sa Buhangin Central. Halika dito, Ma'am, pakita. And say hi to all of them. Yan si Ma'am Joy. Arlinor.
Maria. Si Ma'am Arlinor is the PSCS po.
Maria Joy. Sa inyong lahat, nagpapasalamat ako and nagpapasalamat din ako sa kanila for providing us a gracious opportunity of being hosted This is, Ma'am Jean, ito yung sinasabi kong mixing work and field presence. Ang maganda naman, no? At kung na-notice ninyo ngayon, naka-Boy Scout uniform ako kasi ito yung aking advocacy na kada Friday ay magbo-Boy Scout or Girl Scout uniform ako. Hindi ko naman kayo pinipilit kasi baka mahirapan kayo o baka marami kayong rason. Pero alam nyo, sa DepEd kasi kung CID chief ka, alam natin na kahit yung teacher ay visual aid. At saka yung mga learners natin, di ba, mga CID chief, ang mga learners natin ay mga visual learner. Mas natututo sila kung may nakikita. Ang tawag natin diyan sa principle of learning ay principle by association. Pag na-associate, at saka ang pinakamabisang principle of association, na-associate siya sa mga symbols, no? Kaya pag nakita natin ng logo ito, sabi na, ay, Coke! Ay, ganito. At yung learning na yan, yung learning na nakasandal, ang learning na hango sa learning by association ay ayon sa mga research, alam ko na alam to ng mga nabanggit ko na parang may kalimutan akong chief ng Panabo, si Januario Yamuta. Oo, January 1 pa naman ang birthday niyan. No? parang hindi ko kasi nabanggit ang pangalan. palagi mapapasama talaga ako kasi palagi ako sa Panabo eh. Alam ni Sir Januario 'yan. Okay, so Sir Januario, thank you. So, sabi ko ang mga learners natin at ang ayon sa research, ang kaalaman na hango sa principle by association ay napakataas ng retention. Ibig sabihin, pag mataas ang retention ay hindi nakakalimutan. Pag makita ng mga bata na naka-Boy Scout uniform tayo, nagtatanong sila, bakit ano ba yung uniform na yan? At ayon sa prinsipyo ng learning by association, pag nagtanong ang bata, panalo na tayo. Kasi yung pagtatanong ng bata, nangangahulugan that the child is ready to learn. Minsan, yung normal na chalk talk, pinipilit natin ng bata na makinig, matuto. Pero yung kahandaan ng bata na matuto ay napakahirap pa-establish. Kaya may mga activities tayo, motivation tayo. Pero samantalang dito sa learning by association, magtanong lang ang bata, indicator na ready to learn. Pag nag-ikot ako sa paaralan at nagtanong ang mga principal na ganito, bakit ganito? Sabi ko kasi dapat i-promote natin ang scouting kasi hindi tayo sa DepEd, hindi talaga tayo maka-escape sa scouting hangga't ang mga bata ay nag-aaral. Kung gusto natin maka-escape sa scouting, doon siguro tayo magtrabaho sa DPWH or DSWD. Pero kung sa DepEd, nandiyan ang mga bata sa atin. Kaya let's give credibility to our work by living up to our job. Nasa DepEd ka, gusto mo the way you do your work ay para kang taga DSWD or ibig sabihin ay hindi angkop, hindi match. So kaya ulitin ko, I am advocating for a behavior na angkop sa kultura ng DepEd. And hindi ako nagbibigay ng utos o nakapagpirma ng regional memo na nire-require kayo. Nag-a-advocate lang po ako. Kasi napakahirap mag-campaign ng scouting kung hindi ma-associate ng mga bata. At saka mura pa kasi for example, itong uniform ko ito, 4 years na ito, and then 1,007 lang. Samantalang kung kada Friday, iba-iba ang damit mo, ay nako. Pero mayaman naman ang mga chief kasi di ba kung mga chief tayo, may mga rata na. Kasi siguro kaya nila yan, hindi mag-Boy Scout uniform. Pero kung seryoso tayo sa trabaho natin sa DepEd, culture, practices, at behavior natin, i-match natin sa pangangailangan ng ating ahensya. Para hindi tayo awkward na sa DepEd ka, pero yung ating pang kilos, ating mga gawi, ay hindi pang DepEd. Nakapag-sideswipe ako ng mga idea, pasensya na, but that's my way of providing you good input. Kaya, more and more, and the next few days, I'll be very happy to see a lot of you, no? Wearing your scouting uniform. Kung gusto mo yung Girl Scout, Girl Scout. Kung gusto mo Boy Scout, Boy Scout. Every Friday. Maraming salamat, Ma'am Jean, and God bless you all.
I'm sorry, on mute mode. Okay, thank you so much, dear Director Alan G. Fernaso, for that amazing challenge and inspiration. Ayan, so I could describe RD as a man of action and excellence. Thank you so much, RD. Okay, our next presenter is, alam kong excited na, ayan, to present the uh, the least mastered competencies with the intervention and recommendation, especially the formulation of the policy. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome the Division of Panabo City to be reported by Chief Januario Yamota. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Sir Man. My courtesy to our Regional Director, Dr. Alan Parnaso, to our ERD, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, to all the School Division Superintendent, Assistant School Division Superintendent of Region 11, and special mention to my Superintendent, Dr. Renante Solitario, and to our Assistant School Division Superintendent, Ma'am Pipigil Pamonte, to all the regional supervisors, of course, the CLMD Chief, Dr. Jane Aldiguer, to all the CID chiefs of Region 11, all education program supervisors, public school district supervisors of Region 11, to all school teachers, to all of us, good morning. Panabo City presentation includes the analysis, intervention, the technical assistance, and of course, the list master skills. And we also try to gather the common intervention from kinder up to grade 12. And here we go, the presentation of Panabo City Division.
Good morning! These are the least learned competencies in the mother tongue for grades 1 to 3 in the Schools Division of Panabo City. A total of 177 teachers submitted the respective reports, hence this consolidation. This slide shows the LLCs of grade 1 learners in the first quarter, while this slide shows the LLCs of grade 1 learners in the second quarter. The LLCs in the first quarter speak of the difficulty of the pupils on reading fluency. While this has been slowly resolved in the second quarter, difficulty on reading comprehension emerged as the competency with the highest need for intervention. Next up, this shows the LLCs of grade 2 pupils in the first quarter. And of course, the second quarter. Commonly, pupils find difficulty expressing ideas whether in creative ways or writing paragraphs. Consistent to the difficulties experienced in grade 2, composing competencies have been identified as least learned by the grade 3 pupils as well. Second quarter highest LLC is consistent with that of quarter 1 as lessons on identifying metaphor, personification, and hyperbole landed the second least learned as well. Generally, grade 1 students find difficulty in the reading comprehension domains, while most of the grade 2 and grade 3 learners are struggling in the composing domains. Herewith are the various interventions being applied to support the achievement of the targeted competencies necessary to holistically develop the learners as regards the mother tongue. That's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Good morning, everyone. I am presenting to you the list mastered competencies of kindergarten in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of Panabo City Division. The following are the list mastered competencies for quarter 1. Nakikilala ang sarili, pangalan at apelyido, kasarian, gulang, kapanganakan, gusto at di gusto under the domain of socio-emotional development. Nasasabi ang mga sariling pangangailangan na walang pag-aalinlangan under the domain of socio-emotional development. Trace, copy, write different stroke, scribbling freehand straight lines, slanting lines, combination of straight and slanting lines, curves, combination of straight and curves under the domain of psychomotor expressive. Sort and classify objects according to one attribute's property, such as color, shape, size, function, and use under the domain of mathematics and numeracy. Or quarter 2, na ilalarawan kung paano nagkakaiba at nagkakatulad ang bawat pamilya under the domain of socio-emotional development. Identify the letters of the alphabet under the mother tongue orthography in the domain of language literacy and communication. Talk about family members, pets, toys in the domain of physical and natural environment. And lastly, tell that the quantity of sets of objects does not change even though the arrangement has changed under the domain of mathematics and numeracy. For the analysis, most of the kindergarten learners had difficulties in the following domains of competencies: in social-emotional development, language literacy development, physical and natural environment, and mathematics numeracy for quarter 1. And while in quarter 2, socio-emotional development, language literacy and communication, physical and natural environment, and mathematics and numeracy competencies. We have provided intervention and technical assistance also, conducted online classes, provided more basic activities like scribbling, drawing lines that can help improve the writing skills, answered parents' guardians' queries all the time, and provide constant monitoring of learners' performance through group chats, and conducted online mentoring and tutoring. Thank you.
Please learn competencies in mathematics for quarter 1 and 2, Panabo City Division. Grade 1. Compares numbers up to 100 using relation symbols and orders them in increasing and decreasing order. Visualizes, represents, and subtracts 1 to 2-digit numbers with regrouping. For grade 2, adds mentally numbers using appropriate strategies, 3-digit numbers, and hundreds. Solves routine and non-routine problems involving subtraction of whole numbers, including money with sums up to 1,000, using appropriate problem-solving strategies and tools. For grade 3, subtracts 3 to 4-digit numbers from 3 to 4-digit numbers without and with regrouping, and multiplies numbers 2 to 3-digit numbers with regrouping. Grade 4. Solves routine and non-routine problems involving division of 3 to 4-digit numbers by 1 to 2-digit numbers, including money, using appropriate problem-solving strategies and tools. Performs addition and subtraction of similar and dissimilar fractions. Grade 5. Performs a series of more than 2 operations on whole numbers, applying parentheses, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction, or PEMDAS, or grouping multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction correctly. Divides whole numbers with quotients in decimal forms. For grade 6, solves routine and non-routine problems involving division of decimals, mixed decimals, and whole numbers, including money, using appropriate problem-solving strategies and tools, and solves percent problems such as percent of increase and decrease. And this includes discounts, original price, rate of discount, sale price, markup price, commission, sales tax, and simple interest. Grade 7. Performs fundamental operations on integers, multiplies and divides polynomials. For grade 8, Solves problems involving systems of linear equations in two variables. Determines the inverse, converse, and contrapositive of an if-then statement. Grade 9, solve problems involving quadratic equations and rational algebraic equations. Solve equations on radical expressions. For grade 10, determines geometric means, nth term of a geometric sequence, and sum of the terms of a given finite or infinite geometric sequence, and derives inductively the relations among chords, arcs, central angles, and inscribed angles. Technical assistance provided. Reviewed, checked, edited the worksheets and activity sheets. Conducted virtual conferences with the school coordinators to address issues and concerns, especially the continuity of implementation of interventions leading to the mastery of basic skills. Provided virtual training on content and problem-solving strategies. Interventions. Teachers develop supplementary materials like worksheets or activity sheets for enrichment and practice exercises. Developed short video lessons to explain processes and concepts. They also address queries and difficulties of learners through submitted weekly monitoring tools, through group chats, texts, and calls. They advise parents and other capable members of the household or community to assist the learners closely on their lessons. And they provided links for online references and video lessons for better understanding of competencies that are being developed. Thank you and good morning.
A survey on the top 5 least learned skills in English for quarters 1 and 2 in all grade levels was conducted in the whole division. Topping the list of LLCs are the following. Grade 2, Quarter 1. Recognize common or proper nouns in simple sentences Listen 2. Grade 2, Quarter 2. Generate ideas through pre-writing activities. Grade 3, Quarter 1. Write a short descriptive paragraph about a character or settings in stories Listen 2. Grade 3, Quarter 2. Make inferences and draw conclusions based on text, pictures, titles, and content words. Grade 4, Quarter 1. Note significant details of various text types. Grade 4, Quarter 2. Use context clues to find meaning of unfamiliar words like definition or exemplification. Grade 5, Quarter 1. Compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures, subject-verb agreement, kinds of adjectives, subordinate and coordinate conjunctions, and adverbs of intensity and frequency. Grade 5, Quarter 2. Compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures, aspects of verbs, modals, and conjunction. Grade 6, Quarter 1. Make connections between information viewed and personal experiences. Grade 6, Quarter 2. Identify the purpose, key structural, and language features of various types of informational or factual texts. Grade 7, Quarter 1. Supply other words or expressions that complete an analogy. Grade 7, Quarter 2. Use a search engine to conduct a guided search on a given topic. Grade 8, Quarter 1. Use conventions in citing sources. Grade 8, Quarter 2. Explain visual-verbal relationships illustrated in tables, graphs, and information maps found in expository text. Grade 9, Quarter 1. Use conditionals in expressing arguments. Grade 9, Quarter 2. Analyze literature as a means of understanding unchanging values in the VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Grade 10, Quarter 1. Evaluate spoken texts using a given criteria like fluency, tone, cohesion, and correctness. Grade 10, Quarter 2. Deliver special speeches like toast and roast speeches, tributes, welcome and closing remarks, speeches to introduce guest speakers or resource persons, etc., respectively in varied speech situations. These are the least learned skills in English for quarters 1 and 2. Thank you.
mga kompetensing di gaanong natutunan sa Filipino mula una hanggang ikasampung baitang para sa una at pangalawang quarter. Para sa elementarya, nasasagot ang mga tanong tungkol sa napakinggang pabula, tugma, tula, at tekstong pang-impormasyon. Nasasabi ang mensahe, paksa o tema na nais ipabatid. Nailarawan ang mga elemento, tauhan, tagpuan, bangay sa tunay na pangyayari. Nakagagamit ng naunang kaalaman o karanasan sa pag-unawa. Nakasusulat ng talata ng may wastong bantas, baybay, gamit ang malaki at maliit na letra. Naibibigay ang kahulugan ng salita ayon sa kasing kahulugan, kasalungat gamit ang pahiwatig diksyonaryo. Nasasagot ang tanong mula sa napakinggan at nabasang alamat. Napahayag ang mga saling opinyon o reaksyon sa napakinggang balita. Nagagamit ang sanggunian sa pagtatala. Naibibigay ang kahulugan ng pamilyar at di kilalang salita. Nasasabi ang paksang mahalagang pangyayari sa binasa. Para naman sa sekundarya, naisalaysay ng maayos at wasto ang buod. Naisusulat ang isang editorial na nanghihikayat kaugnay ng paksa. Naisusulat ang sariling bugtong sa lawikain sa wikain o kasabihan. Nasusuri ng pagsulat ang papel na ginagampanan ng sarswela sa pagpapataas ng kamalayan ng mga Pilipino. Naibabahagi ang sariling pananaw sa resulta ng isinagawang survey. Nagagamit ang lingwistikong kahusayan sa pagsulat ng sariling akda. Naipaliwanag ang pangunahing paksa at pangtulong ng mga ideya. Nagagamit ang matalaghagang pananalita sa pagsulat ng tula.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Please master competencies in Aralin Panlipunan, Quarter 1 and Quarter 2. Grade 1, nakikilala ang timeline at ang gamit nito sa pag-aaral ng mahalagang pangyayari sa buhay hanggang sa kanyang kasalukuyang edad. Nakakabuo ng conclusion tungkol sa mabuting pakikipag-ugnayan ng sariling pamilya sa lipunang Pilipino. Grade 2, na iuugnay ang tungkulin at gawain ng mga bumubuo sa komunidad sa sarili at sa sariling pamilya. Nasusuri ang kasaysayan ng kinabibilangang rehiyon. Grade 3, nasusuri ang kinalalagyan ng malalawigan ng sariling rehiyon batay sa mga nakapaligid dito gamit ang pangunahing direksyon. Napahalagahan ang mga naiambag ng mga kinikilalang bayani at mga kilalang mamamayan ng sariling lalawigan at rehiyon. Grade 4, na ilalarawan ang pagkakilanlang geographical ng Pilipinas, na ipaliliwanag ang iba't ibang pakinabang pang-ekonomiko ng mga likas na yaman. Grade 5, na ipaliliwanag ang kaugnayan ng lokasyon sa paghubog ng kasaysayan, na ipaliliwanag ang madahilan ng kolonyalismong Espanyol. Grade 6, nasusuri ang epekto ng kaisipang liberal sa pag-usbong ng damdaming nasyonalismo. Nasusuri ang uri ng pamahalaan at patakarang ipinapatupad sa panahon ng mga Amerikano. Grade 7, na ipaliliwanag ang konsepto ng Asya tungo sa paghahating geograpiko, Silangang Asya, Timog Silangang Asya, Timog Asya, Kanlurang Asya, Hilagang Asya at Hilaga Gitnang Asya. Natataya ang impluensya ng mga kaisipang Asyano sa kalagayang panlipunan at kultura sa Asya. Grade 8, napahalagahan ang natatanging kultura ng mga rehiyon, bansa at mamamayan sa daigdig, lahi, pangkat etnolinguistiko at relihiyon sa daigdig. Nasusuri ang kabihas ng Minuan, Mycenaean at kabihas ng klasiko ng Greece. Grade 9, natataya ang kalagahan ng economic sa pangaraw-araw na pamumuhay bilang isang mag-aaral at kasapi ng pamilya at lipunan. Natatalakay ang konsepto at salik na nakaapekto sa supply sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Grade 10, natatalakay ang kalagayan, suliranin at pagtugon sa isyong pangkapaligiran ng Pilipinas. Nasusuri ang dahilan, dimensyon at epekto ng globalisasyon. Maraming salamat po.
Here are the least learned competencies in EPP and TLE for Quarter 1 and 2. For Grade 4, nagagamit ang computer, internet at email sa ligtas at responsableng pamamaraan. For Quarter 2, na isasagawa ang mga kasanayan at kaalaman sa pagtatanim ng halaman ornamental bilang isang pagkakakitaang gawain. For grade 5, natutukoy ang angkop na search engine sa pangangalap ng impormasyon. For quarter 2, naipapaliwanag ang kabutihang dulot ng pag-aalaga ng hayop na may dalawang paa at pakpak o isda. And for grade 6, for quarter 1, uses audio and video conferencing tools to share ideas and work with others online. And for quarter 2, posting and sharing materials on wikis and blogs in a safe and responsible manner. For TLE, grade 7, quarter 1, cookery, carry out measurements and calculations in required tasks. And for beauty and nail care, identification of tools and materials and equipment. For quarter 2, under grade 7, we have dressmaking, identify sewing tools and equipment and their uses. And for beauty and nail care, nail structure, nail diseases and disorders. For grade 8, for quarter 1, under the technical drafting, check operational maintenance on equipment. And for quarter 2, under technical drafting, we have analyze signs and symbols in technical drafting. For grade 9, under the RAC, quarter 1, basic calculations of fit loads. And for quarter 2, we have recording result for survey site. Number 2, identification of factors in survey site. And number 3, analyzing survey inspection report. 10, for quarter 1, under the EIM, develop and strengthen personal competencies and skills needed in electrical installation and maintenance. For quarter 2, under the EIM, prepare electric and hydraulic tools. For ICT, we have environment and market. And for quarter 2, under the ICT, configuring computer systems and networks. Here are the interventions for both EPP and TLE. Number 1, prepared additional activity sheets to learners for in-depth understanding of the lesson. Number 2, use all available means of communication to reach out to learners and parents. Number 3, prepared supplemental video lessons for students to view in relation to the topics discussed. Number 4, provided access to TV Aralan, DepEd TV, radio-based instructions to further appreciate the lesson. Number 5, contextualize the activities with home chores to master the skills in EPP. For TLE, these are the interventions done. Number 1, held virtual conferences with learners via Zoom or Google Meet. Number 2, home visitation on low-risk areas following the AITF protocols. Number 3, students were provided with instructional videos. And number 4, difficult topics were discussed on RBI and uses Facebook Live for them to interact with each other. And number 5, TV Aralan, DepEd TV is also used to supplement learning difficult topics.
Good morning to everyone. This is the list learn competencies in MAPE. Grade 1, Quarter 1, perform steady, beat, and accurate rhythm through clapping, tapping, chanting, walking, and planning musical instrument in response to sound in grouping of 2's, 3's, and 4's. In Quarter 2, identifies the beginning and repeated parts of a recorded music sample. In grade 2, Quarter 1, maintains a steady beat when replicating a simple series of rhythmic patterns, clapping, walking, tapping, chanting, and playing musical instrument. In Quarter 2, design with the use of drawing and painting materials, the sea of forest animals in their habitats, showing their unique shapes and features, variety of colors and textures in their skin. In grade 3, quarter 1 relates image with sound and silence using quarter notes, being 8 notes, half note, quarter rest, and half rest within the rhythmic pattern. In quarter 2, recreate simple pattern and contour of a melody. In grade 4, quarter 1 identifies different kinds of notes and rest, whole, half, quarter, and eighth. In quarter 2, identifies the pitch name of a G-clip stop, including the ledger lines and space below the middle C. In grade 5, quarter 1 recognizes rhythmic patterns using quarter notes, dotted quarter notes, and eighth notes in simple time signatures. In quarter 2, describe the use of the symbols sharp, flat, and natural. In grade 6, quarter 1 creates rhythmic patterns in time signatures of 2/4, 3/4, 4/4, and 6/8. In quarter 2, create simple melodies. In grade 7, quarter 1 demonstrates health appraisal procedures during adolescence in order to achieve holistic health. In quarter 2, explains the distinguishing characteristics of representative music from Cordillera, Mindoro, Palawan, and of the Visayas in relation of its culture and geography. In grade 8, quarter 1 applies decision-making skills in managing sexuality-related issues. In quarter 2, improve simple accompaniment in selected East Asian music. In grade 9, quarter 1 describes the musical elements of selected vocal and instrumental music of medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque music. In quarter 2, explains the performance practice, setting composition role of composers, performers, and audience during classical period. In grade 10, quarter 1 explains the performance practice, setting composition, role of composers, performers, and audience of 20th century music. In quarter 2, assesses physical activities, exercises, and eating habit. That's all. Thank you.
Ito ang mga listening competencies para sa asignaturang edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. Unang baitang, first quarter, nasabi na nakatulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangailangan sa sarili. Dalawang markahan, ang pagpapakita ng pagmamahal sa pamilya at kapwa sa lahat ng pagkakataon lalo na sa oras ng pangailangan. Kalawang baitang, unang markahan, na sa kilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang paraan, pagtalastasan at iba pa. Kalawang markahan, pagpasabi ng totoo sa magulang o nakakatanda at iba pang kasapi na mag-anak sa lahat ng pagkakataon upang maging maayos ang samahan tulad ng kung saan papunta o nanggaling. Katlong baitang, na pagpakita ng mga natatanging kakayahan ng may pagtitiwala sa sarili. Kalawang markahan, nakapagpadama ng malasakit sa kapwa na may karamdaman sa pamagitan ng simpleng gawain tulad ng pagdalaw, pagdaliw at pagdadala ng pagkain o anumang bagay na kailangan. Kaapat na baitang, unang markahan, na pagsusuri ng katotohanan bago gumawa ng anumang hakbangin batay sa manakalap na impormasyon, patalastas na nabasa o narinig. Kalawang markahan, na pagkita ng pagkamahinahon sa damdamin at kilos ng kapwa tulad ng pagpili ng mga salitang di nakakasakit ng damdamin sa pagbibiro. Ikalimang baitang, nakapagpahayag ng katotohanan kahit masakit sa kalooban gaya ng pagsisinungaling sa sinumang miyembro ng pamilya at iba pa. Kalawang markahan, nagagampanan ng buong husay ang anumang tungkulin sa programa o proyekto gamit ang anumang teknolohiya sa paaralan. Kaanim na baitang, unang markahan, nagagamit ng impormasyon, wasto, tamang impormasyon. Kalawang markahan, na pagpapakita ng paggalang sa ideya o suhestyon ng kapwa. Kapitong baitang, unang markahan, na isagawa ang mga gawaing angkop sa pagpapaunlad ng kanilang mga hilig. Kalawang markahan, isigawa ang pagbuo ng angkop na pagpapasya tungo sa katotohanan at kabutihang gamit ang isip at kilos loob. Ikawalong baitang, unang markahan, isigawa ang mga angkop na kilos tungo sa pagpapatatag ng pagmamahalan at pagtutulungan sa sariling pamilya. Kalawang markahan, nasuri ang katangian ng mapanagutang leader at tagasunod na nakasama, naobserbahan o napanood. Kasyam na baitang, unang markahan, ang pagsusuri ng mga halimbawa ng pagsasaalang-alang sa kabutihang panlahad sa pamilya, paaralan, pamayanan o lipunan. Kalawang markahan, naiugnay ang kahalagahan ng pakikilahok at voluntarismo sa pag-unlad ng mamayan at lipunan. Kasampung baitang, unang markahan, kapagsusuri kung bakit ang kahirapan ay paglabag sa dignidad ng mga mahirap at indigenous groups. Kalawang markahan, na ipaliwanag ang bawat dito ng makataong kilos.
The most recurring least learned competencies in science for 2020-2021. In elementary, for quarter 1, investigate changes that happen in materials under the following conditions. Number 1, presence or lack of oxygen. Number 2, application of heat. This competency is for week 3 and 4 of grade 5 science. Okay, most recurring least learned competency in elementary for quarter 2. Describe the different modes of reproduction in animals, such as butterflies, mosquitoes, frogs, cats, and dogs. For week 3, grade 5 science. Most recurring least learned competencies in secondary for quarter 1. Express concentrations of solutions quantitatively by preparing different concentrations of mixtures according to uses and availability of materials. For week 7 of grade 7 science. And another, explain the different processes that occur along the plate boundaries. This is for week 5 and 6 of grade 10 science. For quarter 2 in secondary, explain how the earthquake waves provide information about the interior of the earth. For week 3 of grade 8 science, and explain the operation of a simple electric motor and generator. For week 9 of grade 10 science. These are some of the interventions done by the division. Online monitoring and mentoring through Google Meet, Facebook chat group, and private messages. Home visits at low-risk areas. Conduct of online classes for learners with internet access. Dialogue with parents during release and retrieval of modules. And presentation of modules through radio-based instruction and TV-aralan with learner interaction. And deployment of learning support assistants or LSAs who are provided by the local government unit of Panabo City to the different schools. Some of the suggested interventions. Crafting of more supplementary video lessons on least learned competencies, which is to be shared among the schools. Upskilling of more teachers on the development of video lessons and other ICT applications, because only few are skilled on making this materials. Preparation of enrichment materials such as contextualized activity sheets based on the least learned competencies, and training of teachers on preparing quarterly assessment.
Here are the least learned competencies in grade 11 for quarter 1 and 2. For core subjects under Earth and Life Science, for quarter 1, we have explained that the Earth consists of 4 subsystems across whose boundaries matter and energy flow. For quarter 2, we have explained how photosynthetic organisms use light energy to combine carbon dioxide and water to form energy-rich compounds. For oral communication, we have, for quarter 1, differentiates the various models of communication. For quarter 2, we have explained that a shift in speech context speech style, speech act, and communicative strategy. For general mathematics, for quarter one, we have solve problems involving rational functions, equations, and inequalities. For quarter two, we have represent a logarithmic function through its A, table of values, B, graph, and C, equations. For komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino, for quarter one, nakasusulat ng sanaysay na tumatalunton sa isang partikular na yugto ng kasaysayan ng wikang pambansa. For quarter two, nagagamit ang angkop ng mga salita at pangungusap upang mapag-ugnay-ugnay ang mga ideya sa isang sulatin. For understanding culture, society, and politics, for quarter one, we have analyzed the significance of cultural, social, political, and economic symbols and practices. For quarter two, we have explained government programs and initiatives in addressing social inequalities, example local, national, and global. For media information literacy, for quarter one, we have analyzed how the different dimensions are formally and informally produced, organized, and disseminated. For quarter two, we have produced a creative text-based, visual-based, audio-based, motion-based, and manipulative-based presentations using design principle and elements. Under the contemporary Philippine arts from the regions, for quarter one, we have describes various contemporary art forms and their practices from the various regions. For quarter two, we have explicates the use of available materials and the application of techniques. For personality development, we have for quarter one, share his or her unique characteristics, habits, and experiences. For quarter two, we have discussed an understanding of teenage relationships, including the acceptable and unacceptable expressions of attractions. For physical education, for quarter one, we have demonstrates proper etiquette and safety in the use of facilities and equipment. For quarter two, we have participates in an organized event that addresses health fitness issues and concerns. For applied subjects, we have English for academic and professional purposes. For quarter one, we have states the thesis statement of an academic text. And for quarter two, we have designs, tests, and revises survey questionnaires. For Filipino sa piling ng larang, under the TVL, we have quarter one, nabibigyang kahulugan ang technical at vocational na sulatin. Under the specialized subjects, for TVL, under the industrial arts, particularly electrical installation and maintenance 1, for quarter one, we have preparing construction materials and tools. For quarter two, we have code of ethics. For TVL, under the automotive servicing NC1, we have removing and tagging engine system components or RTES. For quarter two, we have removing and replacing electronic units, assemblies, or RREE. For TVL, agricultural crop production, for quarter one, we have identify work tasks in line with farm operations. Under the TVL organic agriculture production NC2, for quarter one, we have identified breed or strain as per PNS, organic agriculture livestock, and GAHP guidelines. And for quarter two, we have select site based on compost fertilizer production requirement. For TVL Home Economics, under the Food and Beverage Services, for quarter one, we have provided additional information about the food service establishments. For home economics, housekeeping NC2 for quarter 1, we have discussed implementation of hotel codes, rules, and regulations. For quarter 2, we have identified different types and sizes of linens, pillows, and bed sheets. Here are the least learned competencies in grade 12 for quarter 1 and quarter 2. Under the core subjects, we have the 21st century literature from the Philippines and the world. And for quarter 1, we have writing a close analysis and critical interpretation of literary texts. For quarter 2, compare and contrast the various 21st century literary genres, their elements, structures, and traditions from across the globe. For the introduction to philosophy of human person, for the first quarter, we have realized the value of doing philosophy in obtaining a broad perspective of life. And for quarter 2, we have evaluate and exercise prudence in choices. Under the physical education 2, for the first quarter, we have participates in organized event that addresses health or fitness issues and concerns. For quarter 2, we have self-assesses health-related fitness, status, barriers, physical activity, assessment, participation, and one's diet. Under the media information literacy for quarter 1, we have explained how the evolution of media from traditional to new media shaped the values and norms of the people and society. For quarter 2, we have described the impact of massive open online course. For applied subjects, we have practical research, and for quarter 1, we have illustrates the importance of quantitative research across fields. And for quarter 2, we have constructs an instrument and establishes its validity and reliability. And for empowerment technologies, for quarter 1, we have apply online safety, security, ethics, and etiquette standards and practices in the use of ICTs as it would relate to their specific professional tracks. And for quarter 2, we have explore the principles of interactivity and rich content in the context of Web 2.0 and the participation of the user in the online experience. These are the least learned skills for specialized subjects. For applied economics under the ABM and GAS, for quarter 1, we have analyzed market demand, market supply, and market equilibrium. For quarter 2, we have analyzed different principles, tools, and techniques in creating a business. For ABM, the subject is business math. For quarter 1, we have compute interest specifically as applied to mortgage and amortization. For quarter 2, compute commissions on cash basis and commissions on installment basis. For the principles of marketing and business marketing under the ABM and GAS, for quarter 1, we have analyzed the elements of macro and micro environment and their influence to marketing and planning. And for quarter 2, present a mini marketing plan orally and in writing. For disciplines and ideas in applied social sciences under the UMS, for quarter 1, we have identified the goals and scope of social work, and for quarter 2, distinguish the appropriate communication media channels to use in different settings and situations. Still, under the specialized subjects, for Philippine politics under the UMS and GAS, for quarter 1, we have explained the concept, relationship, and importance of politics, governance, and government. For quarter 2, we have differentiate the rules, responsibilities, and powers of the 3 branches of the government. For trans networks and critical thinking in the 21st century and culture in the UMS, for quarter 1, we have explained the process on how to spot a trend. And for quarter 2, we have identified the weakest link in a system using strategic and intuitive thinking. Under the electrical installation and maintenance, for the TVL, under the industrial arts, for quarter 1, we have identified electric and hydraulic tools for the task. And for quarter 2, interpret or plan and drawings for the selection of wiring devices based on job requirement. So under the ICT, under the TVL and Information Communications Technology, for quarter 1, we have performed safety procedures in using hand tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. For quarter 2, identify all necessary materials and equipment according to the task undertaken. And last, under the specialized subjects, for TVL, under the automotive servicing, for quarter 1, we have performing gas engine tune-up. And for quarter 2, we have performing diesel engine tune-up. For agriculture, under pest management, for quarter 1, we have consult the teacher or the pest specialist to validate the identity of pests and their natural enemies and other beneficial organisms in the line with farm work and procedures. And for quarter 2, we have prepared the necessary supplies and materials, tools, machinery, equipment, and facilities according to farm work procedure. That's all, and thank you very much.
Now, let's talk about the most common interventions in all subject areas. Made video presentation about the least learned topics and sent it through Messenger or in a group chat. Provided supplementary activity sheets. E-learning resources were provided as supplemental activities. Provided books with designated pages for exercises. Home visitation to the learners with the permission of the parents. Virtual meetup with the kids and give remedial instructions. Provided radio-based instruction on the lesson whenever applicable. Coordinated with the parents through call, text, and messenger and ask their favor to assist their child in learning the lesson. Encourage pupils to watch educational videos or platforms like PVRLAN, EdTech, DepEd TV, YouTube, and all other platforms. Conducted one-on-one instruction, either via video or phone call, to really slow and struggling learners. Seek assistance and intervention of learning support aids. And lastly, tutorial through group chat. Here's the sample interventions applied.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Panabo City. Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Renato Solitario. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Feby Gay Refamonte. CID Chief, Dr. Januario Yamota, and all EPS of the Division of Panabo City. Ayan, kaya lang, it took long, no? We would like to remind our CID Chiefs na kung po pwede, bawas-bawasan natin, no? Okay. So, okay, let's just continue. So, sana hindi mag-abot ng isang oras, ha? Okay, so that was just a friendly reminder to our division CID chiefs. Okay, so we will continue now. Ayan, maraming salamat. So, we will proceed now to the third presenter, Division of Mati City.
DepEd Mati City has been giving its all-out support to the implementation of the programs, projects, and activities of the department. Much has been done about its realization, and with the help of all the stakeholders and partners, we are still doing our best for the benefit of all our school children.
For the key stage 1, quarter 1. First, mathematics or numeracy, there is one list learned competency. Sort and classify objects according to one attribute or property, such as shape, color, size, function, and use. For language literacy and communication, we have 3. Identify the letters of the alphabet, such as mother tongue or orthography. Tell which 2 letters, numbers, or words in a group are the same. And number 3, identify the letter, number, or word that is different in a group. For socio-emotional development, we have 2. First, nakikilala ang sarili sa mga sumusunod. A. Pangalan at apelyido. B. Kasarian. C. Gulang at kapanganakan. Letter D. Gusto o di gusto. Use the proper expression in introducing oneself. For example, I am or my name. Number 2, nakakasunod sa mga itinatakdang tuntunin at gawain. To continue, we have 3 more domains. Writing and aesthetic development, we have 2 LLCs for this. First, trace, copy, and write different strokes like scribbling or freehand, straight lines, slanting lines, combination of straight and slanting lines, curves, combination of straight and curve, and zigzag. Number 2, nakakagupit at nakakapagdikit ng iba't ibang hugis na may iba't ibang tekstura. For understanding the physical and natural environment domain, we have 3. Identify one's basic needs and ways to care for one's body. Tell the function of each basic body parts. And number 3, observe safety practices in different kinds of weather. For physical and health development domain, naisakikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang paraan sa pag-awit at pagsayaw at iba pa. In quarter 1, there are 6 identified developmental domains considered least learned or mastered competencies. These are the technical assistance provided to the learners and home partners with the collaborative efforts of the teachers, school heads, parents, and stakeholders. Mentored kindergarten teachers to access DepEd Commons for other learning, sent videos on how to write the letters or numbers correctly, provided contextualized worksheets, regular monitoring through text or messenger, advised the parents to let their child memorize or familiarize their own basic information, parents consultation, sent videos on how to write the letters or numbers correctly, then conducted home visitation and follow-up, and the last one is one-on-one remediation. We have here the interventions conducted addressed to the least learned competencies, provided enrichment activities, conducted training or workshop on converting SLMs to video lessons to supplement the learning delivery of the teachers, provided additional activity sheets to enrich or develop their writing skills and be able to recognize the letters of the alphabets, distributed printed materials of different objects and manipulative materials, and the last, distributed printed materials and videos or flash drive. For future directions, to provide the complete copies of video lessons of quarter 1 to quarter 4 to all districts to be distributed to the kindergarten teachers
have been least learned by our learners in English. In grade 2, quarter 1, the least learned competencies are recognize common or proper nouns in simple sentences listened to and identify the English equivalent of words in the mother tongue or in Filipino. For quarter 2, identify and discuss the elements of a story. In grade 3, quarter 1, the least learned competency is write a short descriptive paragraph about the character or the setting in the story listened to. And in quarter two, we have use simple verbs in sentences. In grade 4, quarter 1, we have note significant details of various text types. And in quarter 2, we have use adjectives in sentences. Let's go to grade 5, quarter 1. The least learned competency is compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures, subject-verb agreement, kinds of adjectives, subordinate and coordinate conjunctions, and adverbs of intensity and frequency. For quarter 2, we have compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures, aspects of verbs, modals, and conjunctions. In grade 6, quarter 1, we have identify real or make-believe, fact or non-fact images. And for quarter 2, we have compare and contrast content of materials viewed to other sources of information. Let's go to Key Stage 3, grade 7 to 9. For grade 7, quarter 1, we have use direct and reported speech appropriately in varied contexts. In quarter 2, we have summarize key information from a text and use analogy to describe or make a point. For grade 8, quarter 1, we have identify and use signals that indicate coherence. And in quarter 2, we have compare and contrast own opinions with those presented in familiar texts. In grade 9, quarter 1, the least learned competency is employ the appropriate communicative styles for various situations. And for quarter 2, we have analyze literature as a means of understanding and changing values in the VUCA, or volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. In grade 10, quarter 1, the least learned competency is evaluate and make judgments about a range of text using a set of criteria. Example, comparing arguments on the same topic, critiquing a short story. And in quarter 2, write an exposition or discussion on a familiar issue to include key structural elements and language features. In grade 11, quarter 1, compare and relate the media and information literacy framework to their own understanding and competencies. And in quarter 2, we have write a descriptive essay on the impact of massive open online course. And in grade 12, quarter 1, we have write journal entries and other short compositions exploring key elements of fiction. And for quarter 2, we have conceptualize a character, setting, plot of a one-act play. Initiated the following interventions. Number 1, we have TV and radio-based instructions. Then, virtual tutorial for those who have access in the internet, and home tutorial for those who do not have access. We also conducted a division content-based training for teachers teaching English in the basic education. And we assess the reading proficiency of our learners for this school year. Looking at the causes of the least learned competencies in English, we come up with the following policy recommendations. Number 1, simplify activities to make them interesting to learners. Number 2, we need to upskill our teachers in simplifying the activities during tutorial of learners. Number 3, review the self-learning modules to determine the level of difficulty of activities and tasks intended for the learners to perform.
the least learned competencies in mathematics. Under the first key stage, these are the common least learned competencies. Solve routine and non-routine problems, adds, subtracts, multiplies, and divides mentally. Our division have conducted following intervention. Develop learning resources in mathematics to supplement learning under this key stage through division right shop. Teachers also under this grade level made follow-up on the progress of our learners through constant communication. For the second key stage, the following are the least learned competencies. Solves routine and non-routine problems involving division of decimals and whole numbers, performs a series of more than 2 operations on whole numbers applying PEMDAS correctly. These are the interventions conducted. Develop quality-assured summative assessment tools aligned with most essential learning competencies. And teachers also conducted online tutorials. In our third key stage, the junior high school, the following are the common least learned competencies. Solves problems involving rational algebraic expressions, radicals, quadratic equations, and inequalities. Writes a proof, both direct and indirect. Performs division of polynomial. The division through teachers' right shop have developed quality assured summative assessment to be used by teachers in the field. Teachers also in our junior high school have developed video lessons on selected topics under these competencies. Our teachers have also reached out to our learners in junior high school through online tutorials. And now for the fourth key stage, the senior high school, the following are the common least learned competencies. Solves problems involving functions, equations, and inequalities. Conic sections, areas of plane regions, and consumer loans. Teachers have provided the supplementary activities through virtual platform and reconduct summative assessment to other learners to improve their output. The division have also developed quality assured summative assessment. Aside from the modular modality, our senior high school teachers have also conducted online class.
Least learned competencies in science. For grade 3, quarter 1, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature. Number 1, solid to liquid to solid, liquid to gas, solid to gas. For quarter 2, identify the basic needs of humans, plants, and animals such as air, food, water, and shelter. Explain how living things depend on the environment to meet their basic needs. For grade 4 science, quarter 1, describe the changes in properties of materials when exposed to certain conditions such as temperature or mixed with other materials. For quarter 2, describe some types of beneficial and harmful interactions among living things. Describe the effects of interactions among organisms in their environment. The least learned competencies for grade 5. Quarter 1. Investigate changes that happen in materials under the following conditions. Number 1, presence of lack of oxygen. Number 2, application of heat. Design product out of local, recyclable, solid, or liquid materials in making useful products. For quarter 2, discuss the interactions among living things and non-living things in estuaries and intertidal zones. Explain the need to protect and conserve estuaries and intertidal zone. For grade 6, least learned competencies. Quarter 1, describe techniques in separating mixtures such as decantation, evaporation, filtering, sieving, and using magnet. For quarter 2, explain the need to protect and conserve tropical rainforests, coral reefs, and mangrove swamp. The intervention conducted or assistance extended for grade 3, 4, 5, and 6 science. There was a collaboration with the district LAC of Mati North District, and I gave inputs on content and pedagogy. I also attended LAC sessions and conducted INSEP, visited schools, and conducted technical assistance on unpacking of competencies. The least learned competencies for grade 7 science. Quarter 1, express concentrations of solutions quantitatively by preparing different concentrations of mixtures according to uses and availability of materials. For quarter 2, predict the effect of changes in abiotic factors on the ecosystem. The least learned competencies for grade 8. For quarter 1, explain the functions of circuit breakers, fuses, earthing, double insulation, and other safety devices in the home. For quarter 2, explain how typhoon develops and how it is affected by land masses and bodies of water. Please learn competencies for grade 9. Quarter 1. Differentiate the basic features and importance of photosynthesis and respiration. For quarter 2. Determine the percentage composition of a compound given its chemical formula and vice versa. For grade 10, quarter 1. Describe possible causes of plate movement. Quarter 2. Explain the operation of a simple electric motor and generator. Let's learn competencies for grade 11/12 Earth Science. Quarter 1. Describe how people generate waste, different types of waste, solid, liquid, and gaseous, as they make use of various materials and resources in their everyday life. Quarter 2. Describe how index of fossils, also known as guide fossils, are used to define and identify subdivisions of geologic time scale. The least learned competencies for grade 11/12 Earth and Life Science. Quarter 1. Cite ways to prevent or mitigate the impact of land development, waste disposal, and construction of structures on controlled coastal processes. Quarter 2. Describe how the present system of classification of organisms is based on evolutionary relationships. For grade 11 and 12 Earth Science, Quarter 1. Describe how people generate different types of waste, solid, liquid, and gaseous, as they make use of various materials and resources in everyday life. Quarter 2. Describe how index fossils, also known as guide fossils, are used to determine and identify subdivisions of the geologic time scale. For the intervention conducted and technical assistance extended for grade 7 to grade 12, teachers were able to attend and service trainings on cross-specialization of junior high school teachers on their non-majors and crafting of a teacher-made animation-based instructional materials, where teachers from grade 7 to grade 12 and even elementary teachers from grade 3 to grade 6 availed the training on the crafting of teacher-made animation-based instructional materials. I also attended LAC sessions because they invited me, as well as we organized and we collaborated with the principal and the PSDS for the LAC sessions that we will be doing in the respective districts and schools. I also monitored classes in different schools, elementary, secondary, as well as in the senior high school.
The list mastered competencies and its intervention in Araling Panlipunan. In case stage 1, there are 2. Natutukoy ang mga lugar na sensitibo sa panganib batay sa lokasyon at topografiya nito. Nakabubuo ng interpretasyon ng kapaligiran sa sariling lalawigan at karatig na mga lalawigan ng rehiyon gamit ang mapa. Case stage 2, nabibigyang halaga ang mga kontribusyon ng mga natatanging Pilipinong nagipaglaban para sa kalayaan. Case stage 3, na isasagawa ang mga angkop na hakbang sa CBDRRM plan. Case stage 4, there are 3. Determine how social science can be used to address social concerns. Second, recognize multidisciplinary and or interdisciplinary as an approach to looking at society. The third one, generate an analysis of a social phenomenon using at least 2 approaches from social sciences. The first intervention we conducted was the orientation on the utilization of learning material in Araling Panlipunan grade 3. This was participated by 94 grade 3 teachers. Future direction for this particular competency is to develop contextualized material wherein hazard zones in the community where the students reside will be identified. Another intervention we conducted was the 3D workshop, development of video lessons using PowerPoint as supplementary material. This was participated by 34 teachers in different grade levels. The third intervention is the ongoing webinar series in partnership with the Oriental State College of Science and Technology, Institute of Education and Teacher Training. This is coordinated by Dr. Leo Rizaldi Charlotte, our SEPs in Sokmum. The first topic was done already, attended by 290 teachers, mostly elementary teachers. It was about local history part 1. And the rest of the topics will address the concerns of senior high school teachers. For our future directions, conduct LAC sessions for those competencies not included in the interventions conducted.
Least learned competencies of MAP. These are the least learned competencies for grades 1, 2, and 3 for quarter 1, and with the technical assistance and the interventions conducted. For grade 1, music relates images to sound and silence within a rhythmic pattern. For technical assistance, conducted remedial instruction. For arts, describes the different styles of Filipino artists when they create portraits and still life. PE creates body shapes and actions. Technical assistance emphasized the creativity of Filipino artists on its famous arts exhibit. And then intervention conducted training on arts, conducted sports activities, coordinated with nutritionists for more information on proper diet. For grade 3, for health, identifies nutritional problems and additional information on nutrition. And now for grades 4, 5, and 6, MAPE. Now for music, in grade 4, performs rhythmic patterns in time signatures of 2/4, 3/4, and 4/4. And for arts, role plays ideas about the practices of the different cultural communities. For TAs, for more emphasis on the different beating pattern, emphasize the different cultural communities and its importance. Intervention conducted training on choir conducting, coordinated with tribal community for more information. For PE, observes safety precautions. For health, recognizes signs of healthy and unhealthy relationships. For TAs, identifies mural and drawing and its characteristics. Then emphasize proper exercise before engaging games. Health regularly undergoes health appraisal procedures. Then emphasize physical activities based on physical activity pyramid and proper health protocols. Now for grade 7, music improvises simple rhythmic melodic accompaniments to selected music from the lowlands of Luzon. Another is performs instruments, improvised instruments from Luzon lowlands. For arts, incorporates the design, form, and spirit of the highland, lowland artifacts and object in one's creation. For TAs, emphasize the rhythmic or melodic accompaniments in lowlands. Then emphasize design, form, and spirit. For intervention, conducted seminar on Philippine music, conducted seminar on arts and design. For PE, assesses the family's strengths and weaknesses in the components of HRF. Another, designs physical activities that promote cardiovascular and muscular fitness activities to family members. Health follows government policies in the prevention and control of HIV and AIDS, or the Philippine AIDS Prevention and Control Act. Another is applies decision-making skills in managing sexuality-related issues. For TAs, emphasize the importance of body, exercise even up to family member. Then proper orientation on the prevention of HIV and AIDS. For the intervention, conducted training on different songs of Southeast Asia, conducted arts and design training, conducted training on body exercise. Now for grade 9, music improvises appropriate accompaniment to selected music from medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque period. For arts, reflects on and derives the mood, idea, or message from selected artworks. For TAs, emphasize the history of music, emphasize the mood, idea, or message of different artworks. The intervention conducted training on the history of music, conducted training on arts and design. PE expresses a sense of purpose of belongingness by participating in physical activity related community services and programs. For health, participates in programs for consumer welfare and protection. For TAs, participate in community activities like sport, conducted training on sports. And now for the senior high school, for grade 11 and 12, this is purely for physical education and health only. Still for first quarter. Okay, now for grade 11, engages in moderate to vigorous physical activities for at least 60 minutes most days of the week in a variety of settings in and out of school. For the TAs, emphasize that sports need to join in community involvement in intervention, conduct information drive on sports, and coordinate with the local LGU sports. Now for grade 12, still physical education and health, differentiates types of eating or fueling for performance, emotional eating, social eating, eating while watching TV or dance events. For TAs, explains briefly the importance of sports and the pros and cons. No, then for the intervention, information drive on proper sports and activity protocols.
The common least learned competencies in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao for first and second quarters. Key Stage 1, Quarter 1, nakatutukoy ng mga kilos at gawain na nagpapakita ng pagmamahal at pagmamahal pagmamalasakit sa mga kasapi ng pamilya. Nakapagpapakita ng pagsunod sa mga tuntunin at pamantayang itinakda sa loob ng tahanan at natutukoy ang iba't ibang damdamin na nagpapamalas ng katatagan ng kalooban. Quarter 2, nakapagsasabi ng totoo sa magulang o nakakatanda at iba pang kasapi ng anak sa lahat ng pagkakataon upang maging maayos ang samahan. Nakapagbabahagi ng sariling karanasan o makabuluhang pangyayaring nagpapakita ng pag-unawa sa kalagayan o pangangailangan sa kapwa. Stage 2, Quarter 1, nakapagsasagawa ng may mapanuring pag-iisip ng tamang pamamaraan o pamantayan sa pagtuklas ng katotohanan. Nakapapahayag ng may katapatan ng sariling opinyon, ideya at saloobin tungkol sa mga sitwasyong may kinalaman sa sarili at pamilyang kinabibilangan at nakagagamit ng impormasyon. Quarter 2, nakapagpapakita ng paggalang sa iba sa oras ng pamamahinga. Nakapagbabahagi ng sariling karanasan o makabuluhang pangyayaring nagpapakita ng pag-unawa sa kalagayan o pangangailangan ng kapwa. Nakapagbibigay alam sa kinauukulan tungkol sa pagulungan at iba pa. Nakapagpapakita ng paggalang sa ideya o suhestyon. Stage 3, Quarter 1, na patutunayan kung bakit ang pamilya ay natural na institusyon ng pagmamahalan at pagtutulungan na nakatutulong sa pagpapaunlad ng sarili tungo sa makabuluhang pakikipagkapwa. Nakapagsusuri ng mga halimbawa ng pagsasaalang-alang sa kabutihang panglahat sa pamilya, paaralan, pamayanan o lipunan na ipaliliwanag na ang bawat punto ng makataong kilos ay kakikitaan ng kahalagahan ng deliberasyon ng isip at kilos loob sa paggawa ng moral na pasya at kilos. Nakapagsusuri ng mga pasyang ginagawa sa araw-araw batay sa paghusga ng konsyensya. Quarter 2 ay isasagawa ang isang gawaing tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga mag-aaral o kabataan sa paaralan o pamayanan sa aspektong intelektual, panlipunan, pangkabuhayan o politika. Nakapagsusuri ng kwentong buhay ng mga taong inilaan ang malaking bahagi ng kanilang buhay para sa pagboboluntaryo. Nakapagsusuri ng sariling kilos at pasya batay sa mga yugto ng makataong kilos at nakagagawa ng plano upang maitama ang kilos o pasya. Nakapagtataya ng kabutihan o kasamaan ng pasya o kilos sa isang sitwasyong may dilema batay sa layunin, paraan, tansya ni technical assistance provided. We have school visits, online coaching through group chat, and face-to-face mentoring. For the intervention, it is a priority in the following: school learning action cell and seminars or workshops in the school or
Okay, I'm sorry. Unmute again. Mute mode again. Thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Mati City, Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Aluna Uy, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Josie Balafer, our CID Chief, Dr. Gina Flores, and all education program supervisors in the division of Amati City. Daghang salamat po. Okay, so next online we have the island, the garden city of Samal.
My warmest greetings to our regional educational leaders, headed by RD Alan G. Farnaso and ARD Maria Ines C. Asuncion, with all the schools division superintendents and assistant schools division superintendents of Region 11, good morning. The schools division of Island Garden City of Samal will have this order of presentation of list learned competencies, interventions, and technical assistance in the different learning areas. English and ASP by Charisma L. Ambrona, Filipino by Lourdes C. Manlapos, Science by Dr. Alan B. Balisbis, Mathematics by Junelo C. Fornolies, EPPTLE by Mary Ann O. Eliseo, Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Nover M. Intong, MAPI by Romulo A. Eliseo, MTBMLE by Jesusa P. Ambrona. I welcome you all to the Division of Fulfillment, ang Islang Maanyag, the Island Garden City of Samal.
Good day, everyone. This is Charisma Llorente Ambrona, the Division English and ESP Coordinator. Let me start with English Quarter 1 and 2 Least Mastered Competencies. For Key Stage 1 in English, listening skills and writing skills were the least mastered. While for Key Stage 2, vocabulary, writing, and critical thinking skills were least mastered. For Key Stage 3, vocabulary skills, reading, speaking, writing, research and study skills, and critical thinking skills were least mastered. For Key Stage 4, writing skills, the 21st century skills on communication, creativity, technology literacy, and critical thinking skills were least mastered. Now, for Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao or ESP, application of the MELCs to real-life situations were least mastered for Key Stage 1 to 3. While for Key Stage 4, 21st century skills and communication, creativity, and critical thinking skills were least mastered. And here are the different least mastered competencies for ESP from Key Stage 1 to 4. Now, let's move to the intervention and policy recommendation of English and Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. To address these least mastered competencies through the project ESL or English for Samalenyo Learners and Upright Samal, appearing Righteous Samalenyo Learners as program banners for English and ESP respectively, the Schools Division Office conducted the webinar workshop on Bridging the Distance Together, paper-based and offline online English and ESP instruction on March 22 to 24, 2021. Hence, topics on paper-based instruction, digital teaching and learning principles, video lesson explainer, summative test with TOS, keeping students engaged and motivated during remote teaching and learning were discussed in the plenary. Specific talk on practical strategies of digital content and learning principles in English was highlighted among English teachers. While for ESP teachers, different approaches and strategies for remote teaching in values education was underscored. Another intervention activity conducted by the CID office was the webinar on performance-based assessment on March 30 to 31, 2021, where English and ESP teachers participated. Application and implementation of the learnings on the use of busy sheets and power sheets and lesson video explainer as supplementary materials of modular instruction, as well as using the GRASP model for authentic assessment, commenced after the webinar, while crafting the summative test with TOS is expected to be further improved through Slack sessions. Now, as our way forward, monitoring of the implementation of English and ESP instruction using the mentioned instructional materials and assessment tools are to be strengthened and intensified. For the policy recommendation, number 1, monitoring on the implementation of the paper-based and offline-online English and ESP instruction on busy sheets and power sheets and video lesson explainer shall be supervised by the school head and the CID with the crafted M&E tool specific for this area. Assessments on summative tests with TOS and performance-based shall be implemented and monitored. Further session during Slack on the classification of questions according to Bloom's taxonomy shall be done to reinforce the learning during the webinar. Number 3, school heads shall have a regular discussion with the English and ESP teachers on the said implementation to facilitate continuous improvement of the English and ESP instruction and shall submit necessary feedback for technical assistance needed from the school's division office. That would be all, and God bless everyone.
At ngayon, sa asignaturang Filipino. Unang yugto, unang baitang, ikalawa at ikatlong baitang. Ikalawang yugto, ikaapat, ikalima at ika-anim na baitang. Ikatlong yugto, ikapito, ikawalo, ikasyam at ikasampung baitang. At ikaapat na yugto ang ating 11 at 12 baitang. Interbensyon, una, pagsagawa ng pagmamasid sa mga paaralan. Ikalawa, pagbibigay mungkahi sa mga punong guro na gumawa ng mga activity sheets at iba pang kagamitan ang mga guro. At ikatatlo, pagkaroon ng regular na pakikipag-ugnayan sa group chat o messenger. At para sa tulong teknikal, una, pakikiisa sa isinagawang pagsasanay sa performance-based assessment. Ikalawa, pagbibigay mungkahi sa mga punong guro na magkaroon ng performance task na naaayon sa kakayahan ng mga mag-aaral. Ikatatlo, pagbibigay tulong teknikal sa paghahanda ng pangangailangan sa gagawing pampaaralang pagsasanay. At ikaapat, paggabay sa gurong magpresenta ng performance task sa isinagawang pagsasanay sa performance-based assessment. At para sa rekomendasyong pampulisiya na pagtantong kailangang magkaroon ng pagsasanay ang mga guro sa Filipino upang mapahusay ang kakayahan sa pagtuturo ng mga kasanayang ito. Ang mga guro ay kailangang makagawa ng mga kagamitang pampagtuturo tulad ng instructional videos at magbigay ng performance task gamit ang rubric sa pagtatasa at GRASP bilang pamamaraan sa asignaturang Filipino at sa iba pang asignatura o across learning area. Maraming salamat.
Good morning, everyone. I am Alan D. Balisbis, the Science Supervisor of the Island Garden City of Samal. I'd like to present to you my consolidated list of mastered competencies by case stage. For K-Stage 1 in Grade 3, Quarter 1, I have only 2 LLCs, while in Quarter 2, there are 5. For K-Stage 2, in Grade 4, for the first and second quarter, only 1 Let's Learn competency. For Grade 5 and 6, I have 2. For K-Stage 3, Grade 7, 8, 9, and 10, for first and second quarter, there are only 1 List Learn competencies in each grade level. For K-Stage 4, that involves the Earth and Life Science, Earth Science, General Biology, and General Physics, here are the List Learn competencies for first and second quarter. Now let us have the technical assistance provided. Conducted orientation to parents on the rules to modular learning. Conducted follow-up, answer questions about modules through text, call, and group chat. Constant communication with parents and students for monitoring to inform about their progress and provides assistance. Mentor the learners on how to utilize the local and indigenous materials for the conduct of simple experiment at home. Send links on educational websites such as Khan Academy, PET Simulation, TEDx, and Lipid Commons to learn the essential concepts. Provided remedial activities through Messenger and conducted home visitation. Now let's have the interventions conducted to address the List Learn competencies. Provided activity tasks that will suit the learning needs of the learners. Provided videos, printed and digital copies of instructional materials about the difficult topics to supplement learning for further remediation. Give virtual assistance to learners that need help in understanding and answering activities in modules. Modified performance tasks according to learners' needs. Then provided remedial activities and assessment. Extended the time to identify learners with difficulties in catching up lessons. And distributed books as their additional references. Let's have the policy recommendations. First, strengthen the capacity building for teachers and school heads on distance learning modality. Include also the parents since they are the ones teaching their children at home. Number 2, as much as possible, lessen the contact time of the teachers in module printing. Instead, give them more time to follow up their learners to ensure that competencies are taught. Third, forge more support from stakeholders like LGUs and private institutions and individuals on mechanism to support learners' education during pandemic. And the last, open the schools, especially to those that are not high-risk areas. Thank you.
Good day. These are the list mastered competencies in mathematics for quarter 1 and quarter 2 by K-Stage school year 2020-2021. These are the list mastered competencies in K-Stage 1 for quarter 1 and quarter 2. List mastered competencies for K-Stage 2 from grades 4 to 6. List mastered competencies in K-Stage 3 from grade 7 to grade 10. And list mastered competencies in K-Stage 4, statistics and probability, pre-calculus, and business mathematics. These are the interventions conducted to address the list learned competencies, encourage parents to assess their children in answering and reviewing the topics in the modules, conduct home visitations to those pupils who are struggling in math, and observe health protocols. Provide learners supplementary learning materials, activities that help enhance their mastery of the topic, activities based on the level of their understanding of the topic. Limit the number of modules to be given to learners. Give the students sample practical problems starting from the direct substitution formula type problems to a more complicated problem exercise the application of mathematical concepts. And create an instructional video that will guide the learners to answer each part of the SLM. Technical assistance provided additional activity sheets to enhance their learning. Advise the teachers to give activities suited to systematic and explicit instruction with process kits. Conducted training on performance-based assessment. Conducted training on creating video presentations, class presentations in relation to the topic. And conducted training on creating an instructional video that will guide the learners to answer its problem. And the policy recommendations for assessments to be accurate, teachers need multiple measures of students' understanding. And teachers need evidence gathered over time in different ways to evaluate how effective the teaching and learning process has been. Teachers should follow standards on giving assessments to make sure that everyone delivers quality work and to produce quality students. Teachers should give or provide videos in every milk that can be used in offline for remote teaching opportunities to expand exponentially. And teachers will give performance tasks using rubrics with graphs method. Thank you and good day.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting to you the list learned competencies in APP TLE TVL from case stage 2 to 4, including the interventions conducted and the technical assistance provided, as well as the policy recommendations. I will start from the case stage 2 per grade level only because of the time limit given. So these are the case stage 2 from grades 4 to 6. Next is the list learned competencies in TLE case stage 3 from grade 7 to 10. If you noticed, I selected only the common exploratories and specializations offered by the 25 junior high schools and only one list learned competency being presented. Case stage 4, list learned competencies in the TVL track, but we selected or choose only the common offering of the 18 senior high schools of this division because of the limited time. Interventions conducted to address list learned competencies, conducted survey, monitored the implementation of EPP TLE TVL curriculum, provided instructional videos, facilitated and monitored the implementation of the GDBP in the TVL specializations for grade 12, provided and quality assured the self-learning modules in EPP TLE TVL, and in the future capacitate the EPP TLE TVL teachers in June and August 2021. Technical assistance provided lesson exemplars and instructional videos to enhance teaching learning process, provided feedback to school heads and teachers during monitoring of schools, facilitated the EPP TLE TVL teachers during webinar on performance-based assessment, conducted mentoring and coaching during school visitations to EPP TLE TVL teachers, conducted online meetings, conferences to school heads and EPP TLE TVL teachers. Teaching the subject in EPP TLE TVL, EPs and teachers shall provide instructional videos based on the list learned competencies. Teachers shall give performance tasks using rubrics with grasp method within or across subject areas.
Good morning. These are the lessons learned mastered competency in Araling Panlipunan, Quarter 1 and Quarter 2 by case stage. Case stage 1, less mastered competencies composed of grades 1 to 3. Case stage 2, less learned mastered competencies composed of grade 4 to 6. Case stage 3, less mastered competency composed of grade 7 to 10. Case stage 4, less mastered competency in senior high school. Intervention conducted to address list learned competency as shown in the slides. and technical assistance that commensurate and answer the needs of teachers and learners. For policy recommendation, as stated in the slides, we have number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. This policy recommendation is expected to be adopted by our regional and division and school in all across the region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Romulo Eliseo, the EPS in MAPE of the Island Garden City of Samal. Today, I would like to present to you the List Learn competency in MAPE. Let me start with the first slide. This is for the key stage 1. As you can see, the first column is for music, the second is arts, the third is physical education and health. Now, the first row is for grade 1, the second is for grade 2, and the third is grade 3. And all of the competency or list learn competencies are actually ranked first. And now let me proceed to the key stage 3. This is for junior high school. The first row is for music, the second also is for arts, the third is physical education, and the last is for health. And this is for grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, and grade 10. For the last slide, stage 4 for Hope 11.
Okay, so that was the Island Garden City of Samal. Thank you very much and congratulations to the Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Wenny Batoon, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Emma Campo Redondo, CID Chief, Dr. Chona Calatrava, and all education program supervisors in the division of IGACOS. Ayan, maraming salamat po. And now we would like to inform you that we are having a working lunch. So the division presentations will continue. As we are now calling on the next division, it's the division of Digos City to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Beverly Daog Daog.
Hello, good noon, everybody. RD Parnaso, good noon to our assistant RD also. RD, ARD Asuncion, to our SDSS and ESDSS, particularly our own SDS here in Digos City Division, Ma'am Christy Epe, and our ESDS also, Mr. Basilio Manaay, to the Chief of the CLMD, Dr. Aldiger, the regional EPS, the division EPS, and PSDSS. To everybody, again, good noon. For Digos City Division, we agreed that the presentation will be done by me, but of course, with the effort, with the contribution of the different EPS and also the other PSDS assigned for a certain learning area. Now, in our presentation, we will be presenting, of course, the least learned or least mastered competencies, but I will not be reading them to you anymore, just to be having a run through of those. And then what I am going to read are the interventions per learning area, and then, of course, the generalized analysis and the recommendation. So here they are. Now, for the division of Digo City, let me present to you first our EPS and one PSDS handling one subject area. Of course, we have the picture there for science, Filipino, AP, EPP, for MAPE, ESP, for kindergarten, for mathematics, and for MTB, and for English. Now, these are the least mastered competencies for science. So, run through lang ito ha. So, hindi ko na babasahin. Matutulog na kayo dyan. But for the interventions, no, in consideration to those least mastered competencies, the in charge for this are having this in mind or actually doing some of these already. One is to provide additional quality assured learning resources through the organized development team to ensure that the learning materials are aligned with the MELs. Another is the conduct of inset for teachers on technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge, with the teachers as target participants aimed to enhance the capacity of science teachers who are non-science majors. Then these are for Filipino, least mastered competencies. Then another for quarter 2. And for interventions and recommendations, we have number 1, paggabay sa mga guro sa pagtuklas sa pinakadulot-dulo na kahinaan ng mga mag-aaral upang ang angkop na interbensyon ay maidulog sa mga batang nangangailangan ng karampatang tulong. Pangalawa, pagbahagi ng angkop na estratehiya upang madali mag-aaral ang mga kasanayang mahirap intindihin at unawain. Next is on araling panlipunan. Quarter 1, least mastered competencies. Then another is for quarter 2. And then here are the recommended interventions also. Implementation of Project Lambo. So because we have our Project Lambo here in Digo City, then for the AP, that is through the conduct of training on decoding pedagogy in time of COVID-19 pandemic. This is a division training learned competencies. This is a virtual training of all teachers about online teaching, supplementary materials writing, and digitization of strategies. And another is strengthen school monitoring of remediation strategies and parent-teacher communications. Then, least learned or least mastered competences for EPP TLE. Then this is for quarter 2. And then for interventions, as realized by our EPP TLE focal, that there is a need to align exploratory courses to have a uniform offerings is proficiency and access. This is particularly for junior high school. So for this, TLE learning materials can be shared to schools and results of assessment per school is easily tracked and the giving of technical assistance is feasible and focused. Next, for MAPE, least mastered competencies for quarter 1, and then 2, and this is now the realization and recommended intervention. Most of the identified least mastered competencies in MAPE are in music and arts. Most elementary teachers need to improve their skills
Hello, Ma'am Beverly. Excuse me. Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think you are on mute mode, ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Beverly. Can you check your mic, ma'am? Can you switch it on? You are in mute mode. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Bebs. I think she has a problem on connectivity. Okay, Ma'am Bebs, I think there's that technical glitch. Can you check your mic? You were in mute mode a while ago, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sorry, you were on mute mode a while ago. Can
Yes.
you please
Yes,
continue? Okay,
hindi ko
we
na
will check. We will check your mic, please.
Yes.
Okay, same
Can
thing
you
with
continue, sir?
Iga Cost kanina. We're very sorry for the intermittent connectivity. I think you have a problem with the mic. Can you check it on, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Can I continue?
Sige. Okay na, okay. Isasalang ka na namin on the air now. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, Ma'am Bebs, please take it away.
Where am I now? Okay, okay. Sorry. Am I in MTB? Can I be seen now? Okay, MTB already. So for the intervention, is it MTB? Ah, yeah. Okay. So that's for MTB. Okay na ang aking sound. Yes. My apology. So let me continue now for MTB, interventions and recommendations. That's teaching, reading online, and then constant communication with the learning facilitators, and then the conduct of training to learning facilitators also on beginning reading. Then, okay. For a while, this is for English. And then, please tell me pag mawawala ang aking microphone. Okay, for English, these are the least mastered competencies. And then the intervention. Intensify the use of literacy strategies by giving technical assistance to all master teachers. And these master teachers will also be conducting in their respective schools. Now, these are the generalized analysis, no? Based on monitoring and observations also. Number 1, learners in Key Stage 1 has more difficulty in learning reading as they depend highly on parents' assistance. 2, more additional instructional materials are needed to be used for remediation and enrichment activities that are suited to each learning need and style. Number 3, a number of modules are answered by parents. Number 4, LMC said to late submission of SLMs to the teacher that resulted to lesser time of assessment. Temporary closure of schools delayed the distribution of SLMs. Number 6, there is a need to align exploratory courses and TLE to have uniform offerings to ease proficiency and access. That is aligning these exploratory subjects in all junior high school, no? Offering the same subjects. Now let me proceed to the recommendation. Here are our recommendations. provide additional quality assured learning resources. Number 2, conduct of training facilitators on beginning reading. Number 3, in-service training of teachers on technology, that is on online teaching, digitization strategies, and then pedagogy and content knowledge, literacy strategies, supplementary materials writing also. Another is strengthen school monitoring of remediation strategies and the parent-teacher communications. So this is in connection with the use of the individual monitoring plan also, for especially for those students who need thorough or immediate assistance also, especially our SARDOS and PARDOS. And then with the ADM. And then another recommendation is the conduct of block sessions to enhance basic skills in teaching, LMCs, and preparation of the assessment. And then aligning exploratory majors, or what is this? Offerings to ease proficiency and access. So these are all. Thank you very much and good noon to everybody. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Division of Digos City, Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Christy Epe, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Basilio Manaay, CID Chief Dr. Beverly Daog-Daog, and all education program supervisors in the Division of Digos City. Thank you once again and congratulations. And now we are giving back at this time for the IGA course for the remaining minutes. I'm sorry for the intermittent connectivity. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the IGA course on their presentation.
Today, I would like to present to you the Let's Learn competency in MAPE. Let me start with the first slide. This is for the key stage 1. As you can see, the first column is for music, the second is arts, the third is physical education and health. Now, the first row is for grade 1, the second is for grade 2, and the third is grade 3. And all of the competency or Let's Learn competencies are actually ranked first. And now let me proceed to the key stage 3. This is for junior high school. The first row is for music. The second also is for arts. The third is physical education, and the last is for health. And this is for grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, and grade 10. For the last slide, this is for case stage 4, for Hope 11 and Hope 12. And all of the Let's Learn competencies are taken from the survey of the division to the schools. And the interventions are the following: and technical assistance. Okay, so thank you. For the policy recommendation, let me read to you. The first is school heads shall make sure that teachers are providing blended instructions to students. The teachers should provide supplemental activities online or offline to address the least learned competencies. Considering the limited resources of the Division of Island Garden City of Samal and in compliance with the IATF guidelines, all districts shall initiate district lock on content and pedagogy in MAPI, focusing on least learned mastered skill. Face-to-face training in MAPI during this pandemic shall be allowed because teaching this subject requires skills from the teachers, wherein the biggest portion of the students' grades derive from the performance of learners. Thank you and good morning.
Good day, everyone. This is Jesusa P. Ambrona, the Education Program Supervisor of IMTB MLE in the Island Garden City of Samal. This is the consolidated list of least mastered competencies in case stage 1. The least learned competencies in case stage 1 mother tongue for quarters 1 and 2. These are the least mastered competencies. The intervention and the technical assistance provided advised school heads and teachers concerned to access the links on educational video lessons and other learning resources at DepEd Commons, downloaded and provided to learners, especially on identified least mastered competencies that can be accessed online and offline. Provided contextualized activity sheets, worksheets to learners. Organize the group chat for mother tongue subject for K-3 teachers for easy, accessible, open provision of technical assistance whenever teachers encountered difficulties. Conducted virtual training for K-3 teachers on assessing, planning, implementing, and evaluating reading intervention. Conducted school monitoring, tracking on BELCP implementation, and capacitated parents on facilitating learning at home and made the reading and literacy box. For policy recommendation, to access the DepEd Commons for instructional video lessons, activity sheets, worksheets, and other learning resources available at the portal. Provision of free internet connectivity to all teachers for the online classes. And to implement looping in case stage 1. Good day and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Division of Igacos. And now we move on to the next division. It's Davao Oriental, to be facilitated by Dr. Jean Pelayo, the CID Chief.
Good morning, Region 11. This is the division of Davao Oriental signing on. I would like to present to you our education program supervisors to discuss with us the list, mastered competences, and also the interventions they have conducted. And this is for the deliverance of equality education and excellent instructions in the new normal.
Magandang araw, DepEd Region 11. Today, I would like to present to you the most least learned competencies in aling panlipunan in elementary, focusing in grade 3, and in the secondary, focusing in grade 7. The grade 3 least learned or most least learned competency is in week 8, which is na ipapaliwanag ang wastong pangangasiwa ng mga pangunahing likas na yaman ng sariling lalawigan at rehiyon. Ito ay AP3, LAP, IG-H2, week 8. The cause of these least learned competencies as analyzed, first is the difficulty in independent learning. Second, adjustment to new normal, the new modality. Poor reading comprehension. Some learners failed to completely answer the module. Lack of follow-ups from parents. The intervention conducted to address the LLC are provided supplemental materials, conducted online monitoring on learners' progress, parents' follow-ups, conducted remediation and enrichment classes, monitored consistently learners who are lagging behind, communicated parents, guardian, and learners for the academic performance. For the secondary, grade 11, nasusuri ang yamang likas ang mga implikasyon ng kapaligiran pisikal sa pamumuhay ng mga Asyano noon at ngayon. One of the causes of the problem, why is it that these competencies become less learned? First is that cannot read well and poor in comprehension. Most of the students in junior high school, they were not serious in answering the modules. Parents are very busy. They have no time to assess their children. Some students living in the very far places, no potential neighbors can assess them. The interventions conducted to address the least learning competencies in grade 7 are provided supplemental materials, conducted online monitoring on learners' progress, parents follow-up, conducted remediation and enrichment classes, monitored consistently learners who are lagging behind, communicated parents, guardians of learners' academic performance. That's all. Thank you.
Good morning, Region 11. English, Davao Oriental version, gather the least learned or least mastered competencies. And as a supervisor, I noticed that there are competencies which we left out that were also unmastered in schools. What we submitted to the region were the very repetitive competencies of which some schools are finding, our students in some schools are finding difficult. While it's tempting to be giving a divisionally administered intervention, I thought of its difficulty, the fact that each learner has a different context, they have different learning style, they are in different topography. So what I did for English was to fill a memorandum in such a manner that it would capture their accountability to answer. Each teacher will have the accountability rather to answer and to intervene in those difficulties. So the only thing I can do with the fielded memorandum as to capture their accountability in each of these least mastered competency is to monitor how are they complying with the interventions they had submitted to the office. And that's for English and Davao Oriental. I can only say with the learning continuity plan, we are working in Davao Oriental.
Least learned competencies in EPP-TLESP-TVE from first quarter to second quarter. Grade 4 EPP, first quarter na isasagawa ang wastong pag-aani, pagsasapamilihan ng mga halamang ornamental. Second quarter na kagagawa ng table at chart gamit ang word processing. Grade 5 EPP, first quarter na kagagawa ng talaan ng mga kagamitan at kasangkapan na dapat ihanda upang makapagsimula sa pag-aalaga ng hayop at isda. Second quarter na gagamit ang word processing tool. Grade 6 EPP, first quarter proper way of planting, propagating trees and fruit-bearing trees, budding, mark-oting and grafting. Second quarter uses functions and formulas in an electronic spreadsheet tool to perform advanced calculations on numerical data. Grade 7 TLESP-TVE, Industrial Arts, first quarter carry out measurement and calculations. Second quarter prepare tools and materials for the task. Agri-Fisher Arts, first quarter clean tools and equipment after use in line with farm procedures. Second quarter identify common types of poultry houses. ICT, second quarter maintains hand tools. Home economics, first quarter observes sustainable food consumption and production. Second quarter take accurate body measurement. Grade 8, SPTVE, Industrial Arts Automotive, first quarter move and position vehicle according to job specification. Second quarter conduct final quality checks on complete work order in accordance with company standard. Home economics, first quarter conduct the inventory of tools and equipment. Second quarter no list learned competencies. Industrial arts masonry, second quarter use appropriate form in requesting for masonry tools, supplies and materials for a specific job. Grade 9 TLE, home economics cookery, first quarter follow cleaning schedule based on enterprise procedures. Second quarter select and use correct equipment in preparing salad and dressing.
Grade 10 PLE, Home Economics. Cookery, first quarter. Cook various types of starch and cereal dishes. Second quarter. Cook variety of vegetable dishes following to appropriate cooking methods to preserve optimum quality and nutrition.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Ang ating ibabahagi sa inyo ay ang least mastered competency sa asignaturang Filipino. Sa elementary level, naisasalaysay muli ang teksto ng may tamang pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga pangyayari sa tulong ng pamatnubay na tanong at balangkas. Ang intervention ibinigay, magbigay ng karagdagang gawain o activity sheets sa mga mag-aaral, magbigay ng karagdagang babasahing teksto lalo na sa mga mag-aaral na hirap sa pagbasa at pag-unawa, pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga magulang at mag-aaral sa pamamagitan ng pagbisita sa kanilang mga bahay na may dala na palabas o video na may kaugnayan sa paksang pinag-aaralan. Sa sekundarya naman, nabibigyang puna ang estilo ng may akda batay sa mga salita at ekspresyong ginamit sa akda at ang bisa ng paggamit ng mga salitang nagpapahayag ng matinding damdamin. Intervensyong ibinigay, magbigay ng mga karagdagang gawain na may kaugnayan sa paksang pinalakay upang magawa ang inaasahang output. Pagbisita sa mga bahay ng mga mag-aaral na may dalang video na may kaugnayan sa paksang pinag-aaralan.
Good morning. This is the Best Learned Competencies in MAPI. The music component identifies the values of the notes rests used in a particular song. We let them provide instructional materials such as social media, objects, activity sheets, and others, and conduct home visitation for enrichment activities following the health protocols from the IATF. In arts component, creates personal or class logo as visual representation that can be used as a product, brand, and trademark. We provide instructional materials such as social media, objects, activity sheets, and others. Conduct home visitation for enrichment activities following the health protocols from the IATF. For physical education, assesses regularly participation in physical activities based on the Philippines Physical Activity Pyramid. We let them provide instructional materials such as social media, objects, activity sheets, and others. We also conduct home visitation for enrichment activities following the health protocols from the IATF. And health component explains the importance of undergoing health appraisal procedures. Then we provide instructional materials, social media, and others. We also conducted home visitation for enrichment activities, but still following the health protocols from the IATF. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As regards mathematics in Davao Oriental, most common least learned competencies in mathematics in grades 4 to 6. It is on solving routine and non-routine problems involving addition, subtraction, and multiplication of fractions using appropriate problem-solving strategies and tools. So to help the teachers as regards addressing this problem, so teachers are encouraged to create group chat or GC for school parents communication, the sharing of information and links that can be shared to the parents through Messenger. And also, the teachers could have provide links for educational videos to students, or teachers may conduct home visitation and able neighbors for support and
Record na ba?
sige na to.
Oh, i-concert kang takay mga kompod para ma-plaster na daan mo.
Oh, sige.
Para makuha na daan.
Ito man.
Siya ko.
Wala na record?
Concern sa technical.
Ay, salamat.
Ito na records.
Bakit ba may to give technical assistance? Di na ako dapat i-mention. Di ba, Ma?
Yes, sir.
Di ko may technical assistance provided, interventions conducted. Lain man kung ako nang i-mention, di ba?
So, tama gito ang imong answer.
Basically, kay buong po, technical assistance, intervention, di po ko'y. Ay, kulban ko.
Okay, sir. Ready na ka, sir.
Okay, bye. Good morning, everyone.
Start tawing. Start in 10 seconds.
Good morning, everyone. Davao Oriental, the most common least learned competencies in mathematics, grades 4 to 6, is on solving routine and non-routine problems involving addition, subtraction, and multiplication of fractions using appropriate problem-solving strategies and tools. So to address this problem, teachers are encouraged to create group chat or GC for school parents communication. Also, teachers are advised to or encouraged to conduct home visitation and tap able neighbors for support. And perhaps learning facilitators also can help the learners address the problem. Also give additional activities and supplementary reading materials that are aligned with the competency and are appropriate to the learners. Also, teachers are encouraged to establish strong teacher-parent collaboration to ensure involvement and support in the learning process of the children. Also, teachers may provide links of educational videos so that students could easily understand this kind of competency.
Good day, Region 11. Would like to present to you the least mastered competencies in science of Davao Oriental in accordance to increasing degree of complexity of the order thinking skills, of which are the following: classifying, predicting, evaluating, synthesizing, analyzing, and creating. For the topic matter, we have difficulty in the properties of matter, characteristics of solids, liquids, and gases, changes in materials. For topic living things and their environment, we have parts and functions, the coordinated functions of the human system, ecosystems, the interactions of the living and non-living things. Heredity is more in inheritance and variation. The topic force, force and motion, we have difficulty in moving objects, the sources and uses of light and sounds, heat and electricity. For earth and space, difficulty in weather and the water in the environment. So the technical assistance interventions provided, we have provision of simplified activities and supplementary activity sheets to help the learners understand the lesson, as support from the parents and other members of the family, regular follow-up of the learners' performance, conduct remedial classes during home visitation, and explain
the lesson through any means of communication and use teach, review, and reteach process. For grades 11 and 12, we have cell cycle under control points, stages of mitosis and meiosis, movement of plates leads to the formation of folds and faults, common rock formation, distinguishing major features of glycolysis, Krebs cycle and electron transport system, and process of genetic engineering. Technical assistance provided as well as the interventions encourage them to technology through searching in the internet, vision of additional links, again, tutorial through voice recorder, chatting, through messenger and sending videos to the student, regular follow-up of learners, conduct LAC section and small group discussion, and provision of scheduled individual coaching. So that's all for the science list mastered competencies, and thank you.
Laging handa. Laging handa. Baha, tagtuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo. Mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ng paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras.
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot, pagkain, kumot, pang sindi, first aid kit. Mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang matadaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education,
with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Davao Oriental. Schools Division Superintendent Rinaldo Meliorida, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Genevieve Francisquete, CID Chief Dr. Jean Pilayo, and all Education Program Supervisors in the Division of Davao Oriental. Maraming salamat ho. And now we proceed, bilis-bilisan natin, isasalang na next ang Division ng Davao Occidental to be facilitated by CID Chief Felix Anticresto.
Turning your visions into reality. Edukasyon posible sa Davao Occidental. These are the taglines the Division of Davao Occidental has been known of. But we just don't want to be known for this. We wanted to make them happen. Being the youngest division in the entire of Region 11, the Schools Division of Davao Occidental remains consistent with its purpose and has always been supportive of DepEd's mandate to achieve higher learning outcomes for the learners. It adheres to the objectives of DepEd to battle against illiteracy. On April 14, 2021, the Davao Occidental Division, through the Curriculum Implementation Division, or CID, conducted the one-day interfacing for division analysis and utilization of the least learned competencies by learning area. Education program supervisors of the different learning areas with their tandem Public Schools District Supervisor, or PSDS, were present during the said activity. Each learning area presented the consolidated least learned competencies for the first and second quarter, the technical assistance provided, and the policy recommendations to address the needs of the learners. The data presented were keenly gathered from the districts and secondary schools within the division and were carefully consolidated. The education program supervisors were given ample time to present the report from the challenges encountered in the content delivery through the distance learning delivery modality, challenges in the conduct of the learner's assessment, list of least learned or mastered competencies, in the interventions and technical assistance provided, and lastly, their crafted policy recommendations based on the issues and challenges presented.
So first, the challenges and issues encountered in the content delivery through the DLDM or the MELDs. Okay, so classroom instruction vanish. Virtual and technological advancement is needed to pursue quality instruction expecting quality output. Yet, hampered by the learners' available gadgets at home and the will to manipulate gadgets. Another is the slow internet connection and learners' deprivation to its access. The complementary and broader roles of parents, guardians, and other household partners and members of the community to support the learning process of the students at home. So, ang isa na pinaka-importante this time ay yung mga parents at saka yung guardians sa bahay who can assess or assist the students or the learners. Okay, for the policy recommendation, me as EPS, I recommend or I suggest siguro na we will use or utilize yung available na LMs and PGs na nasa schools. Pero make sure na based din ito sa MELS.
We have the key stages. Let's start with grade 1. For music, identification with similar and dissimilar musical lines. Ito ang pinakamahirap kasi. Okay? With arts for grade 1, create design inspired by Philippine flowers, jeepneys, Filipino fiesta, decorations, parol, geometric shapes found in nature and school using primary and secondary colors. In PE, engage in fun and enjoy physical activities with coordination of the teacher and the PEI, technical assistance and intervention plan. We have to provide videos and printed materials. The policy recommendation, call attention of parents, guardians through the phone calls or the home visitation. Provide other alternative workbooks and teacher and teacher-made materials.
For our least mastered competencies, first quarter, na ilalarawan ang pansariling pangangailangan, pagkain, kasutan, at iba pa at bigliin para sa Pilipinas. For our second quarter, na ilalarawan ang sariling pamilya batay sa A. Komposisyon, B. Kaugalian at paniniwala, C. Pinagmulan at tungkulin at karapatan ng bawat kasakit. Another competency is natutukoy ang mga mahalagang pangyayari at pagbabago sa buhay, simula isilang hanggang kasalukuyan, edad, gamit at ang mga larawan at timeline. For our grade first quarter, nasusuri ang iba't ibang lalawigan sa region ayon sa mga katangiang pisikal at magkakilanlang hieroglyphical nito gamit ang mapang topografiya ng region. Our technical assistance provided, we have home visitation, remedial activities, tutorial, mentoring and coaching to slow learners. For intervention conducted, we have provided the learners with more basic activity sheets that develop the learning content, relate topics of real-life situation, simplify, modify the instructions of each activity. So these are the least master competencies for MTBMLE grade 1 quarter 1. So use the terms referring to convention of print, the front and back cover, beginning, ending, title, page, author, and illustrator. Then read grade 1 level words, phrases, and sentences with appropriate speed and accuracy. Express ideas through words or phrases using both invented and conventional spelling. Information from various sources, pictures, graphs, illustrations, and charts. Identify cause and effect of events in a story, listen to. Illustrate the specific events in a story read. Read those first quarter. Use the combination of affixes and root words as clues to get the meaning of words. Express ideas through poster making, example ads, character profiles, news reports, lost and found, using stories as springboard. Construct a variety of sentences, observing appropriate punctuation marks. So the technical assistance or intervention conducted, use real objects such as books for the reading material, give reading materials to the pupils. Seek parents' help through guiding their children in reading. Provide activity sheets.
For EPP 4, 5, and 26, we have the following. For agriculture, that's for quarter 1, and for quarter 2 is entrepreneurship and ICT. Iba-iba ang kada quarter nila. So, naisagawa ang wastong pag-aanit, pagsasapimilihan ng mga halamang ornamental. Mahirap sa mga bata yun. okay lang ang magtanim. Pero pag market na ng kanilang pananim, mahirap na yon. ICT, ito yung competency na list talaga sa nakita kong submitted. Natatalakay ang mga panganib na dulot ng mga di kanais-nais na mga software, mga virus at saka mga malware. So this is course 7 and 8 and these are mini courses offered to our schools. So bawat quarter, ibang specialization. So wala quarter 1 and quarter 2 per specialization. These are the list master. Pinili ko lang din. For ICT, that is for CSS, interpret technical drawing. Pag walang nakakatulong sa kanila sa bahay, list talaga yun. Paano pag-interpret ng technical drawing na ibinibigay ni teacher o kaya nasa module. Carry out mensuration and calculation na walang makapagturo sa kanya. And for dressmaking, resolving common machine troubles and its remedies. Paano sila makaresolve na wala silang makina? So these are the things provided and interventions conducted by teachers based on their reports. There are online kumustahan and social media platforms use social media platforms as supplemental learning. Utilization of YouTube, video clips, audio clips, home visitation, teacher developed activity sheets yung kanina. Kapag sa Moodle mahirap intindihin, and then pag check ng teacher, pagbalik, gagawa talaga ng teacher ng teacher-made na mga activities na madaling maintindihan ng mga bata. Online teaching and coaching. May dalawang schools tayo na gumamit ng kanilang learning management system. We have the Santa Maria National High School, and I think Heracles is using LMS. And then hands-on activities in school laboratories. There are schools who really reported sa SMAU, halimbawa, sa ibang mga specialization that they really requested their students to report to school for some laboratory works.
Sa stage 3, ito yung sa junior high, grade 7 to 10. Una, nabibigyan ko lugar ng mga talenthaga, euphemismo, euphemistic-o, o masiling na pahayag, ginamit ang tula, malagpasan, alamat, maikling kwento, ipiko, ayon sa kasitong lugar at kasalungat na kahulugan. Kalawa, na isusulat ang mga sariling bugtong sa lawikain, sa wikain, o kasabihan na angkop sa kasalukuyan. Legal assistance provided or intervention plan na ibibigay upang malunasan ang mga problemang ito o mga hindi nakamit na mga kasanayan ay ang mga sumusunod. Una ay pagsasagawa ng komperensya sa mga mag-aaral at mga magulang at ang guro. Pangalawa, pagdalaw ng mga guro sa bahay ng kanilang mag-aaral. Home visitation. Ngunit sila ay dadaan ng health protocol sa COVID-19 natin. Makaware pa rin ng face mask. Face shield, daladala po ng alcohol. Then, pangatlo, karagdagang activity sheets. So, kailangan sa activity sheets, doon yung kailangan localized, indigenized, and simplified activities. Then, pang-apat ay ang supplementary learning materials. At ang ikalima, pagsasagawa ng monitoring at evaluation. Okay, ang nag-uulat, maraming salamat po at
for listener learning competencies. I'll be presenting it by key stage. For key stage 1, meaning grades 1 to 3, the identified list mastered competencies for the first and second quarters are the following. First, recognize common and proper nouns in simple sentences. Second, use different kinds of sentences. And third, use nouns in simple sentences. If you notice, these are just competencies for simple sentences, and yet our learners found it difficult to perform, probably because during these quarters our learners are still in the process of adjusting themselves with the kind of learning delivery that we had during the pandemic time. This is now on key stage 2. Our identified learned competencies for the first and second quarters are the following. Recognize the parts of simple paragraph. Differentiate simple, compound, and complex sentences. Use compound and complex sentences to show cause and effect and problem-solution relationship. And because it is during the pandemic time, face-to-face is almost impossible. Our technical assistance provided was more on coaching parents or guardians on how to assist their children in as much as face-to-face is almost impossible. Now, the intervention conducted to address the least learned competencies was the provision of guided activities, giving of activity sheets and examples using graphic organizers and parallel tests for learners' easy sentence and paragraph construction.
Among the most common problems in the content delivery through the distance learning modality are the following. Self-learning module is indeed a collaborative output of dynamic evaluator and excellent writer present in the field. The challenge brought upon the pandemic in terms of educational delivery, processes, and assessment changes the scenario of the teaching-learning process. Classroom instructions vanished. Virtual and technological advancement is needed to pursue quality instruction, expecting quality output, yet hampered by the learner's available gadgets at home and the wit to manipulate gadgets. Slow internet connection and learners' deprivation to its access. Further, the complementary and broader roles of parents, guardians, and other household partners and members of the community to support the learning process of the students at home. For the conduct of the learner's assessment, these are the problems and challenges that were observed. Limitation in giving immediate feedback is one of the most challenging issues that a teacher encounters in the field. To keep track of learners' academic progress in order to develop an independent learner. Most of the learners' responses were just copied and pasted from their classmates' work and from the internet pages. Sometimes, parents will do the responses in their child's learning assessments. The least learned competencies of each learning area were also presented. Each one vary from one key stages to another. For the interventions and technical assistance provided, the most common were the following. Provision of simplified and contextualized worksheets, activities, aligned to the most essential learning competencies or MELCs. Massive information dissemination on the availability of educational programs initiated by DepEd, such as DepEd TV, which is free and does not require load to access. Conduct of home visitation following health safety protocols. Conduct of remedial instruction through virtual platforms. Coaching of parents on how assistance should be extended to their children through phone calls, personal and direct messages. Conduct of spot test. Initiate innovative interactive instructional material through the use of ICT. Virtual upskilling and reskilling training of teachers. Implementation of additional platforms such as TV and the radio broadcast as supplement to the modular approach. The COVID-19 pandemic makes a face-to-face learning modality almost impossible. And to cope with the call of time, the following policy recommendations are proposed. The coaching of parents and guardians on how to assist their children shall be conducted during home visitations for them to be capacitated and be able to assist teachers in delivering the lessons even through distance learning. The conduct of remedial instruction or enrichment activities through virtual platforms shall be arranged for learners for them to cope with and improve their performances on competencies which require virtual activity. Weekly visitation is encouraged, especially to those pupils of high risk of dropping out and slow learners. Provide hotline number for easier access of parent. Create a group communication in any platforms to provide feedbacks and announcement purposes. Strengthen school reading program implementation and lesson contextualization. The education of the learners cannot be put to delay. The challenges and issues are right in front of us. They need to be addressed. Para sa bata, para sa bayan. We will make things happen. Kay edukasyon posible sa Davao Occidental.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Davao Occidental. Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lorenzo E. Mendoza. Assistant Schools, walang sounds. Okay, so there is another problem on connectivity, I think. Okay, thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Davao Occidental, Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lorenzo E. Mendoza, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Antonio de los Reyes, and CID Chief, Sir Felix Anticristo. Maraming salamat. And now we proceed to the next division. And this is the division of Davao del Sur, to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Cherilyn Cometa, and reported by Dr. Ruben Asan. The next division, and this is the division of Davao del Sur, to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Cherilyn Cometa, and reported by Dr. Ruben Asan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Presenting to you the list mastered competencies.
Davao del Sur, to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Cherilyn Cometa, and reported by Dr. Ruben Asan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Presenting to you the list learned competencies, the interventions, and the analysis of the different subject areas of the division of Davao del Sur. Good afternoon, everyone. Presenting to you the list mastered competencies.
Davao del Sur, the CID Chief, Dr. Cherilyn Cometa, and reported by Dr. Ruben Asan.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon once again.
Sige, on ka. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am Cometa, Sir Ruben. I think the problem now is your YouTube is open. Can you switch off your YouTube? So you have two connections at the moment.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
why
sir.
there's that echoing. I think it's okay now.
Okay.
Ayan. So are you ready now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please take it away, Dr. Ruben Asan of Davao del Sur.
Good afternoon everyone and magarbuhong Davao Region kaninyong tanan. And this is the Davao del Sur Division List Mastered Competencies. For the kindergarten, pagkikilala sa tinig ng mga titik M, A, T, Y, U, S, O, K. Our interventions, radio broadcast instruction, local TV instruction, live FB streaming, localized teacher-made video, and localized activity sheets. For the MTB, distinguish big ideas, key concepts implied in each selection read, the same interventions conducted. For the Filipino, nakakasulat ng pangungusap ng may wastong baybay, bantas at gamit ang malaki at maliit na letra. We have the same interventions conducted. MAPI, under the art area. Next slide. Pagkilala sa pagkakabagay-bagay sa kapaligiran at kulay ng mga tanawin sa iba't ibang panahon, pati sa disenyong bulaklak at nakakaguhit ng aktwal na larawan o dalawa o mas higit pang mga tao. We have the same interventions. MAPI for the music area. Move the slide please. Makilala ang pagkakatulad at pagkakaiba ng linya ng mga awit at kung saan ang simula, gitna, katapusan at inuulit na parte nito. Makabuo rin ng isang simpleng melodic line o melodic contour. We have the same interventions conducted. For the MAPE health area, demonstrates ways to stay healthy and prevent and control common communicable diseases. And we have the same interventions conducted. Next slide, please. For the APP, TLE, TVL, under the agriculture, na isasagawa ang mga kasanayan at kaalaman sa pagtatanim ng halamang ornamental bilang isang pagkakakitaang gawain. The intervention conducted home visitation, monitoring, or assessment of skills performance of the learners. For under the cookery exploratory, carry out measurements and calculations in a required task. The intervention conducted provided additional printed learning activity sheets for remediation. For the Araling Panlipunan area, napahahalagahan ang deklarasyon ng kasarinlan ng Pilipinas at ang pagkakatatag ng unang republika. The intervention conducted, pagsangguni sa DepEd-LR, Common TV, radyo para sa karagdagang kaalaman sa mga leksyon, pamigay ng kopya ng pambansang awit at panatang makabayan at pwede ring mag-post sa GC ng mga guro at mga bata. Next slide. For science area, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature. 1. Solid to liquid. 2. Liquid to solid. 3. Liquid to gas. And 4. Solid to gas. Intervention conducted. Provided additional activity sheets, instructional videos, and digitized lessons for learners to bridge the learning gaps. For mathematics areas, reads and writes numbers up to 100 in symbols and in words. The intervention conducted, radio broadcast instruction, local TV instruction, live TV, FB streaming, localized teacher-made video, and localized activity sheets. Next slide. For the English area, identify the structure, purpose, and language features of different text types. Example, narrative, information, report, procedure, and argument. The intervention conducted home visitation, provided parallel activities and assessment to monitor progress, conduct remedial instructions via Zoom and other online platforms. Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, natutukoy ang mga kilos at gawain na nagpapakita ng pagmamahal at pagmamalasakit sa mga kasapi ng pamilya, nakapagpapakita ng paggaling sa pamilya at sa kapwa sa pamagitan ng pagmamano, paghalik sa nakakatanda bilang pagbati, pakikinig habang may nagsasalita, at paggamit ng magalang na pananalita. The intervention conducted, parents must be given or an opportunity to attend seminars on parenting styles, happy family, and other related topics that can contribute to a peaceful and happy home environment. Next slide. This is the generalized analysis. Subjects that require skills in reading, experimental, technical, and vocational need to have a face-to-face instruction. Language and numerical skills can be partly done through an online synchronous and asynchronous teaching. The blended learning modality is not suitable to the majority of learners in the division based from quarters 1 and 2 assessment results. Learning is not effective when there is an absence of face-to-face instruction. And lastly, character formation and self-discipline towards self-learning must be strengthened and intensified at home. That's all for the division of Davao del Sur. Once again, good afternoon.
Thank you and congratulations, Division of Davao del Sur. Of course, to the Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Nelson Lopez, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Janet G. Veloso, CID Chief, Dr. Cherilyn Cometa, including the reporter, Dr. Ruben Asan. Daghang salamat. Ayan, so from the Division of Davao del Sur. Okay, so we still have 3 more divisions to go. So wag na nating patatagalin pa. Let me call on now. Next is the Division of Davao del Norte. CID Chief Dr. Edward Amogis.
Nakapasok na ko, ma'am.
Yes, hello, Dr. Amogis. Good afternoon. Okay, I think that this is somewhat like same thing scenario with the Davao del Sur. Naka-on ang YouTube. Okay, please check it on. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Division of Davao del Norte to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Amogis Edward. Palakpak!
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My courtesy to our Regional Director, Dr. Alan Farnaso, our ERD, Dr. Ines, our CLMD Chief, Dr. Jean Aldiger, to our supervisors, yung mga kasama ko na mga CID Chief. Now, this afternoon, we will be presenting to you the Let's Learn competencies of the different subject areas of Davao del Norte. So, this is a collaboration report from our supervisors. So there were 2 modes of presentation. We have our live na presentation, and we also have our video, recorded video presentation. Okay, so our supervisors will be joining today, So I think they're already in this platform. So I will now present to you the Let's Learn competencies of the CID or the Davao del Norte division. Now this will be presented. The first presenter will be Dr. Allen Gilaran. Then this will be followed by Ms. Marlene Publico, then Dr. Evelyn Gislabasan, Dr. Medos Hala, Dr. Grace Antadaklan, Ma'am Glo Sobong, Ms. Aladores, and Ms. Umikad, and Ms. Lizzie Lasol. Okay? So we'll now present to you the Let's Learn Competencies in English. So this will be presented to us by Dr. Allen Gilaran.
Okay.
Dr. Gilaran, take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, our ever dearest Chief Edward Amogis. Good afternoon, Region 11. I would like to present to you the consolidated list learned competencies in English from the 4 key stages. So first, for the K stage 1, the top list learned competency is identify and discuss the elements of a story. That's all about the theme, setting, characters, and event. For the key stage 2, for grades 4, 5, and 6, is identify the meaning of unfamiliar words through structural analysis. And for the key stage 3, from grade 7 to 10, the top list learned competency is to supply other words or expressions that complete an analogy. And finally, for the key stage 4, grade 11 and 12, the top list learned competency is uses various strategies in order to avoid communication breakdown. So we know that in this pandemic time, through this self-learning modality, we were able to have interventions and we gave technical assistance to the field. And most of our technical assistance is through the use of virtual conduct of conferences, meetings with the teachers and the teachers to the parents. And we would like really to share with them all possible strategies. So after thinking of or conducting, giving technical assistance, we were able to conclude that we really would like to recommend as one of the policies to strengthen our internet connectivity to all schools, and of course with the help of our school heads and public schools district supervisors as well. Now for the MTB-MLE, we also collated or have the grade 1 to 3 list learned competencies. For quarter 1, for grade 1, this is about note important details in grade 1 level narrative text, listen to. For quarter 2, for grade 1, we also have another list learn competencies, which is supply rhyming words to complete a rhyme, poem, and song. For grade 2, quarter 1, we have list learn competency, which is to compose sentences using unlocked words during story reading in meaningful text. And for the second quarter of grade 2, we also have another list learn competency, which is how to write paragraphs using subject, object, and possessive pronouns, observing the conventions of writing. Okay, now for grade 3, we also have another list learned competency, which is notes important details in grade level narrative text. And for grade 3, quarter 2, we also have another list learned, which is identifies interrogative pronouns. Like English, we also gave technical assistance to the field for our teachers and for our parents. And these are the technical assistance given for grade 1. And this is more of the parent-teacher collaboration, which is really needed. For grade 2, we also provide worksheets, and still the parent-teacher collaboration is really very evident. And for grade 3, we also, like grade 1 and 2, there's really a need to strengthen the parent-teacher collaboration. So therefore, for the intervention conducted, we already started connecting with our parents, especially MTBMLE. Literacy is very important. And we started already improving our literacy, and that is when we conducted for grade 1, we supplied reading materials and so on. And for grade 2 also, we also provided them, or we've given an intervention like still, no, we reproduced, aside from the SLMS, we still added more worksheets, activity sheets for our grade 2 learners in MTB MLE. And finally, for grade 3, we also conducted an intervention like, aside from we gave additional worksheets for our grade 3, we also provide additional enrichment activities, especially for our teachers, for them to meet, no, our parents. So, my dear Region 11 co-workers, these are our report for MTB and English. Thank you, Chief.
Dr. Gilaran, we will now proceed to Filipino.
Isang mapagpalang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ito po ang nakalap namin ng mga pinakamababang kasanayang natamo sa Filipino. Para po sa K-Stage 1, that is for grade 2 and 3 for quarter 1, ito yung pinakamababa. At ito yung marami ang hindi masyadong nakakuha. Ang nagagamit ang naunang kaalaman o karanasan sa pag-unawa ng napakinggang teksto. Ito yung technical assistance na aming ginawa, pagtalakay sa mga magulang sa panahon ng pamumudmud ng module, pag-interpret nito sa araling mahirap maintindihan. Ang polisiya dito ay paigtingin ang slack session ng mga guro upang mapag-usapan kung ano ang kanilang mga aralin na kanilang nahihirapang ituro. Magpanday ng mga polisiya para sa pagkaroon ng isang video class. Para naman sa K-Stage 2, nakasusulat ng talata tungkol sa sarili. Dito, kailangan hikayatin ang mga mag-aaral sa pagsulat ng mga payak na talata sa tulong ng gabay na rin ng kanilang mga magulang. Policy, ganun pa rin, paigtingin ang select session ng mga guro at magpanday ng pulisiya para sa gawaing home visitation. For K-Stage 3, nahihinuha ang kaugalian ng kalagayang panlipunan sa lugar na pinagmulan ng kwentong bayan batay sa mga pangyayari at usapan ng mga tauhan. Dito ay magbigay ng mga kaukulang video clips hinggil sa aralin online na presentasyon. At kailangan din gumamit ng iba pang platforms, group chats, para masubaybayan ang pagkatuto ng mga mag-aaral. Ganun pa rin ang mga polisiya. Punta tayo sa K-Stage 4. Nasusuri ang mga iba't ibang pananaw ng aralin na isinusulat sa kasaysayan ng wika. Ito ay kailangan magkaroon ng video clips o class, online class din. Gumamit ng iba't ibang platforms kagaya ng GC upang masubaybayan ang mga mag-aaral at ganoon pa rin ang mga polisiya na kailangan ibigay sa mga mag-aaral. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa lahat.
Marlene Publico. So ngayon, punta naman tayo sa mathematics. Dr. Medos Hala. Take it away, Dr. Hala.
Sige.
Hello, Dr. Hala. Are you here?
Hello, sir. Dr. Amogis.
Yes, sir. Sir, huwag mo na lang.
That you are
Huwag mo na
introducing,
i-out
hindi pa ata nakapasok sa backstage.
Okay, sige ako na lang mag-report. Huwag mo na i-out sa StreamYard. I will report now the mathematics
I see.
division of Davao del Norte.
You will do on his behalf,
Okay,
sir.
so these are
Okay.
the list master competencies of the mathematics. So identifies, reads, and writes ordinal numbers, first, second, third, of the fourth object in a given set of a given point of reference. So we have here the presented technical assistance and policy recommendation. Then we have for case stage 2, so we have heard the consolidated list of the mastered competencies. Then we have also technical assistance presented here. And the policy recommendation is giving printed activities worksheets about the list learned topics. And we have a lot more of policy recommendation in this list learned competency. Then case stage 2, grades 4 to 6, solves routine and non-routine problems involving addition, subtraction of fractions, using appropriate problem solving strategies and tools. So one of the technical assistance provided here is the video call or the GC communication among learners and parents by giving emphasis to the list learned skills. No? So we also have line up policy recommendation. For our case stage 3, grade 7 to 10, that's junior high. So these are the list learned competencies: perform fundamental operations on integers, then perform operations on rational numbers. So for our another one, we have solve problems involving rational algebra expressions and solve problems involving factors of polynomial equations. So in the grade 9, so these are the list learned, solve quadratic equations by extracting square roots. So I think these topics are it's a list learned ever since when I was still a supervisor in mathematics. So until now, list learned pa rin ito siya. Okay, so in grade 10, so determine arithmetic means, then term of the arithmetic sequence, and sum of the term of given arithmetic sequence. Then solve problems involving sequences. So what are the technical assistance provided? So make effective learning to happen in the new normal using teaching strategies that fit modular distance learning by attending or joining seminars that help teachers to make lessons effective to deliver. Conduct of the school learning action cell or the LAC sessions and individual coaching where teachers' weaknesses are being strengthened and improved to address the diverse needs of their learners. So marami tayong mga mga intervention na ginagawa, mga technical assistance in order to make these list learned competencies easy for our learners. Okay, so these are all in mathematics, So we will now proceed with Araling Panlipunan, and this will be presented to us by our supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Grace Santa Daklan. Take it away, Dr. Grace. Okay, are you already in? Okay, since our supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Grace Daklan, is still waiting, to be accepted in our StreamYard. Okay, so I think I have to present to you now the Araling Panlipunan list learned competencies. Okay, so for case stage 1, natutukoy ang mga mahalagang pangyayari at pagbabago sa buhay simula silang hanggang sa kasalukuyang edad gamit ang mga larawan at timeline. Actually, there are 5, There are 5 list learned competencies, but I will be presenting to you only one because this is the number 1 is the list learned talaga na competency, Then sa grade 2, nilarawan ng sariling komunidad batay sa pangalan nito, lokasyon, mga mamumuno, populasyon, wika, kagolian, paniwala at iba pa. Then sa grade 3, ang list learned talaga nagsusuri ang iba't ibang lalawigan sa rehiyon ayon sa mga katingayang pisikal at pagkakinlanlang geographical. Ito gamit ang mapang topografiya ng rehiyon. Then, ang analysis natin dito, learners could hardly identify events, concepts, and places and respective communities, and learners' interpretation of things taught to them is less achieved. So that's really true, no? So that's the analysis of our supervisor as regard to those learned competencies. So in case stage 2, nakapagbigay ng konklusyon tungkol sa kahalagahan ng katangian pisikal sa pagunlad ng bansa. Then grade 5, nasusuri ang paraan ng pamumuhay sa mga sinumang Pilipino sa panahong pre-kolonyal. Ang grade 6, nabibigyang halaga ang kontribusyon ng mga natatanging Pilipinong nakipaglaban para sa kalayaan. Okay, so what's the analysis of this case is to learners could hardly evaluate things or events and draw conclusions, and learners valuing our affective domain is less observed. Okay, so let's proceed now to case 3 sa secondary. Nasusuri ang komposisyon ng populasyon at kahalagahan ng yamang tao sa Asya sa pagpaunlad ng kabuhayan at tipunan sa kasalukuyang panahon. Then sa grade 8, napapahalagahan ang mga kontribusyon ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan sa daigdig. Then grade 9, na ilalapat ang kahulugan ng economics sa pangaraw-araw na pumuhay bilang isang mag-aaral at kasapi ng pamilya at lipunan. Then sa grade 10, natalakay ang kalagayan, suliranin at pagtugon sa isyong pangkapaligiran ng Pilipinas. So, what's the analysis of our supervisor in this case stage? Now, learners could hardly explain again, no? Compare and evaluate concepts taught to them. And learners' ability to connect situations from past to present is less observed. Okay? Now, let's proceed now to the senior high school, understanding culture, society, and politics. No, our supervisor is also in charge of our senior high school, no, so Dr. Daklan. Then examine the function, importance of education in society, suggest ways to address social inequalities, local, national, and global. So what's the analysis? Learners could hardly explain the significance of issues and concerns of the society, and learners' ability to reflect solutions is less observed. Okay? So the channel of identifying the less learned competencies, teacher provided the list of the less mastered competencies to the school coordinator. Then the school coordinator consolidated and submitted the result to the district coordinator. Then the district coordinator consolidated and identified the top 5 less mastered competencies of the district and submitted to the public schools district supervisor for the latter to submit to the APS. Then our education program supervisor consolidated all the top 5 less mastered competencies to come up with the final top 5 per grade level. Then our education program supervisor also, together with the PSDS, made the analysis and the possible intervention and presented the analysis and possible intervention during our meeting in the CID. Okay, so these are the interventions: lakad edukalidad, home visit, training on contextualized learned lessons, sikad edukalidad, virtual instructional help desk, radio-based instruction, online broadcasting, peer assistance strategy, feedback group chats for students and parents, and action researches of school heads and supervisors focusing on innovations. There are 135 action researches. Then, tatak kasaysayan. Okay, thank you so much. This is the report of our Araling Panlipunan. So we'll now proceed to our report in kindergarten. This will be presented to us by our supervisor in kindergarten, Ma'am Gloria Subong. So this will follow the education sa pagpapatao. Ma'am Glo, take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please learn competencies in kindergarten, quarter 1. The key stage, trace, trace, copy, and write different strokes, scribbling, freehand, straight lines, using lines. This has been the very difficult thing because they are with their parents who are not so much oriented or not so much being trained in the writing of this line na nakalitan ra gyud tanan. What is the technical supervision being given is encourage the pupils to use pencil grips and large pencils. Now tell the parent to dedicate time for drawing or writing and give writing a drawing and drawing activities. The policy recommendation, always have a connection to parents using the SMS, the chats, the calls to monitor the child's progress, because when teacher and parents work together as collaboratively, no? Next, sir. Then sorting objects, the same thing, establish proper collaboration. Next, sir. The difficulty in recognizing numbers in mother tongue because they were taught in English, and when they got to have the modules there in mother tongue, so give more activities and videos about numbers. That's our intervention. The difficulty in writing, it's also given the same intervention, sir. For Key Stage 1 in ESP, let's move on to ESP this time. Nakikita ang sariling potential. That's the number one competency that is having difficulty. Next, sir. Key Stage for grade 2, na isa sa kilos ang sariling kakayahan. The same thing with the Key Stage 1. They have that difficulty. For grade 1, expressing themselves. Sir, proceed, sir. For grade 3, natutukoy na ang natatanging kakayahan. Sorry for that. So the same thing, the discovery of the self potentials and all. Proceed, sir, please. For grade 4, nasasabi ang katotohanan anuman ang maging bunga nito. Parents should be guided in letting the children tell the truth and how should it be accepted. I'm sorry for the language. Then, for 5 and 6, we have to give variety of activities and assignments, formats to provide multiple means of demonstrating the learning because it's still katotohanan and kakayahan. That's for grade 6 also. And thank you so much for that, sir. Thank you.
Will already be a video presentation. No? The reason why our supervisors have decided to have this video presentation because of their unavailability this time. No? So may mga other may other activities din yung mga supervisors natin. No? Okay, so I will now present to you the presentation of PPP and TLE, PPP TLE Science and MAPE.
Governor, greetings. I am Lizelle Bosol Mokia, MAPE Education Program Supervisor of the Division of Davao del Norte. Allow me to inform you of the identified least mastered competencies per key stage in each MAPE component for the first quarter of school year 2020-2021. With the efforts of the Department of Education to cope up with the challenges in the delivery of learning in the new normal situation, the Division of Davao del Norte's MAPE curriculum has enthusiastically executed reforms and improved practices learning, Simya Escuela sa West, and provision of video lessons. And in the endeavor of the department to uphold quality education to Filipino learners, monitoring students' performance, which is anchored to Debit Order Number 8, Series of 2015, is viewed as an integral part in ensuring excellent and quality education, especially in the new normal situation. Hence, the identification of least mastered competencies per key stage in each MAPE component. Learners from kinder to grade 3 belong to the key stage 1. Learners from grade 4 to grade 6 comprises the key stage 2. Key stage 3 is composed of learners from grade 7 to grade 10, while grades 11 to 12 belong to Key Stage 4. For Key Stage 1, the identified least mastered competencies are the following. Key Stage 1. Music. Create simple ostinato patterns in groupings of 2s, 3s, 4s through body movement. Art. Explains that art is all around and is created by different people. PE. Create shapes by using different body parts. Health. Tells the consequences of eating less healthful foods. For Key Stage 2, music identifies accented and unaccented pulses. Arts discusses the rich variety of cultural communities in the Philippines and their uniqueness. 1.1 Luzon, Ivatan, Ifugao, Kalkaminga, Bontok, Gadang, Agta. 1.2 Visayas, Ati-Atihan. 1.3 Mindanao, Bacau, Mangyan, Samal, Yakan, Ubanon, Manobo, Higaonon, Talaantig, Matigsalo, Bilaan, Tiboli, Tiruray, Mansaka, Tauso, and to distinctive characteristics of these cultural communities in terms of attire, body accessories, religious practices, and lifestyles. PE describes the physical activity pyramid. Health explains the importance of reading food labels in selecting and purchasing foods to eat. For Key Stage 3, music describes the musical characteristics of representative music selections from the lowlands of Luzon after listening. Arts analyzes elements and principles of art in the production of one's arts and crafts, inspired by the arts of Luzon, highlands, and lowlands. PE set goals based on assessment results. Health explains the dimensions of holistic health, physical, mental, intellectual, emotional, social, and moral spiritual. And Key Stage 4, Hope 11, engages in moderate to vigorous physical activities for at least 60 minutes most days of the week in a variety of settings in and out of school. With the identification of least mastered competencies in each component per key stage, the Division of Davao del Norte has employed technical assistance and intervention program to address the need to advance learners' understanding to these competencies. Interventions include, but not limited to, provision of supplemental activities, strengthening Slack sessions through flash drives to learners, accessibility to printed materials, activities, and active promotion of available digital educational programs such as Sibia Escuela sa Camp West and E-Tulay.
Okay, thank you so much. That was the presentation of the MAPE. So let's proceed to the presentation of the TLE TBL. Okay, that was the presentation of Araling Panlipul, TLE APP. So we'll now proceed with the presentation of the science best learned competencies.
Good day. May I present to you the listed competencies in science per case stage for quarter 1. For case stage 1 in grade 3, we have only 2 competencies: classify objects and materials as solid, liquid, and gas based on some observable characteristics. Describe changes in the materials based on the effect of temperature, liquid to gas. Technical assistance given. Discuss with the parents during the distribution of modules, and some schools, districts conducted online presentation. Also, they conducted some home visitation. For key stage 2, describe changes in properties of materials when exposed to certain conditions, such as temperature or when mixed with other materials. Use the properties of materials, whether they are useful or harmful. Investigate changes that happen in materials under the following conditions: presence or lack of oxygen, application of heat. Describe the appearance of and uses of homogeneous and heterogeneous mixture. Describe techniques in separating mixtures such as decantation, evaporation, filtering, sieving, and using magnets. So the same, most of the districts conducted online presentation, and also they developed localized self-learning activity sheets. For key stage 3, investigate properties of unsaturated and saturated solutions. Investigate the relationship between the amount of force applied and the mass of the objects to the amount of change in the object's motion. Investigate the effect of temperature to the spread of sound. Explain the different patterns of non-Mendelian inheritance. Explain the different processes that occur along the plate boundaries. For key stage 4, identify common rock-forming minerals using their physical and chemical properties. Classify rocks into igneous and sedimentary and metamorphic. Describe how magma is formed. Explain how the movement of plates leads to the formation of folds and faults. Explain how relative and absolute dating were used to determine the subdivisions of geologic time. So based on technical assistance from grade, our case stage 1 to stage 4, most of it, they conducted online presentation. There are also group chats were created for follow-up of the students. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Labasan. So that ends with our presentation with the Let's Learn Competencies of the Division of Davao del Norte. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Division of Davao del Norte, to Coast Division Superintendent Dr. D. Silva, Assistant Coast Division Superintendent Dr. Rebecca Sago, and CID Chief Dr. Edward Amogis, and to all education program supervisors of the Division of Davao del Norte. And now we move on to the next Division of Davao de Oro, to be facilitated by the CID Chief, Dr. Arlene Lim.
Good morning, Region 11. This interface is a significant eye view of what happened in our curriculum implementation. In consideration of the principle of spiral progression, we were able to consolidate recurring least mastered competencies. Davao de Oro Division will present the least mastered competencies by case stage. Here are the presentations of the education program supervisors by learning area.
Analysis on the least mastered competencies in MTB MLE for grades 1 to 3. Express ideas through words or phrases using both invented and conventional spelling. Write paragraphs using subject, object, and possessive pronouns, observing the conventions of writing. Interpret the meaning of a poem. Recommendations. The low performance level of the learners on the identified least mastered competencies on MTB MLE indicates that they did not meet the expectations of the Department of Education. Hence, it is recommended that the following shall be done. First, utilize group chats to cater questions or difficulties of students. Second, give additional learning and reading materials and activity sheets. Third, provide open line communication via phone calls. Fourth, provide links for TVBI and RBI and other links related to the topics. This is Grace Dacera Puntillas, Education Program Supervisor in MTB MLE. Thank you very much.
Analysis on the least mastered competencies in Filipino. For grades 1 to 3. Una, nakapagtatanong tungkol sa isang larawan, kwento, at napakinggang balita. Pangalawa, nakasasagot sa mga tanong tungkol sa napakinggan o nabasang mga pabula, kwento, tugma, teksto, usapan, o balita. Pangatlo, nakasusunod at nakasusulat ng panuto. Para sa grades 4 to 6, una, nasusunod ang napakinggang panuto o hakbang ng isang gawain. Pangalawa, na ibibigay ang kahulugan ng mga salitang pamilyar at di pamilyar sa pamamagitan ng pag-uugnay sa sariling karanasan. Pangatlo, na ipapahayag ang sariling opinyon o reaksyon sa isang napakinggang balita, issue o usapan. Para sa grade 7 to 10, una, paggawa ng pananaliksik. Pangalawa, na isama ang mga salita upang makabuo ng iba pang kahulugan ng salita o collocation. Ikatlo, nasusuri ang nobela sa pananaw na realismo o alinmang angkop na pananaw, teoryang pampanitikan. Para sa grades 11 and 12, una, natutukoy ang iba't ibang paggamit ng wika sa mga napakinggang pahayag mula sa panayam at balita. Pangalawa, nakasusulat ng organisado, malikhain at kapani-paniwalang sulatin. Rekomendasyon. Batay sa mga naitalang kasanayang pampagkatuto na di lubusang natamo, inire-rekomenda ang mga sumusunod. Una, bigyan ang mga mag-aaral ng mga kagamitan na kaakibat sa pagkatuto kagaya ng libro o videos upang lubos na maunawaan ang mga paksa. Pangalawa, bigyang diin ang mga kasanayan o aralin sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng mga suplementong gawain o activity sheets. Pangatlo, makikipag-ugnayan sa mga mag-aaral tungkol sa mga araling hindi nila lubos na nauunawaan sa pamamagitan ng social media, katulad ng Facebook, Messenger, o email. At ang panghuli, pagbibigay ng link sa mga video ng TV-based instruction at radio-based instruction. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Ginang LD Cris Bisada Calzadora, Tagamasid pansangay sa Departamento ng Filipino, sangay ng Davao de Oro, ay nagpapaabot ng taus-pusong pasasalamat sa lahat ng mga guro na tumatangkilik sa wikang Filipino. Maraming salamat po.
Magandang umaga po. Para sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, ito po ang mga nailistang pinakaumuulit na hindi gaanong pinagkadalubhasaan na kakayahan mula baitang 1 hanggang 10. Grades 1 to 3, na isakikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang pamamaraan gaya ng pakikipagtalastasan. Na isakikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang pamamaraan, pag-awit, pagguhit, pagsayaw, pakikipagtalastasan at iba pa. Nakapagpapakita ng mga natatanging kakayahan ng may pagtitiwala sa sarili. Grades 4 to 6, nakapagsusuri ng katotohanan bago gumawa ng anumang hakbangin batay sa nakalap na impormasyon, pagsangguni sa taong kinauukulan. Nakabubuo at nakapagpapahayag ng may paggalang sa anumang ideya, opinyon. Nakagagamit ng impormasyon, wasto at tamang impormasyon. Grade 7 to 10, na ilalapat ang wastong paraan upang baguhin ang mga pasya at kilos na taliwas sa unang prinsipyo ng likas na batas moral. Na isasagawa ang isang proyekto na makakatulong sa isang pamayanan o sektor sa pangangailangang pangkabuhayan, pangkultural at pangkapayapaan. Batay sa mga nailistang pinakaumuulit na hindi gaanong pinakadalubhasaan na kakayahan, ang mga sumusunod ay inirekomenda. Kumustahin ang mga magulang tungkol sa mga paraan na kanilang ginawa na makatutulong bilang gabay ng mga bata sa pag-analisa at pagbuo ng kanilang nalalaman tungkol sa mga leksyon na nakapaloob sa self-learning modules. Magbigay ng mga instructional videos at supplementary readings na makatutulong na mas maipaliwanag ang nasabing leksyon o learning competencies. Magdisenyo ng mga free game learning activities upang mas maging angkop ito sa level ng mga bata. Ito po si Ginang Nuhara Okusan Pinote, Education Program Supervisor ng Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao ng DepEd Davao de Oro. Maraming salamat po.
Para sa araling panlipunan, ito ang mga nailistang pinakaumuulit na mga hindi gaanong pinagkadalubasaang kakayahan. Para sa grades 1 to 3, nakabubuo ng konklusyon tungkol sa mabuting pakikipag-ugnayan ng sariling pamilya sa iba pang pamilya sa lipunang Pilipino. Nakapagbibigay ng mga inisyatibo at proyekto ng komunidad na nagsusulong ng natatanging pagkakakilanlan o identidad ng komunidad. Para sa grades 4 to 6, nakalalahok sa mga gawaing nagsusulong ng likas kayang pag-unlad o sustainable development ng mga likas yaman ng bansa. Nakapagbibigay ng sariling pananaw tungkol sa naging epekto sa mga Pilipino ng pamamahala sa mga dayuhang mananakop. Para naman sa grades 7 to 10, nasusuri ang kalagayan at bahaging ginagampanan ng kababaihan mula sa sinaunang kabihasnan at ika-16 na siglo. Nasusuri ang mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng Egypt, Mesopotamia, India at China batay sa politika, ekonomiya, kultura, relihiyon, paniniwala at lipunan. Batay sa mga nailistang pinakaumuulit na hindi gaanong pinagkadalubhasaan na kakayahan, ang mga sumusunod ay inirekomenda. Pagbibigay ng karagdagang gabay sa pamamagitan ng text, call, o chat. Monitor and follow up through home visitation and FB Messenger. Para sa ibang pamamaraan ng pag-aaral, hihikayatin ang mga magulang na manood at makinig sa TV and radio-based instruction ang kanilang mga anak upang mas mapalawak ang kanilang kaalaman sa pag-aaral sa kabila ng sitwasyon na ating kinakaharap. Ito po si Grace Dacera Puntillas, Education Program Supervisor ng Araling Panlipunan. Maraming salamat!
Analysis on the least mastered competencies in EPP TLE. Grades 4 to 6. Na ipaliliwanag ang mga panuntunan sa paggamit ng computer, internet at email. Natutukoy ang angkop na search engine sa pangangalap ng impormasyon. Participates in video and audio conferences in a safe and responsible manner. Grade 7 to 10. Calculate cost of production. Carry out measurements and calculations. Select a business idea. Based from the identified most recurring least mastered competencies, the following recommendations are made. First, provide supplementary and relevant materials, tutorial videos, and online links. Second, encourage parents, guardians to let students tune in to DepEd TV channels, local TVBI, RBI. Third, inform, feedback with parents, guardians via group chat, text, or call on the learner's individual performance level. And lastly, provide constant clarifications in using the Weekly Home Learning Plan or WHLP. This is Noemi Pernea Canales, Education Program Supervisor in EPP TLE. Thank you.
Analysis on the least mastered competencies in music, arts, physical education, and health. Grades 1 to 3. The least mastered competencies are creates the design inspired by Philippine flowers, jeepneys, Filipino fiesta decors, parol, are objects and other geometric shapes found in nature and in school using primary and secondary colors. Describes the lines, shapes, colors, textures, and designs seen in the skin coverings of different animals and sea creatures using visual arts, words, and actions. Grades 4 to 6. The least mastered competencies are role plays ideas about the practices of the different cultural communities. Present via PowerPoint the significant part of the architectural designs and artifacts found in the locality. Applies concepts and the use of the software, like commands, menu, and others. Grades 7 to 10. The least mastered competencies are performs music from Cordillera, Mindoro, Palawan, and of the Visayas with accompaniment. Performs selected music from the classical period And lastly, performs music sample from the 20th century. The recommendations are: based from the identified most recurring least mastered competencies, the following recommendations are made. First, follow-up activities and communicate the students via text and group chat to process the task. Second, prepare PowerPoint presentation that shows further explanation. Third, give contextualized activity sheets or tutorial videos. Fourth, provide remedial activity sheets or worksheets and distribute to follow up their learnings. And lastly, inform the parents and the learners through text or group chat about the television-based instruction and radio-based instruction. This is Dexter Aligarbe Siquinia, Education Program Supervisor in MAPE, DepEd, Davao de Oro. Thank you very much.
Analysis on the least mastered competencies in English. For grades 1 to 3, identify the English equivalent of words in the mother tongue or in Filipino. Initiate conversations with peers in a variety of school settings. Get the meaning of words using dictionary, thesaurus, and/or online resources. For grades 4 to 6, get the meaning of words using dictionary, thesaurus, and/or online resources. Compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures. Analyze the elements used in print, non-print, and digital materials. For grades 7 to 10, use an electronic search engine to locate specific resources. Compare content of materials viewed to other sources of information. Analyze literature as a means of understanding and changing values in the VOCA: volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. The low performance level of learners on the identified least mastered competencies indicates that they did not meet the expectation of the Department of Education. Hence, it is recommended that the following shall be done. First, prepare PowerPoint presentations to further explain the concept. Second, utilize group chats to cater questions or difficulties of students. Third, give additional learning and reading materials and activity sheets. Fourth, provide open line communication via phone calls. And lastly, provide links for TVBI and RBI and other links related to the topics. This is Hilda Angon Opeña, Education Program Supervisor in English, Division of Davao de Oro. Thank you.
Analysis. Case Stage 1, Grades 1 to 3. List mastered competencies. Number 1, classify objects and materials as solid, liquid, and gas based on some observable characteristics. Number 2, describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature. A, solid to liquid. B, liquid to solid. C, liquid to gas. D, solid to gas. K-Stage 2, grades 4 to 6. List mastered competencies. First, use the properties of materials, whether they are useful or harmful. Second, investigate changes that happen in materials under the following conditions. A, presence or lack of oxygen. B, application of heat. Third, design a product out of local, recyclable solid, and or liquid materials in making useful products. K-Stage 3, grade 7 to 10. List mastered competencies. First, express concentrations of solutions quantitatively by preparing different concentrations of mixtures according to uses and availability of materials. Second, trace the path of typhoons that enter the Philippine Area of Responsibility, or PAR, using a map and tracking data. Third, explain the effects of electromagnetic radiation on living things and the environment. Recommendations. Based from the identified list mastered competencies, the following recommendations are made. 1. Intervention materials shall be provided to learners to further enhance and ensure mastery of the learning competencies. 2. Provision of tutorial video to further support giving examples. 3. Maintain an open communication with parents and learners in order to promptly address queries, concerns, and clarifications. Lastly, conduct home visitation or face-to-face coordination with assigned learning facilitators in the homes. This is Mrs. Cecilia C. Morales, Education Program Supervisor in Science of Davao de Oro Division. Thank you.
Analysis on the list mastered competencies in mathematics. For K-Stage, grades 1 to 3, the list mastered competencies, we have solving routine and non-routine problems. For grades 4 to 6, we have, again, solving routine and non-routine problems. For grades 7 to 10, we have problem solving. For grades 11 to 12, we have also problem solving. Routine problems involve at least one of the arithmetic operations and considered as basic and simple problems. Non-routine problems are complex problems that requires some degree of creativity or originality to solve. Typically, do not have an immediate apparent strategy for solving them. Oftentimes, this can be solved in multiple ways. The identified most recurring least mastered competencies indicates low mastery, meaning the learners at this level possesses the minimum knowledge and skill and core understanding but needs help throughout the performance of the task. To achieve our desired outcome of making math learners to become problem solvers and critical thinkers, we have the following recommendations. Based on the identified most recurring least mastered competencies, the following are recommended. First, conduct training workshops on the development of contextualized strategic intervention material for learners identified to have least mastered on some competencies. Second, conduct enhancement training for teachers on content and innovative teaching strategies in mathematics. Third, follow up the learner's performance through the provision of available support team to cater inquiries and clarifications. And last, we have to implement the mathematics enhancement program. This is Renato Nino Franco Pakpakin, Education Program Supervisor in Mathematics, DepEd Davao de Oro Division. Thank you.
For us curriculum implementers, these challenges are attributed to the difficult times we are facing nowadays. But what matters most, ladies and gentlemen, is our willingness to be part of the solution. This is Arlene Bigil Lim, OIC CID Chief, signing off. May God bless us all.
Bravo! Congratulations! Thank you very much, Division of the Oro. To the Coast Division Superintendent, Eufemia Gamutin, Assistant Coast Division Superintendent, Dr. Mel Handayan, CID Chief, OIC, Dr. Arlene Lim, and all Division Education Program Supervisors of the Division of Davao de Oro. Congratulations once again. Ayan. Okay, so may mga texting dito kung bakit andyan daw si Sir Pagpakit. Okay, so going back siya in the, Davao de Oro. Okay. Sir Parks, we missed you. Okay, let's move on now to the next but not the least, the last but not the least, the division, the big division of Davao City, to be facilitated by Dr. Alma Sifra and reported, I think, by May Ann Homeward. So please give way now to the division of Davao City.
Learners module. Based on the results from the module and teachers monitoring to learners, non-mastered competencies from the different domains that needs to be enhanced and Good morning, everyone. I will now be presenting Mother Tongue for grades 1, 2, and 3, quarter 1 and quarter 2. In Mother Tongue, we have our video demonstration lesson and with a voiceover from Monday to Friday. Based on the results from the module and teachers monitoring to learners, non-mastered competencies from the different domains that needs to be enhanced and be given focus. Phonological awareness is specifically on sounds, vocabulary development, grammar awareness, word recognition, language, and communication. These are the following interventions provided by the teachers to the learners. Additional reading materials like poems and stories to be read at home to develop their listening,
reading and comprehension skills. Additional writing activities, activity sheets with graphic organizer, or story map for learners to master sentence construction. Updated parents on the results of their learners module, if possible via phone call, messenger, or video chat wherever is available for proper intervention. Monitored, followed up, and communicated with learners on the performance via online or through their parents. These are the technical assistance provided to the school head. Meet with the school head and agree on the following: monitoring and supervision of teachers in terms of learners' module utilization, learners' performance, tracking, and intervention provided to learners. Provide technical assistance to teachers based on their needs that was observed and monitored. Must provide learning resources needed in the remediation and intervention of teachers to their learners. Proceed to kindergarten. Same as with mother tongue, kindergarten has the video demonstration lesson and be shown in the Facebook page of kindergarten. Based on the results from the module, competencies per domain that needs to be improved and enhanced in the first and second quarter. Language literacy and communication, specifically on alphabet knowledge. Kagandahang asal at pagpapahalaga sa sarili. Pagkilala ng sarili at pagpapahayag ng sariling emosyon. Mathematics, specifically on logic. Kasanayang fine motor. Earth science, specifically on environment and the weather. And pakikisalamuha sa iba-ibang kasapi ng pamilya. These are the interventions provided by the teachers to the learners. Additional tracing and writing activities and follow-up via video call or phone call. Supplementary activities to develop the skills in identifying the name and sound of letter M, since we focus on letter M for the first and second quarter. More activities on counting objects like bottle caps, popsicle sticks, and any available counters at home with the help of their parent or guardian. Compilation of videos pag-ila-ila sa kaugalingon. Pictures and gave its correct mother tongue name. Enable the child to identify the beginning letter sound of the picture. Guided instruction or videos. View video clip related to the topic, sorting activities, and also supplementary activity sheets. Call via phone call or video to learners to provide intervention through their parents. Home visitation to areas without COVID cases like far-flung areas for further intervention. And these are the technical assistance provided to the school head. Meet with the school head and agree on the following aspects for improvement. Monitor teachers in terms of utilization, checking, and recording of modules and their monitoring of the learners based on their home learning plan. Considering that parents are the para-teachers at home, teachers need to communicate to the parents before releasing the self-learning modules weekly. If possible, provide needed materials needed for learners who cannot afford and parents without income this pandemic. That would be all. Thank you and good morning.
Good afternoon, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Analysis of the least learned competencies learning area Filipino. Ang presentation ito ay naayos sa mga yugto ng batang ito. Let's start with yugto 1. This is baitang 1 to 3. Ang kasanayan na hindi nalinang para sa stage na ito ay ang sunod-sunod na ang intervention na ginawa, nagbibigay ng mga maikling pagsasanay ang mga guro mula sa kanilang mga nalikom na mga kwento at ang paggamit ng mga authentic upang mga natin ay makagawa ng maayos dahil nga simple at nagagawa ito. Next is Next stage, please. Next slide. For baitang 4 to 6, ang kasanayan na hindi nalinang ay nakasulat ng daan ng sumay, bantas, gamit ang maliit at malaking letra upang maipahayag ang ideya, damdamin o reaksyon sa isang paksa o isyu. Ang ginagawa ng mga guro ay pagbibigay ng mga pantulong na pagsasanay at paggamit ng mga estratehiyang tuwirang makatutulong sa mga mag-aaral na may kinaan sa kompetensi ko ay nakakalatang tapos sa paggamit ng mga tanong bilang balangkas. Next slide please. For key stage 3, this is for baitang 7 hanggang 10. Ang kanilang ay nakasulat ng iba't ibang teksto na nilalahad, maaring maikling tula, pabula, talumpati tungkol sa isang controversial na issue. Ganon din ang grade 11 at 12 na ukol pa rin sa kasanayang pagsulat. At ang natukoy na magandang intervention para sa kasanayan ito ay ang pagbibigay ng mga pantulong na pagsasanay ng mga guro at pagbibigay ng mga kulwaran sulatin na maaaring sundan ng mga mag-aaral at ang paggamit ng mga estratehiyang tuwirang nakatutulong sa mga mag-aaral na kailangan at paggamit ng mga tanong para maging balangkas. So yan po para sa Filipino. This is Rene P. Sultan, Division of Davao City. Good afternoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My warmest greetings to all the resilient education leaders and education frontliners of DepEd Region 11. I am Dr. Mayan M. Humwad, Education Program Supervisor in English from DepEd Davao City Division. I'll be presenting the least learned competencies in English with its corresponding analysis, interventions, and recommendations. Next slide, please. The prevalent and predominant least learned competencies are presented here according to key stages. Key Stage 1 least learned competency is from grade 2, which states to identify and discuss the elements of a story, theme, setting, characters, and events. The interventions conducted here included individual face-to-face virtual coaching with a grade level mentor to share information to improve instruction. It also involves the conduct of LAC sessions on unpacking the least learned competencies, facilitation of demonstration teaching on how to teach the least learned competencies using a lighter approach. Recommendations also include provision of supplemental activity sheets for guided practice at home and other supplementary materials like downloaded videos and audios from reliable sources to provide adequate and substantial support for synchronous and asynchronous learning. Next slide, please. Next predominant least learned competency is from Key Stage 2, which states the use of compound and complex sentences to show cause and effect and problem solution relationship of ideas. Interventions and recommendations are clearly stated in the slide on your screen. Next predominant least learned competency is from Key Stage 3, which states to evaluate and make judgments about a range of texts using a set of criteria. Interventions and recommendations are also reflected on the slide in your screen. From Key Stage 4, Senior High School, in grade 11, Oral Communication. The prevalent least learned competency include distinguishes types of speeches and speech style. Interventions and recommendations are also flashed in the slide on your screen. In grade 12, Creative Writing. The prevalent least learned competency include to write journal entries and other short compositions exploring key elements of fiction. Interventions and recommendations are stressed and fully emphasized as you browse your screen at this point in time. In conclusion, it is greatly observed that the hindrance in achieving the mastery of the listed least learned competencies is that learners lack the prerequisite skills needed. Furthermore, most of the competencies are better understood or achieved when REACT strategy is used. In other words, they are best absorbed with the presence of teachers and peers. REACT stands for relating, experiencing, applying, cooperating, and transferring. So, on behalf of all the education program supervisors who are here, let me say heads up and let us all say hello to the new normal. Once again, a pleasant morning to everyone, and may God bless us all.
My courtesy to our regional director, Dr. Alan G. Good morning, everyone. My courtesy to our regional director, Dr. Alan G. Parnaso, to our assistant regional director, Dr. Maria Inesi Asuncion, to our CLMD chief, Dr. Aldeguer, to all regional supervisors, to all attendees in this activity today. Good morning. My task is to present the analysis of the least learned competencies with intervention and recommendation in mathematics for school year 2020-2021 for quarter 1 and quarter 2. These are the list of competencies, MELC's code number from grades 2 to grade 11, of which the content is all about word problem solving. Least learned competencies gathered from the field revealed that most of the learners find difficulty in MELCs about solving word problems in mathematics in all grade levels, both elementary and secondary. Most of our learners could not understand the word problems due to poor in comprehension skills. When they asked help, assistance from their parents, guardians, or anybody at home, their parents, guardians could not explain and expound the examples written in the modules. That is why they just copy the answers from the answer keys. And when given teacher-made assessment, they could not answer independently. Therefore, the proposed interventions and recommendations. Each school or district cluster shall design their own initiative to address the low performance of learners. They will design an activity that will really needed for the improvement of the skills of the learners, which focus on most essential learning competency, especially in word problem solving. The design initiative must contain the following. First, intensified reading program per grade level and intensified remediation program per grade level. For the remediation program per grade level, there must be preparation of each year supplementary written short video activities to learners, especially in the lower grade levels, and orient parents, guardians, or anybody at home who assisted the learners in accomplishing their modules. And as a way of remediation or follow-up, teachers shall conduct one-on-one session with their pupils or learners via Messenger and other online platforms, or follow up learners through text messages, group chats, video call, and sending supplementary videos. That's all, and thank you very much. Good day again.
Good morning, everyone. This is the report on the least learned competencies in science for DepEd Davao City Division. This is the list of the least learned competencies in Quarter 1 elementary level, from grade 3 to grade 6. Quarter 1 covers the domain matter and its interactions. This is the list for the least learned competencies for Quarter 2, grade 3 to grade 6. Quarter 2 covers the domain living things and their environment. Based on the reported LLCs of the public elementary schools in the division, we noticed that the LLCs in Key Stage 2, grades 4 to 6, are related, or they cover the same concepts as the LLCs in Key Stage 1, grade 3. Competencies that require experiments, demonstrations were also found to be least learned. Competencies that include topics in which the learners need direct experience were also found to be LLCs. Secondary level, this is the list of least learned competencies, Quarter 1 and Quarter 2. Similar to the elementary level, the competencies that require experiments, demonstrations, and hands-on activities were found to be least learned. Competencies that require mathematical skills, such as solving for percent composition, use of basic operations, fractions, etc., were found to be LLCs. Competencies that require detailed presentation of processes were also found to be LLCs. Actions done to address LLCs. The division encouraged the schools to let their learners listen to RBI episodes and to DepEd TV episodes. Reading program included content in science for improved vocabulary and to be familiar with terms used in science. Teachers developed teacher-made activity sheets or worksheets for guided practice. Additional resources and video lessons were also provided to the learners. Conduct of online one-on-one tuition or online classes to support synchronous and asynchronous learning was also done by schools. Use of enhanced illustrations to elucidate the processes involved in a concept. Use of contextualized and leveled activity sheets. Conduct of parent tutoring to assist guardians in facilitating learning at home. And close monitoring and follow-up with learners, parents, and guardians through various communication points. Actions to be done. Review of SLMs to improve the included activities. Create short video lessons that include experiments, understanding concepts that require computation. Development of worksheets specific for areas that do not have electricity. Content training and training on pedagogy. That's all. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to present the report of Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, Ma'am Amelia S. Lacerna. This is her report on the analysis and the causes of least learned competencies and interventions made for the subject Araling Panlipunan. Slide. For the elementary level, these are the least learned competencies from grades 1 to 6. Next slide, please. Grade 1, these are the 5 least learned competencies for quarter 1 and for quarter 2. Grade 2, these are the identified least learned competencies. Grade 3, these are the identified least learned competencies. Then we have grade 4. These are the identified least learned competencies. Grade 5 and grade 6. The causes on why these competencies became least learned. We have adjustment to new learning modality, insufficient contextualized learning materials, learners do not have enough knowledge on the use of multimedia and computer-aided materials, learners with low GSA or have low performance in those quarters were unable to accomplish the activities in the SLMs. Some even failed to submit their SLMs, basically because their parents were busy with their work and failed to follow up these learners, and lack of learning resources. The interventions done to address the LLCs. The school heads were enjoined to closely monitor and follow up learners and parents through text, chat, and call brigade, as well as reaching them online through their Facebook Messenger. Teachers conducted virtual remediation to those learners who lagged behind. Initiated the development of school-based localized activity sheets to the school coordinators and forwarded video lessons to the class and parents GC. Provided video lessons from different channels to augment the discussion. Encourage school heads to conduct SLAC to enhance knowledge and mastery of the different competencies and provision of supplementary learning materials and other available resources. For the secondary level, these are the least learned competencies. These are the top 3 least learned competencies for grade 7, quarter 1, and quarter 2. For grade 8, these are the top 3 least learned competencies, grade 9 and grade 10. These are the top 2 least learned competencies. Process, poor reading comprehension. Some learners failed to completely answer the module, lack of follow-ups from parents, poor socio-cultural home environment, adjustment to new modality, difficulty in independent learning, and modules were not completely printed and distributed. The interventions encourage school heads to intensify remediation and enrichment classes, instruct the school heads and teachers to strengthen monitoring activity to learners who are lagging behind, advise the school heads and teachers to consistently inform parents or guardians on the status of their children, provided supplementary localized activity sheets and other learning materials, and communicated with the concerned public schools district supervisors, school heads, and school coordinators regarding the academic performance of learners. That would be all. Thank you very much, and God bless everyone.
This morning, I'd like to share to you the general analysis on LMS or list mastered competencies together with the interventions or recommendations for EPP and TLE quarter one. Most of the learners in grades 4 to 6 have least mastered competencies or difficulty on engaging social media and online platforms in a safe and responsible manner. Hence, this calls for the teachers to make urgent actions and monitor the learners, particularly in engaging social media and online platforms in a safe and responsible manner. Learners might become victims of scams or unscrupulous schemes. For the recommendation, teachers should give more exercises wherein they can use the computer using their Android or tablets or any compatible gadgets and engage in communicating and collaborating with teachers and other learners through emails, FB, Messenger, and other online platforms with regulations and supervision of parents at home so that they will be more exposed to use the ICT and gain some knowledge and skills on how to be safe from scams and for APP TLE quarter 2, some of the APP TLE learners in grades four to six, especially in the urban areas, has less appreciation on the importance of planting and propagating trees and preparing trees and marketing seedlings. Learners must have the idea on the importance of plants in their own environment because it will give fresh air in the surroundings and best source of nutritional foods and medicinal herbs. For intervention or recommendation, teachers should require the learners to do simple planting and gardening activities at home relative to container or dish gardening as part of their performance tasks with the supervision of their parents. For TLE and TVE, the learners in TLE and TVE have lacking competencies in applying basic mathematical operations in calculating weights and measurements and converting data to its equivalent unit of measurements. Learners might waste their materials, time, and effort, especially during their performance tasks and laboratory works. Teachers must see to it as part of the recommendation that the learners have proper knowledge on mensuration on their practical activities to avoid wastage of resources. Providing activities that by providing activities that may expose the learners on calculating and measuring solid, liquid, and mass in metric or English system. Second is exposing the learners to different measuring tools through actual presentation, virtual pictures, and video clips. Gallery walk is the game online. For TBL, the learners or the senior high school learners have difficulty in analyzing signs, symbols, and data from the materials, supplies, and equipment. Reading and understanding instructions or products specifications. This hinders quality production with accuracy and efficiency of time, effort, and resources of learners from their shop work or laboratory work. Untoward incidents may happen if this will not be given utmost attention by the teachers. For the recommendation or intervention, the teacher should provide more exercises in analyzing signs, symbols, and data by posting online with pictures, video clips, and other materials. Gallery walk is the game also in this. Second is unlock the untranslate unfamiliar and difficult words as necessary to avoid confusion and accidents. Hence, giving of procedures for an activity must be simple and easy to understand by the learners. Note, the practice of our division or the division of Davao City in procuring equipment is to require the suppliers to translate the instructions and specifications of the products to English or Tagalog, especially those Chinese items.
Napapakatao, registered competencies. And here they are. First, list master. Next, nasusuri ang isang halimbawa ng pamilyang ginagampanan ang panlipunan at pampolitikal na papel nito. So, ang intervention na pinaaabot namin sa mga guro ay pag-i-implement ng case study at saka picture analysis. Second, natutukoy ang mga aspekto kung saan kulang siya ng tiwala sa sarili at nakikilala ang mga kung paano lalampasan ang mga ito. Ang implemented or encouraged to be implemented is in the teaching and learning process are and modeling. Natutukoy, after sa natutukoy ang mga aspekto, na ay paglabag sa dignidad ng mga mahihirap ay at indigenous groups. So yun ang isang least mastered competency. At saka ang encourage strategy to be implemented in the test is paglalarawan ng isang tao. So yun ang ini-encourage namin. Ang intervention na binibigay namin. Next, mga larawan ang ipinapakita. Ang intervention ito ay ang pagsagot sa mga binibigay na mga katanungan at ang picture analysis. So yan. Next, competency na nagpapakita ng paggalang sa idea o suhestyon ng kapwa. Ang encourage strategy to be implemented ay story making, ang pagsagot ng mga tanong. Na least mastered competence ito na ilapat ang wastong paraan upang baguhin ang mga pasya at kilos na taliwas sa unang prinsipyo ng likas na batas moral. At ang mga suggested strategies to be implemented as part of the intervention at ang pagsagot sa mga binibigay na mga tanong. Maraming salamat in behalf of our ESP Education Program Supervisor. Ang susunod, thank you, Jean. We can now switch off the slide, Jean, please. Ang susunod ay ang pagpapakita, shown to you, shared to you, is an AVP of Davao. Let's have a look at some of the problems posed this new normal condition. How do we cope the COVID-19 pandemic and some so beyond boundaries?
Davao City. Life is here.
The school year 2020-2021 has been a challenging journey for both educators and learners. The emergence of pandemic due to COVID-19, coupled with issues of insurgency and natural calamities, has tested the realm of education. These created an educational gap which caused the disruption of the department's programs. As such, the delivery of basic quality education was put at stake. Taking the lead in the continuation of learning in the midst of the risk and threats of COVID-19, the teaching force has not been an exemption from the effects of the pandemic. The new normal setup in education has exposed the lack of instructional materials and trainings necessary to implement the distance learning program. Committed to deliver their mandate, the teachers still need to perform these duties, even if this means putting themselves and their families at risk. With the multiple tasks at hand, the Department of Education, Division of Davao City, addresses these concerns by providing appropriate interventions. Pursuing the continuation of learning despite the drastic changes in the educational lens, the division calls for conduct of coaching and mentoring through focus group discussion and schools' learning action cells on how to address the least learned competencies and the needs of the teachers. This will give a background on the current and necessary needs of teachers to better serve their clients. This is also an avenue for teachers to benchmark best practices of other educators, such as the use of ZipGrade and other methods that help to improve teachers' efficacy in evaluating students' outputs. In this regard, using of ZipGrade and posting of best practices of some teachers in video format are highly recommended. With the advancement of technology, teachers also need high-performing laptops to improve efficiency and produce quality outputs. Contrary to the classroom setup prior to the pandemic, learners, likewise, are now confronted with different challenges in this new normal education, where they have to learn from their homes since 81% of the students opted to have printed modular distance learning modality, whereas only 19% chose blended learning. In fact, the mastery of competencies has become more difficult since students have to process learning without the guidance of their teachers. What's more pressing is that their physical, social, and psychological development have been hampered due to the strict demands of the safety health protocols. The division is recommending to intensify the conduct of the remediation programs, utilizing different supplementary materials to develop mastery of the competencies and eventually increase the division's proficiency level and general scholastic aptitude, or GSA. This can be made possible if the students' learning needs are addressed by giving them instructional materials tailored fit to their capacity, extending time for the submission of outputs, and providing an avenue for the learners to create artworks. When all these are met, surely there will be an easy understanding of the concepts, quality outputs will be produced, and unique talents will be showcased. Consequently, these factors contribute to the holistic development of the learners. Likewise, the improvement of learners' performance is feasible through the collaboration of the school and its external stakeholders, where their assistance in locating the residences of students and intensifying the monitoring of the released and retrieved self-learning modules help in providing appropriate consideration on students' current situation. This is manifested in the success of the division's 8-week reading remediation program conducted before the beginning of the class. Through the intervention given to students of reading difficulties, students were prepared to take the modular learning. Despite the efforts of the department to implement the learning continuity plan, inevitable difficulties still linger and affect the school community, such as the lack of appropriate and contextualized learning materials, lack of access to internet, and other problems brought about by this new phenomenon. This health crisis has caught the education sector off guard. Although there were already emergency plans in place prior to the pandemic, there is still so much more to be done, especially in the aspect of learning materials. This resulted for the division to strengthen the academic programs which have already been developed for distance learning education. That is why the DepEd TV, teleradio-based instruction, radio-based instruction, activity sheets, and other supplementary materials be intensified to serve as intervention in aiding the learning process of students. Aside from that, the learning management system has been introduced so it will become the repository of learning materials for the students. Of course, these materials will only be effective if these are contextualized to the students' needs, belief, gender, and culture. Committed to promote inclusive education, the division will always uphold and protect the uniqueness of each learner. Since learners have distinct personalities, innovations that will cater to their differences have always been welcomed by the division. In fact, the Basahon sa Kariton of Emilio J. Estipona National High School, initiated by Sir Ronel Lupiba, exhibited the division's support in pursuit of the delivery of the basic quality education. As school year 2020-2021 is about to reach its full cycle, more help from our teachers and stakeholders are encouraged to sustain the programs of the institution. The first quarter of the school year was marred with changes and adjustments, but it was also the pivotal quarter that pushed the division to go beyond its boundaries. It only proves that the agency will overcome the test of time and show its resilience against the backdrop of this crisis. the journey to provide basic quality education continues. And the division of Davao City will continue to light as a torch in the darkness and a beacon of hope to all the young learners in the city. DepEd Davao City Division, moving ahead, beyond boundaries.
Bravo, thank you very much and congratulations, Division of Davao City. Okay, so I would like to say and thank our SDS of Davao City, Rinaldo M. Giliana, ESDS, Jinky Ferman, and ESDS, Dr. Marilyn Diduyo, CID Chief, Dr. Alma Sifra, in all division, education, program, supervisors, of the Division of Davao City. Thank you and congratulations. Ayan. So that completes now our 11 schools division offices on the presentation of the least mastered competencies. Ayan. So at least we have our common interpretation on the result, also our personal, so we say the RRC, reflection, realization, and contemplation. As to the time of presentation, so at least we could benchmark also from the others presentation that the way of strategizing, no, it depends on to us. Ayan. So congratulations to one and all that despite of the problems, the pressures we have in our particular divisions, but then you had you had this time to craft your PowerPoints and everything. Once again, on any behalf of our regional director, our assistant regional director, and our CLMD chief, congratulations sa inyong lahat, kasama ng aking mga CLMD chiefs. And now, it's about time for us, the regional EPS of CLMD. It's our time now to consolidate. Nagkataon here on my list, nauna pa lang English, wala akong magagawa, is the regional presentation of the RO analysis of the utilization of the results on the LMCs. We have the English, the Filipino, the science, the mathematics, the TLE, AP, ESP, MAPE, MTB, MLE. Ayan. Para naman wala tayong hindi mag-CCLation yung mga audience natin. Bibitiin natin kaunti yung okay, Jean, naibigay na ba yung natin? Naibigay na bang ang link ng attendance? So siguro we will hold it muna. Okay. So, are you ready now? Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker from the regional office. Walang iba, yours truly, representing English. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. I think regional technical working group members, we have Eugene and Sir Eugene Durado. Okay? Sir, pakilagay mo na try ng musical background to enliven ang aking presentation ng PowerPoint. Okay, I'm doing this live. Okay? Eugene, please take it away. At ako'y kinakabahan nang napanood ko sa inyo at nangliliit ako because of your what you call this, bongacious na presentation. Okay? Ayan. Jean, pwede na yan siya. Okay, for a while. Ayan. Okay. Okay. Ako na lang magdala, Jean? Sige, ako na lang. Okay. So these are actually the highlight milks, no, that I captured rather from the submitted list master competencies on the English files sa Google Drive namin. So thank you so much, English partners, because your data on our Google Drive is complete. No, thank you so much. Okay, so ito na. I am now highlighting the three list mastered competencies for the key learning stages. Okay, my regional consolidation. Okay, next, please. Okay, for key stage one, K to 3, of course, I will represent presenting you the MELS, the provision of technical assistance, the intervention, and the recommendation. G, next, please. Okay, so these are the captured three list LMCs. Okay, first, identify and discuss the elements of a story, particularly in the theme, the setting, characters, and events. Then the TA provision is conducted, the virtual coaching with the learners and follow-up meeting with the parents through Google Meet, and then learning activity cell session on unpacking of the LMCs. Recommendation, provision of supplemental learning activity sheets for guided practice at home, introduction of PVBI and RBI modalities for synchronous and asynchronous learning, and then the application of our newly strategized catch-up program for individualized performances. Okay, two, identify English equivalency of words in the mother tongue or in Filipino. Provision, intensive partnership with the parents or guardians in a conducted training workshop on development of LAS in all grade levels. Recommendation, provision of activities with simple illustrations of pictures, then home visitation, aba, nauna siya. Okay, moving on to key stage. O sige, bumalik ulit. Ano ba yan? O sige, key stage 2, grades 4 to 6. Okay, next slide, please. Ayan. First, identify meaning of unfamiliar words through structural analysis. These are the words and affixes, prefixes, and suffixes, or affixation nga. Then the TA provision shared best practices on the teaching of the lesson, like enhancing one's vocabulary by giving at least 5 words a day to master the meaning, especially those specifically rather those with affixation. Recommendation: use group chats and text messaging in learning and mastering the lesson, and provide more last to the learners. MELP 2, compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures, subject verb agreement. Revision, we have teaching grammar with fun and exciting. Recommendation provided, simplified explanation and exercises. MELP 3, use compound and complex sentences to show cause and effect and problem solution relationship of ideas. TA provision made separate supplementary materials for compound and complex sentences and created the worksheets and cause effect and problem solution relationship before using the main competency. And recommendation, intensified unpacking of competencies for a spiral progress or progression or development of the lesson. Next slide. Okay, for case stage 3, grades 7 to 10. These are the captured milks. Okay, next, please. Ayan. Milk number 1, use phrases, clauses, and sentences appropriately and meaningfully. TE provision, monitor the performance of learners through text, call, messenger, and Facebook, or collected information from current events, printed materials like newspapers, magazines, radio, or TV. And the recommendation, regular engagement on parent consultation via Google Meet. Milk 2, supply other words or expressions that complete an analogy. Then TA provision sent supplementary activities. Recommendation, utilized the availability of the group chat and messengers. Instructions were given also through phone calls. Map 3, use modal verbs, nouns, and adverbs appropriately. T provision, prepared PowerPoint presentations to further explain the concept. Group chats utilized to cater questions or difficulties of students. Recommendation, utilize and make use of group chats and other online or virtual means of communication to address students' difficulties. MELC 4, evaluate spoken text using given criteria, example, fluency, tone, cohesion, and correctness. TA provision made supplementary materials and assessments through Google Forms for students who can access internet and printed copies to those who cannot. May sumpay pa sa ubos. And then the recommendation, provision of supplementary learning materials in parallel assessment. And now for the key stage 4. Next slide, please. Okay, my the key stage 4 includes the oral communication, the AAP or English for academics and professional purposes, the media and information, literacy, creative writing, reading and writing for grades 11 and 12. Next, please. Okay, for oral communication, I have two melts in here. First, distinguished types of speeches and speech style. TA provision created FB messenger per subject as means of communicating with the learners. Two, provided supplemental materials as a sample videos on different types of speeches. Recommendations are formulated supplemental exercises to motivate learners to perform the tasks, develop teacher-made activity sheets for independent learning, and then conducted online classes or students with access to the internet. Map 2, identify the various types of speech context. TA provision initiated a communication channel for parents and students through FB Messenger and group texting so that they could openly ask questions to the subject teacher. And recommendation formulated supplemental exercises to motivate learners to perform rather the tasks expected of them. Next, yes, okay, for the AAP, Melk 1 used various techniques in summarizing a variety of academic texts. TA provision, created group chat through as a means communication, through FB as a means of communication to students and parents, then scheduled virtual meetings for feedback on student concerns. Then 3, conducted coaching and monitoring with teachers on how to address the competency. Recommendations are developed supplemental exercises to motivate learners to perform the tasks. Next, allowed students to finish unanswered activities due to difficulties encountered. And the last one is provided video lessons downloaded from reliable sources to supplement the SLMs. MELC 2, differentiate language used in academic text from various disciplines. TA provision, we have created group chat through Facebook. Okay, kapareha kanina. And then recommendation, conducted online quizzes to monitor the progress of students' understanding. Okay, still for grades 11 to 12, media and information literacy. MELC 1, present an issue in varied ways to disseminate information using the codes, convention, and language of media. TA provisions are scheduled weekly virtual meeting through FB Messenger to address queries of students, provided follow-up explanations on activities where students encountered difficulty through group chats. Next, encouraged students to submit their outputs in different formats that is viable to them online, digital, and others. Recommendations are provided supplemental activity sheets for guided practice at home, provided supplementary materials such as video lessons downloaded from reliable sources, and conducted online classes for students with access to the internet. MELC 2, compare and relate the media and information literacy framework to their own understandings and competencies. The provision created a group chat through FB Messenger and group text as a mean of communication to students and parents. Then recommendation provided supplemental activity sheets for guided practice at home. Next slide. Okay, creative writing, MELC 1. Present an issue in varied ways to disseminate information using the codes, convention, and language of media. TE provisions conducted coaching and mentoring how the teacher to how teachers address the competency, then created group chat as means of communicating with the learners, and then give enough time for students to finish the different activities in the module. Recommendations are encouraged students to post their questions on messenger or text their queries, provided additional examples of writing compositions, provided video lessons on how to write different compositions. MELC 2, write a short poem or poem applying the various elements and literary devices exploring. And then TA provision, conducted coaching and mentoring on how to address the competency. Recommendation, encourage the students to post the questions on Messenger or text their queries. Next, please. Okay, compare for reading and writing. MELC 1, compare and contrast patterns of written text across disciplines. TA provision, conducted coaching and mentoring on how to address the competency. Recommendation, encouraged students to post their questions on Messenger or text their queries. MELC 2, evaluate the written text based on its properties such as organization, coherence, and cohesion, language use, and mechanics. TA provision provided the follow-up explanations on activities where students encounter difficulty through group chats. And the recommendation provided video lessons downloaded from reliable sources to supplement the SLM. Next slide, please. I understand this is the last one. So, madayaw na pagpanalinga kamayo, bagasi na pasalamat. Ayan. So, thank you very much. God bless us all. Okay, I would like to present to you ang pangalawang nakasalang. Yan, ito ay isang eksperto ng wikang Filipino. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome the Filipino Regional Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Mary Jane M. Mejorada.
Isang mapagpalang hapon sa lahat. Aking pagpupugay sa ama ng DepEd 11, Director Alan Fernaso at kay Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, sa ating Chief ng Curriculum and Learning Management Division, Dr. Mary Jean Aldiger, sa labing isang SDS, 11 ASDSS, at labing isang hepe ng Curriculum and Implementation Division, at buong kapamilyang supervisor sa iba't ibang asignatura, ang aking pagbati. Ibibigay ko ngayon ang analysis o pagsusuri sa kinalabasan ng mga least mastered competencies o di masyadong nalinang na mga kasanayang pampagkatuto at paano matutugunan sa kabuuan. Lodge, please. Bago ang lahat, ang aking pagsaludo sa aking labing isang Education Program Supervisor sa labing isang sangay sa lahat ng inisyatibo at programang isinagawa na magbibigay ng kalutasan sa lahat ng ito.
ang kasipagan at pagtutulungan natin ang magiging sandata natin upang mas maiangat pa ang implementasyon ng Filipino curriculum sa ating rehiyon. Simulan mo na, Lodge. Simulan natin. Sa nakikita ninyo, ito yung mga kabuang bilang ng mga kasanayang pampagkatuto na iniulat at naitala ng inyong lingkod sa lahat ng mga naisumite ng ating mga EPS. Kung napansin ninyo, sa key stage 1, 2, 3, at 4, talagang marami ang mga nag-ulat na ang lahat ng ito ay di masyadong nalinang. Ito po ang kabuuan na aking naitala. Pangalawa, Lodge. Next. Sa pagsusuri sa mga itinalang list mastered competencies, ano ang dapat na matutukan dito at in particular? So ang dapat matutukan, nakita natin sa mga code ng competency o sa mga kasanayang pampagkatuto, andoon ang PB o pagbasa, ang PS sa pagsulat, at dapat matutukan dito ang 5 makrong kasanayan. Malinang ang pagbasa, pagsulat, pagsasalita, pakikinig at panunood. Ngayon, ano pa ang dapat matutukan? Dahil nga napakarami ng ating kasanayang pampagkatuto, kaya magkakaroon tayo ng unpacking of competencies. So, ibig sabihin, in particular, pagsasama-sama ng mga magkakaugnay na kasanayang pampagkatuto upang mas mapagaan at mapadali ang pagkatuto at paglinang nito. Ano pa ang dapat na matutukan? Ang kakayahan, kasanayan ng mga guro sa pagtuturo ng asignatura. In particular, ito yung pagtukoy sa mga nararapat na taglaying kasanayan ng bawat guro na nagtuturo ng nasabing asignatura. At ano pa ang dapat matutukan? Pang-apat, ito yung pinakamahalaga. Natukoy ang mga di masyadong nalinang na mga kasanayang pampagkatuto, kaya kinakailangan na matutukan ang kritikal na nilalaman ng kurikulum sa Filipino sa bawat baitang. Ito yung mga pangunahing paksa na nararapat na dulog o estratehiya na gagamitin upang matukoy na ang posibleng dahilan. Okay, ito yung paraan. Next slide, Lodge. Ito yung pagtukoy ng kritikal na nilalaman ng kurikulum. Ito ay natutukan na natin, na-address na natin. Ito yung ginawa natin upang mabuo natin ang isang activity. Ito yung mga kasanayang pampagkatuto, kung napansin ninyo. Ito yung di masyadong nalinang sa grade 11, 12. Isang clear na halimbawa, malinaw na halimbawa, na kapag sasagawa ng panimulang pananaliksik, ngayon inalam natin ang posibleng dahilan, hindi malakas ang pundasyon sa pagsulat. Ngayon, another competency, nasusuri ang ilang pananaliksik na pumapaksa sa wika at kulturang Pilipino. Ang guro ay hindi major sa Filipino, hindi kabisado, walang background sa wika at kulturang Pilipino. Pangatlo, nakasusulat ng isang panimulang pananaliksik sa mga penomenang kultural at panlipunan sa bansa. Ibig sabihin, kulang ng kaalaman tungkol sa pananaliksik ang guro. Ngayon, another competency, nakagagawa ng sariling payak na pananaliksik batay sa mga sinuring halimbawang abstract ng pananaliksik, ang posibleng dahilan bakit di masyadong nalinang, kawalan ng sapat na kaalaman o background sa paggawa ng research ng mga mag-aaral at ng mga guro. So, ilan lamang ito sa natukoy natin na di masyadong nalinang sa senior high school. Kaya ganito natin tutugunan ang pangangailangan ng buong rehiyon. Next, Lodge. Ngayon, doon tayo sa Technical Assistance Provision Intervention Plan. lahat ng 11 sangay at 11 EPS mga itinalaga sa bawat division ay may iba't ibang programa at inisyatibo, very unique, pero magkakapareho man tayo, iisang direksyon lang po tayo. Ito yung kabuuan, kinuha ko pa rin din sa iba, at yung pangkalahatan natin, overview, ika nga. Patuloy na pagpatuloy ang pagsasagawa ng school at division learning action cell sa lahat ng mga kaguruan sa Pilipino sa elementarya, sekundarya at senior high school sa mga paksang paglinang ng makrong kasanayan sa pagbasa, pagsulat, pakikinig, pagsasalita at panunood, lalo na sa mga paksa o nilalaman noong natapos sa pagsasanay natin sa panrehiyong palihan o regional na pagsasanay sa pagtuturong panliterasi. So inaasahan ko po at susuyurin ng inyong lingkod ang lahat ng sangay. Kung ito ba lahat ay naituro at naibahagi sa lahat ng mga guro na nagtuturo ng asignaturang Filipino. So 5 araw po yun na pagsasanay, ibig sabihin aplikasyon na po at pagbabahagi na po sa mga guro na hindi natin naabot. Ibig sabihin kasi limitado lang ang ating mga kalahok. So ito sana kasi nung last year pa ito, so dapat ngayon na ibaba na ito sa division, na ibaba na ito sa bawat paaralan. So susuyurin ng inyong lingkod pag nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng monitoring. Okay. Next, Luge. Pangalawa, next, Luge. Pangalawa ay titingnan natin kung tama ba, baka nag-lockdown si Lugin. Okay, pagbabahagi sa mga natutunan ng mga lumahok sa panrehiyong palihan. So, ika nga kanina, ipinakita ko kung paano natin na-address ang di masyadong nalinang na competency sa senior high school. Ito yung pananaliksik o pagsulat ng pananaliksik. So, inaasahan ko na magkakaroon na ng pagbabahagi sa mga natutunan ng mga lumahok sa panrehiyong palihan na pinamagatang pagtuki sa makakulturang pagtuturo at pananaliksik sa Filipino sa senior high school. So magkaroon na ng LAC at division LAC sessions na binigyan din dito ang paraan kung paano bubuuin o ang pagbuo ng konseptong papel na ito lang talaga ang hinihingi o ang kahingian sa gagawing pananaliksik ng ating senior high school. Okay, inaasahan ko rin na magsasagawa ng online class observations kung ito man ay pwede ring maimbita ang inyong lingkod upang makabigay tayo ng mga technical assistance. And then, pagsasagawa ng palihan sa pagkatuto sa paggamit ng iba't ibang media applications, kinakailangan din natin magkaroon ng pagsasagawa ng mga virtual conferences sa mga tagapag-ugnay. So kasama ako, panrehiyon, pansangay, pampaaralan at pampurok sa pagpapabilis ng monitoring sa mga kaguruan sa Filipino. Next, Luge. Pagpapagamit ng mga regional quality assured na mga lesson exemplars at activity sheets sa Filipino mula grade 1 to 12 bilang pagsasanay sa bahay, offline man o online, at maaaring ito'y printed. Then, pagbibigay o pagbabahagi ng quality assured instructional videos at digitized lessons na naka-USB o maaaring makopya sa mga cellphones upang mapanood ng mga mag-aaral. Kasi ilan to, napakarami ng hinihingi dahil nga pandemic ngayon. So, hindi lamang printed materials ang kinakailangan nila, kundi may mga videos at digitized lessons na maaaring maibahagi sa kanila. At ito pa, dito ako naging saludo sa lahat ng sangay kasi nga nagkaroon sila ng kanilang inisyatibo at meron din tayo sa central office at sa rehiyon pagpapagamit o pagpapanood ng mga radio-based lessons, videos at TV-based na binuo ng bawat sangay na dumaan sa masusing ebalwasyon at validasyon ng material na naka-USB na at ibabahagi sa mga mag-aaral at maaaring makopya sa mga cellphones ng mga mag-aaral. So kinakailangan po nating suyurin ang kasulok-sulukan ng ating bawat division, mga sakop ng ating division. Ang mga guro po ay maaari po nating sila po ang mag-home visitation nang sa ganon ay maikopya po yung USB o kung may mga nang sa ganon ay lahat naman siguro halos ay may mga cellphones para maibahagi sa kanila. Next, Lugin, okay. And then ang future directions at kasama na ito ng ating Filipino Learning Area, patuloy tayo na tutukoy sa kritikal na nilalaman ng kurikulum sa Filipino, lalo na sa mga kasanayang pampagkatuto, mga least learned competencies batay sa MELCS mula baitang 1 to 12 upang mabigyan ng kaukulang aksyon at intervensyon. Pagsasagawa ng plano na naitala sa 5 taon na roadmap sa Filipino, pagsasagawa at pagsasakatuparan nito. Then patuloy na pagbuo ng mga developed, quality assured, competency-based, contextualized learning resources na magiging magagamitin ng mga exercises ng ating mga mag-aaral. At ito pa ang pinaka-major na problema ng ating asignatura na matutukan ang mga non-major in Filipino batay sa iniulat at isinumite ng ating mga supervisor sa teachers profiling. Marami po ang hindi major in Filipino na napakahirap po na magturo na hindi po major kasi nga ano po ang ibibigay natin kung wala po tayong background nito, ika nga. So mabigyan po natin kung halimbawa hindi malutas-lutas kaagad na hindi major in Filipino ang maibigay po sa atin, atin lang pong sisikapin na kung maaari ay masama sa lock session, sa division lock session at sa regional na palihan upang mabigyan ng kaukulang pagsasanay na makatutulong sa wastong pagtuturo at implementasyon ng kurikulum sa Filipino. Next, Luj. At patuloy na paggalugad ng mga kaalaman na lilinang sa mga kasanayan ng mga guro sa pamamagitan ng ito. Magkakaroon tayo ng webinar sa ortografiyang pambansa at KWF sa masinop na pagsulat para sa editor sa Filipino. Marami tayong mga writers sa ating mga modules at mga lesson exemplars at activity sheets. So makakatulong ito sa kanila. Another is webinar sa korespondensya opisyal kasi ngayon po ay nagkakaroon na po ng paggalugad at pagpapatupad ng mga programa na kung maaari ang lahat po ng mga komunikasyon sa Filipino at yung gumagamit po ng Filipino medium of instruction ay nakasulat na po sa Filipino ang lahat ng korespondensya opisyal. So, lahat ng ito ay may isasagawa natin sa pamamagitan ng partnership natin sa Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. Next, Luj. Sa pagpapanatili na maiangat ang kurikulum sa Filipino, patuloy nating isiping bata, agakon, aron, makaton, kaya tara na, isubay-saysay na nato ang mga nagluya ug atoang tudluan. Habang nakikita, alam natin na habang nakikita at nararamdaman ng mga kabataan ang ating masidhing pagnanais na matulungan ang mga nasa laylayan, ang suporta ng ating mga kinauukulan, mga stakeholders at mga kaguruan ay magsisikap silang makabangon sa kamangmangan ng ating mga mag-aaral. Kaya patuloy po tayo sa pagsisikap. Basta DepEd 11, kanunay abante. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mejorada. Ayan, para sa isang presentasyon na makapakabagabagabagabag damdamin, di ba? Okay, maraming salamat. Ayan, so suyuri na natin ang pangatlo, no? Our next presenter is a Science Regional Education Program Supervisor. Would you please welcome Dr. Maria Lisa Berandoy. Okay, so on in behalf of Dr. Berandoy, the presenter is freshly coming from the division of Davao de Oro. Si Dr. Pakpakin. Palakpakan.
Good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of Dr. Maria Liza Iberandoy, who is now paving the road, paving the road of science curriculum implementation. She's now in Davao Occidental, so attending the equally important activity, making strategic planning and road mapping of science curriculum. This time I'll be reporting her report, the consolidated list of list mastered competencies in science by key stage. Lodge, please show the presentation. Okay, so next. Okay, so based on the third slide, she actually have shown that of the 25 identified list mastered competencies, of all the competencies from K stage 1, 2, 3, and 4, 80% of all the schools division offices reported. For the quarter 2, of the total list mastered competencies of 24 from K stage 1 to 4, again, 80% of the schools division offices reported that it is least mastered competencies. Next, for quarter 1, according to the report, stage 1, the following are the least mastered competencies. Classify objects and materials as solid, liquid, and gas based on some observable characteristics. Describe changes in materials based on the effect of temperature. Ludge, please move forward. Okay, next pa. Okay, so for K stage 2, we have also the following competencies. K stage 3, again, K stage 3, we also have the same, the following competencies. K stage 4, for K stage 4, we have the following competencies. And also for quarter 2, so these are just consolidated from the reported list mastered competencies coming from the schools division offices. I believe we need not to read all the competencies, but let us move to the technical assistance provision. Okay, please move, Ludge. Next. Next, Lutz. Okay, so for the technical assistance provision from the identified most recurring competencies, list mastered competencies identified from the previous slides, the technical assistance provision are the following. Number 1, according to her, she's to conduct orientation on the K-12 most essential learning competencies in science. Number 2, orientation on the utilization of science self-directed learning materials. Number 3, provision of budget of work of each quarter to ensure 100% coverage of the most essential learning competencies. Number 4, orientation on the various distance learning delivery modalities, role of teachers, and learning facilitators. Number 5, training of teachers on how to develop self-learning materials based on the most essential learning competencies. Next. Okay, number 6, training of teachers on how to quality assure materials based on the LRMDS guidelines, orientation to teachers for the review of reproduced self-learning modules with corrections and recommendations. Number 8, training on RBI as supplement of the printed modules, form script writers and voice actors. For the intervention plan, provision of supplemental teacher-made activity sheets that are anchored on the list mastered competencies for guidance practice, provision of additional self-learning modules from DepEd Commons, provision of video lessons downloaded from reliable sources, provide links of RBI, TVI lessons, and other videos from reliable sources to support asynchronous learning. Monitoring and follow-up with learners, parents, guardians through various communication points like text messages, messenger, FB page. Train teachers on how to convert the printed material module distance learning to video lessons. Train teachers on how to handle learners who are geographically isolated through different learning delivery modalities. Policy recommendations, K-12 curriculum review and updating. Use the 2019 TEAMS 2018 PISA findings and learners' academic proficiency based from most essential learning competencies as basis for science curricular review and updating. Improvement of the learning environment. Technically review the self-directed learning modules, supplemental activity sheets, and summative assessment. Lesson outline of RBI TVI video lessons through following the quality assured protocol. Focus on adhering on the budget of work, individual learning plan, and learning delivery modality for learners to avoid mental and physical exhaustion due to simultaneous deadlines. Teacher upskilling and reskilling through a transformed professional development program. Teachers' professional development in crafting lesson plans that are cross-curriculum responsive to special education needs of learners in difficult circumstances, including geographic isolation, chronic illness, displacement due to armed conflict, urban settlement or disasters, child abuse, and child labor practices. Focused on improving the quality of instruction science through differentiated activities and teaching strategies. Use varied types of assessments on constructed response items. Engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration. Conduct research-based instruction. Intensify the roles of parents, guardians as facilitators of learning in this time of pandemic. Investigate factors that affect the logarithmic chances of dropouts in this time of pandemic. Conduct research of the lived experience of learners, parents, guardians, and other stakeholders of the new normal education. I believe that's all, and thank you.
Ayan, thank you, Doc Renz. Pagpakin. Okay, I think you don't have to do the graceful exit because I'm calling you back again. Okay, can you please join with us right now? Join with me, rather. O sige, para dire-diretso na. Okay, hello, Sir Renz. Kumusta? Kumusta? Malayo ka, ha? Kumusta ka na?
Hello, Sir Manny. Hello,
we
Sir
miss
Manny.
you. Kumusta ang
Yes.
Davao de Oro?
Yes, okay tayo, Sir Manny.
Ayan,
Thank
so you're happy now, ha? Because you are nearer now with your house. Ayan, yun ang
Yes.
primary reason kung bakit siya nag-transfer back to Davao de Oro. Congratulations, ha? We're happy for you.
Yes, Sir Manny. Thank you.
Doon na wala kami ng katuwang, but we are happy for you. So at this point in time, kay medyo mabilis ang science, no? Because you are continuing with the mathematics. Because science and mathematics are one best couple, no? Talagang mag-asawa yan sila. So are you ready now with your mathematics presentation?
Yes, Sir Manny.
Okay. So you're doing now for the third time. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Renz Pakpakin. Yay!
Yes. Okay, thank you. Luj, please show my presentation and let us make this faster. Okay, so this is the analysis and the list mastered competencies in mathematics. These are the list mastered. Of course, we identify the solving routine and non-routine problems. Those are the skills that are list mastered by our learners. And I have identified a list of competencies that corresponds to solving routine and non-routine problems for case stage 1 to 3. Okay, so many activities, so many most essential learning competencies that involve solving routine and non-routine problems. How about let us move to grades 4 to 6? The same. So we have solving routine and non-routine problems with a list of most essential learning competencies that involve solving routine and non-routine problems. Actually, those becomes a problem to our learners if they were not given basic and simple processes on how to solve problems. Okay, so let us move to grades 7 to 10. 7 to 10 the same, no? It's still problem solving. So we have a lot of most essential learning competencies that involves problem solving, and that becomes very difficult for our learners to understand. That is why it becomes the least mastered competency. Okay, again for grades 11 to 12, we have the same problem, and that is again problem solving. That is for quarter 1 and 2 of general mathematics and business mathematics. Okay. The routine problems actually involve at least one of the arithmetic operations and considered as basic and simple problems. So non-routine problems are complex problems that require some degree of creativity or originality to solve. Typically do not have an immediate apparent strategy for solving them. Oftentimes, this can be solved in multiple ways. That is why mathematics becomes the forebearer of the very tag difficult. So according to them, mathematics is difficult. Okay, so what are the reasons why learners fail in mathematics? Number 1, the attitude towards learning the subject. So they find mathematics difficult. So that is why they don't like mathematics. Next, method of teaching. So we need to come up with several innovative teaching strategies to support our teaching and to provide understandable way of teaching our learners. Another is, Lodge, please move, next slide, lack of connection between the subject and the students. Of course, with this present pandemic, it is difficult for the learners to comprehend all the things that is written on the self-learning modules, especially that there is lack of connection between the teacher and the students. So there is no interaction. Although we have chat group, we have messenger, we have telephones, we have TV, but that does not suffice, and still we lack the connection with our learners. So also many math teachers are not well versed in the subject. Why? Because there are teachers in the elementary who are not major in mathematics. No? We need to provide capacity building to our teachers, not only for elementary mathematics teachers, but also secondary mathematics teachers. So we need to enhance their competency in teaching the content using appropriate pedagogy, innovative teaching strategies, given appropriate learning resource, and how to utilize the learning resource, and appropriate assessment method. Lack of access to learning resource, basic concepts are not clear. Of course, if in the elementary level, if they were not given proper teaching in mathematics, what will happen to the learners as they go up? So lack of practice because there is no teacher available. Because we don't have physical face-to-face interaction with our learners. Self-doubt because their questions, their inquiries cannot be answered directly due to the provision of distance delivery modality. So that is why probably those are the reasons why learners fail in mathematics. If learners are well facilitated, mathematical problem solving may help students. Number 1, develop and improve the generic ability to solve real life problems. Develop critical thinking skills and reasoning. Gain deep understanding of concepts. Work in groups. Interact with and help each other. So from the given identified most recurring learning, most essential, least mastered, most essential learning competencies, the interpretation is low mastery. The learners at this level possesses the minimum knowledge and skill and core understanding, but needs help throughout the performance of the task. But how can we provide help through the performance of the task when there is no face-to-face? No? So we need to enhance our way of dealing with our learners, even when we are having this distance delivery modality. The low performance level of the learners on the identified least mastered competencies indicates that they did not meet the expectation of the Department of Education. The goal of mathematics education is for our learners to become critical thinkers and problem solvers. That is why they need to master numbers and number sense, geometry, patterns and algebra, measurement, statistics, and probability. But what will happen if they cannot solve problems involving those content domains? How can they become problem solvers and critical thinkers? That is why we come up with this recommendation to ensure that in the coming year or in the coming days, we can improve the performance of our learners. Number one, conduct training workshops on the development of contextualized strategic intervention material for learners identified to have least mastered on some competencies. That is why we need to come up with profiling of our learners so that we can give and provide surgical solution as to who really are those students that needs our intervention. Second, conduct enhancement training for teachers on content and innovative teaching strategies in mathematics. Follow up the learner's performance through the provision of available support team to cater inquiries and clarifications. And lastly, implement the mathematics enhancement program. My advocacy is to implement really the identified mathematics enhancement program. Number one is for our learners to become readers. How can they answer problems if they are not readers? That is why we have this read math. The ability to read and understand the words and symbols makes mathematics accessible to our learners. That is why all are advised to make all our learners readers. And while they are reading, they understand, they comprehend. Okay, next is to always keep track of the learner's initial level of performance and a specific skill at the end of quarter goal. That is why we are aiming of 100% of our learners achieve at least 75% proficiency level. The provision of prototype contextualized teaching resource materials. Another is the MMF, making mathematics fun. So this is intended to inspire and nurture a love for mathematics and to teach critical reasoning skills that will eventually make learners enjoy math and want the challenge of exciting problems. Soft copy of quality assured test items sorted by degree of difficulty, by competency, quarter, and grade level shall be made, meaning we have to come up with a test database that will serve as a reference for our teachers in the development of their quality test, because they need to come up with, they need to prepare tests that are things like performance-based, process skills test, and tests that will measure essential learning skills in mathematics. Also, we have to come up with an area, a hub, a place, for learners, especially in this distance modality and this hybrid learning environment. Also, that place will serve as a place that we can provide quick and speedy response to learners' academic inquiry and needs. Also, we need to come up with a team, a team of teachers, an online gathering of mathematics teachers, school heads, and supervisors to collaborate, share, and join forces to make the teaching and learning in mathematics fun, enjoyable, and exciting. That is why we need to come up with a group of trainers in mathematics by K-stage for sustainable capacity building of our non-major teachers and for other trainings needs based on the teacher training profile to ensure that our learners, as they graduate, as they finish, becomes critical thinker and problem solver. So next, Lodge, we need to make and ensure, we need to ensure, next Lodge, next Lodge, okay Lodge, next pa, next. Oh, okay. We need to ensure that no math teachers left behind. So we will ensure that we can be felt by our learners and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renz Pagpakin. At this point in time, we will strike while the iron is getting hotter. Shall we call on now to give us the updates on EPP TLE? Would you please welcome Dr. Fidelina Inday Huevos?
Good afternoon, everyone. My respect to our Regional Director, Dr. Alan Farnaso, to our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, to all the Schools Division Superintendents, to all ASBSS, to the CLMD Chief, Dr. Mirjin Aldiguer, to the CID Chiefs, to the Regional Education Program Supervisors, and so with all division program supervisors, good afternoon. So for EPP, TLE, TBL, all right, here are the most recurring, while, here are the most recurring competencies. Okay, there are several competencies submitted, but with several specialization, sobrang dami na nila no sa EPP, TLA, and TBL as submitted by our division supervisors, and others are even unique in their division. So here are the most recurring competencies. Starting with stage 2, grades 4 to 6 kasi wala naman tayong EPP sa grade 1 up to grade 3. So, paggamit ng computer at internet. Now, sa grade 7 to 10, that's stage 3, that's measurements and calculations. And for grades 11 and 12, that's visual basic controls and network configuration. Okay, now for the analysis and interpretation based on the most recurring competencies and the intervention done by our SDOs, SDOs perfectly address the gaps in each competencies through their intervention and only needs enhancement and minimal support from the regional office. Next, the identified most recurring least mastered competencies indicates that there is a low performance of learners on those competencies and did not meet the expectation of the Department of Education. However, the low mastery of those competencies can be attributed to the present pandemic that hinders face-to-face instruction and hands-on manipulation of the equipment, and the unavailability or insufficiency of necessary equipment, computer and internet connectivity, and electric power supply. Next slide, Luz. So, recommendation. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic situation has posed unprecedented challenges, requiring teachers and students to adapt to teaching and learning online. Hence, it is recommended that all schools shall provide assistance to teachers and students to ensure them utilize and use the available digital tools and resources to aid in understanding and developing skills in ICT while waiting for another batch of delivery until such time na sufficient na po yung ating mga gamit, no, against based sa ratio ng ating enrollment. And then, schools shall look for available space or room, building, no, to be used for industrial arts and home economics strands in EPP for learners to familiarize with the tools and equipment and basic laboratory setup. Makita nila yung ating tinatawag na competency-based training or the competency-based learning. So, ibalik po natin yung dating HE building, industrial arts building sa ating mga schools para po makita ng ating mga bata yung mga gamit, no? Mga equipment na kailangang gamitin sa specific specialization. Next slide, Luz. And for the technical assistance and intervention, now the regional office shall develop a digital online and offline learning resources in the utilization and manipulation of ICT for learners' use. So as much as possible, yung interactive learning material ang gagawin natin. Kasama natin po yung ating mga taga-ICT at ang ating mga Microsoft Education Ambassadors. And then, SDOs shall develop a standby virtual learning hub to quickly address learners' queries and questions. So, itatap po natin, no, mga supervisors, yung ating mga schools na merong computer laboratory. At saka, katuwang din natin yung ating mga ICT coordinators sa division. Then, consider utilizing school ICT computer laboratories, teaching and learning while adhering to the health standards set by local IATF. And the regional development team shall develop activity sheets for the most recurring least mastered competencies to reinforce instruction. Next slide, Luz. Alright, ito yung general observations na nakita ko habang tinitignan ko yung mga submission ng ating mga division supervisors, no, sa 11 divisions. May nakita ako na nag-offer pa ng mga NC3 specializations sa TVL, no? Like computer programming, ang bookkeeping na wala nung tinignan ko ulit. So, may appeal to our division supervisors, please po manage, facilitate that the offerings in the school will be gradually aligned based on the DepEd curriculum guides and not based on the TESDA training regulations. And then, there are those who are making other template instead of using the provided one. Please follow instruction and use the template provided for easy consolidation of your reports para po lahat ay makapture natin. So, yun lang po. Thank you very much. I am just a text away from the division. Thank you and good afternoon.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Inday. Yan ang aming Inday Baday sa Regional Office. Dr. Pedelina Huevos. Okay, so at this point, we shall be calling on the next learning area. It's Aralpan. Okay, parang Tagalog din ang pananalita dito ni Dr. Danny Dohinog.
Salamat, Ginoong Manuel Vallejo, sa aming ama sa DepEd Region 11 na walang iba kung hindi si Direktor Alan G. Farnaso, sa kanyang katuwang na si Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, sa aming hepe sa CLMD, si Dr. Mary Jane B. Aldeguer, sa aking mga kasamahan sa CLMD at saka sa division offices. sa lahat ng mga schools division superintendents, assistant schools division superintendents, sa mga hepe, at of course sa aking katuwang sa division offices, sa mga division araling palipunan supervisors, isang mapagpalang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ito po ang buod mula sa aking pakikinig at panunood sa lahat ng presentasyon ng 11 supervisor ng Araling Panlipunan. Lugin, please. Okay? So mula po sa unang taon, nakita ko po na mayroon palang 31 na mga competencies na kinakailangang paglalaanan po ng pansin o yung tinatawag nating less mastered competencies. At mula po sa 31, mula sa 11 division offices, nangunguna po ang competency na nakapaghihinuha ng konseptong pagpapatuloy at pagbabago sa pamamagitan ng pagsasaayos ng mga larawan ayon sa pagkasunod-sunod. May mga intervention naman din po na ginawa ang ating mga division offices at ito ay ang home visitation and use of technology. Pero sa bahagi po ng regional office, nagbigay po sa akin ng ideya na mula sa ipinakitang less mastered competencies, kinakailangan po palang pag-ingtingin pa ang pagkakaroon ng maraming materyales. At kinakailangan ang mga materyales na ito ay nakatuon sa sequencing of events. Kasi nagpapakita po na medyo mahina po pala ang ating mga mag-aaral sa larangan ng pagsasaayos ng mga bagay, larawan o di kaya mga pangyayari. Sa ikalawang taon naman po, nagpakita po ang mga division supervisors ng mga less mastered competencies. At mayroon po palang 30 less mastered competencies. At mula po sa 30 ito, nangunguna po ang competency na nakaguguhit ng payak na mapa ng komunidad mula sa sariling tahanan o paaralan na nagpapakita ng mga mahahalagang lugar at istruktura, anyong lupa at anyong tubig. Nagpapahiwatig lang po tayo o nagpapahiwatig lang po ito na medyo kinakailangan pong dublihin ang oras ng ating pagtuturo sa larangan po ng heograpiya. Ito po ang recommended action ng DepEd Regional Office na magkakaroon po ng orientation sa mga teachers, lalong-lalo na po sa mga teachers na hindi po AP major. O kahit na yung mga AP major, kinakailangan po palang magkakaroon muli ng enhancement of the geography. Bakit po? Kasi medyo nahihirapan po pala ang ating mga maguro sa larangan ng kompetensi na ito. Again po, mula sa competency na ito, ang recommendation po ng region ay magkakaroon ng orientation muli sa mga teachers on the development of materials, particularly dealing on geography. Next slide, Lugin. Para naman po sa ikatlong baitang, mayroon po palang 30 mga less mastered competencies mula sa inilahad ng 11 supervisor ng Araling Panlipunan. At mula po sa 30 ito, nangunguna po ang nakakabuo ng interpretasyon ng kapaligiran ng sariling lalawigan at karatig ng mga lalawigan ng rehiyon gamit ang mapa. May mga ginawa po ang ating mga division offices tulad lang remediation and enrichment classes, parents orientation on the role to their children. Pero kinakailangan din po sa bahagi ng Rehiyon 11 na pag-igtingin pa po ang kaalaman ng ating mga guro. Kaya ang recommendation ko po, magkakaroon muli ng orientation of teachers either AP major or hindi AP major on the development of materials kagaya rin sa grade 2 on basic geography. Dahil nakita ko po sa ipinakita ng ating mga supervisor sa Araling Panlipunan na medyo hindi masyadong napagtuunan ng pansin ng ating mga mag-aaral ang pag-aaral sa mapa na bahagi ng ating heograpiya. Para naman din po sa ikaapat na grado, mayroon po palang 31 na mga less mastered competencies na kinakailangang pagtutuunan ng pansin. Ngunit mula sa 31 ito, nangunguna po ang competency na nakapagbibigay ng konklusyon tungkol sa kahalagahan ng mga katangiang pisikal sa pag-unlad ng bansa. Muli, nagpapakita po ito ng kahinaan ng ating mga mag-aaral sa larangan ng heograpiya. Ang pagkakaroon po ng konklusyon ay kinakailangan pong bigyang halaga ng ating mga mag-aaral. Kung kaya't ang rekomendasyon po ay dapat magkakaroon muli ng orientation sa mga teachers on the development of materials on basic geography. Lalong-lalo na po yung iba't ibang anyo ng lupa at anyo ng tubig at wastong guhit ng iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa. Next slide, Lugin. Para naman din po sa ikalimang taon, mayroon po palang 30 mga competency na bahagi ng tinatawag nating less mastered competencies. At mula po sa 30 ito, ang pinaka-common po na nakita ko mula sa 11 division ay ang competency na naipaliliwanag ang pinagmulan ng Pilipinas batay sa teoryang plate tectonic, teoryang mito, at rehiyon o relihiyon. May ginagawa naman din po na mga interventions ang ating mga division offices tulad ng pagkakaroon ng iba't ibang supplemental materials and enrichment classes. Pero nakita ko po o ito po ang aking suhestyon na dapat sa mga supplemental materials or enrichment classes na ginagawa ng ating mga division offices, dapat makatuon po siya tungkol sa pagkakaiba ng scientific, sa myth at sa spiritual theory. Posible din po na ang laman ng aklat na kung saan pangkalahatan lamang na ibinigay ang iba't ibang teorya tungkol sa pinagmulan ng ating bansa o pinagmulan ng isang lugar ay nakatutulong din para hindi masyadong naintindihan o maiintindihan ng ating mga mag-aral. Kaya ang inyong lingkod po ay humihingi po ng tulong sa mga division supervisors na mula po sa competency na ito, kinakailangang mabigyang pansin po natin ang iba't ibang halimbawa ng scientific theory mula sa myth o mito o alamat na iba rin sa spiritual na teorya. Para sa ika-6 na taon or grado, mayroon po palang 30 less mastered competencies. At mula po sa 30 less mastered competencies mula sa 11 division offices, nangunguna po ang competency na naipaliliwanag ang layunin at resulta ng pagkakatatag ng kilusang propaganda at katipunan sa paglinang ng nasyonalismong Pilipino. Nasuri ko po dito na posibleng hindi masyadong maikonek ng ating mga mag-aaral siguro ang pagkabuo ng nasyonalismo mula sa pagkatatag ng isang kilusan tulad ng katipunan. Kaya po, ang recommendation po dito sa rehiyon, kinakailangan sa mga activities na ginawa ng division offices, kinakailangan makatuon po ito sa patriotism at nationalism, anchored to the lesson. Kasi napakadali lang po nagagawa tayo ng mga activities na mag-measure lang po sa knowledge level ng ating mga mag-aaral. Pero mahirap po na magkakaroon tayo ng mga activity na kung saan mailapat nila ang kahalagahan na ito sa pagbuo ng isang damdaming nasyonalismo. At yun ang isa sa mga challenges na kinakailangang pagbibigyan ko ng pansin, na dapat ang mga activities na mabubuo sa division offices, dapat parallel po ito sa pag-unlad ng ating pagka-nasyonalismo. Okay, dumako naman din po tayo sa ikapitong grado. Sa grade 7, Lujen please. Mayroong 29 na mga less mastered competencies mula sa ipinakita o inilahad ng ating 11 division supervisors kanina. At mula dito, nangunguna po ang competency na kung tawagin natin pinaka less mastered competency ay ang naipaliliwanag ang konsepto ng Asya tungo sa paghahating heograpiko, tulad ng Silangang Asya, Timog Silangang Asya, Timog Asya, Kanlurang Asya at Hilagang Asya. Ang ginawa po ng mga divisions tulad ng constant parents communication at saka remediation ay kinakailangan pa pong dagdagan. At ito po ang suggestion mula sa aming opisina na dapat magkakaroon pa ng maraming mga activities, more on critical thinking, para maisanay natin ang kasanayan ng ating mga mag-aaral na mag-isip beyond sa ipinakita common less mastered competency na naipaliliwanag ang konsepto ng Asya. Magkakaroon po ng provision on more critical thinking activities and not only focusing on memorization. Para po sa grade 9, mayroon po palang 30 less mastered competencies. At mula sa 30 ito, nangunguna po na kinakailangang pagbibigyang pansin namin ang competency na nasusuri ang mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng Egypt, India at China batay sa politika, ekonomiya, kultura, rehiyon, paniniwala at lipunan. Mula po dito, nagbigay po sa akin ng ideya na nahihirapan po pala ang ating mga mag-aaral sa pagtukoy sa mga contribution ng mga sinaunang lugar tulad ng Egypt, India, China, kung ito ba ay contribution sa ilalim ng ekonomiya, sa ilalim ng kultura, sa ilalim ng relihiyon, paniniwala at lipunan. Kung kaya't nagbigay sa akin ng ideya na mula sa mga na-develop na mga supplemental materials ng 11 division offices, kinakailangang mas pagagandahin pa ito o magkakaroon ng enhanced supplemental materials tulad ng pagkakaroon ng interactive materials. Kasi posibleng mas madaling matutunan ng ating mga mag-aaral na ang kontribusyon ng China ay isang ekonomiya o bahagi ng relihiyon o bahagi ng paniniwala kung ito ay nasa anyo ng interactive. Iyon po para sa grado 8. Dumako naman din po tayo sa ikasiyam na grado. Lugin, please. Sa grade 9, mayroon po palang 28 less mastered competencies mula po sa 11 dibisyon. At mula dito, nangunguna ang competency na natatalakay ang mga salik ng produksyon at ang implikasyon nito sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Kung kaya't mula sa mga interventions na ginawa ng 11 division offices tulad ng pagkakaroon ng mga worksheets, kinakailangang i-strengthen ang mga activities na nakapag-develop ng critical thinking skills. Kasi nagbibigay sa akin ng ideya na madali lang pala na isa sa ulo ang iba't ibang mga terminolohiya tungkol sa ekonomiya. Pero ang implikasyon nito ay medyo nahihirapan na ang ating mga mag-aaral. Kung kaya't nagbigay ito ng ideya sa amin na paigtingin pa ang mga activities na ibinibigay sa mga mag-aral. Particularly, iyong nakatuon sa pag-develop ng kanilang pag-iisip. At ang huli ay ang grado 10 na mayroon 28 less mastered competencies. At mula sa 28 less mastered competencies, nangunguna po na kinakailangang bibigyang pansin namin ang kompetensi na natatalakay ang kalagayan, suliranin at pagtugon sa isyong pangkapaligiran ng Pilipinas. May mga ginawa din po ang mga division offices tulad ng supplemental activities, tulad ng ginawa nilang simple at klaro ang instruction. Pero kinakailangang pagtuunan namin ng pansin na yung mga activities ay dapat nakatuon palagi sa environmental issues. Bakit? Kasi ito po ang nagbibigay sa amin ng ideya na medyo hindi po masyadong nabibigyang pansin ng ating mga mag-aral. Muli po, ang common less mastered competencies ay yung natatalakay ang kalagayan, suliranin at pagtugon sa isyong pangkapaligiran ng Pilipinas. Next slide, Lujin. Sa aking mga kasamahan sa Araling Panlipunan, gawing kaaya-aya at kapani-panabik ang pag-aaral sa ating kasaysayan. Ang inyo pong lingkod, si Ginoong Danilo Arduhinog sa Araling Panlipunan. Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Sir Danny. I should call you Pastor Danny because of your soft voice. You have blessed me so much. Dagang salamat, Sir Dan. Balak nung kasi Sir Danny. Okay, so dili na nato langay-langayon pa, no? Because we move on to the next, and this is going to be edukasyon as edukasyon sa pagpapakatao or ESP. Please welcome our Regional Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Shelo Estrada.
Hi, Lodge. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. Yes, Ma'am Shi, we can hear you. I understand, no? You have just finished with your NFOP.
Login, can I be heard now?
Okay. We can hear you. Can we hear me? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Madungan ko ni mo, Shi. Madungan ka na mo. She's not responding. Okay. There's something wrong with
It
your
seems that I cannot be
connectivity.
heard.
Okay. We can hear you actually. You cannot hear me. Here? There? Here? Ma'am Shelo is just finished with your
Hello?
one NFOT training or
Hi,
conference.
dear. Can I be heard now?
Yes. You are audibly
It's
heard.
lagging.
Look at my thumb. I can hear you. Murag di ko nimo madunggan. Madunggan ka na mo. Ayan.
Hello?
Okay, so we still have one more speaker, no, after Ma'am She. I know dalawa pa. Na MAPE and MTB MLE.
Manny, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Parang di mo kami
Oh.
marinig. Di mo ako marinig, no? Mm-mm. Okay. There's something wrong with the microphone ata. Is it possible, Lodge, na diretso na lang siya even if she cannot hear us? Dire-diretso na lang sa ano with her presentation?
Okay na?
Oo. Ah, sige. Try to start daw siya. Okay, so after Dr. Estrada, uh, is going to be Ma'am Jesseline de la Cuesta and Dr. George Wong. Ayan. Lutz, are you controlling the PowerPoint? Si Eugene, Mr. Eugene Dorado. Oo. Unmute mode ka. Ma'am Shi, naka-mute mode ka. Paki-unmute ang mic. Ha? Sige. Yeah. So the problem is she cannot hear us. Paki-unmute ang mic mo. Okay, or shall we have another presenter muna, Lodge? Anyway, the other two speakers are very much prepared naman. And they're readily joining with us in the web. Okay. So we are about to finish our 9 speakers for the 9 learning areas. Okay, so we are now waiting for your microphone. Can you hear me? Di pa rin, di pa rin. Oh, nakamute ka. Isulat ko na lang. Unmute. She keeps on talking pero nakamute siya. Mabasa ba? Dili siya
Hello? Can I be heard now?
Yes, very much
Yes.
audible. Okay, you can start now.
Sorry ha. Pero
No problem.
Alright. Shall I
The
start?
problem is in the echoing.
Can I now start?
Okay, parang wala nang
Oh,
echoing.
shucks.
Madunggan ako ni Moshe karon.
I will
Wala
now be using
gihapon.
my cellphone na lang. I will be using my cellphone.
Sige. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cielo
Sorry.
Estrada. Okay, start now. Okay, so that's the problem.
Okay.
The real scenario.
I'm using my
is this
cellphone.
live. Okay. Okay, you may start now.
All right. So, Luj, please.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
With respect to our regional director, Dr. Alan G. Farnazo, sir.
Our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion. Ma'am. My fellow government servants, parents, and learners who may have been watching us right now, good afternoon. Today, we just had listened to the most commonly mastered competencies in the edukasyon sa pagpapakatao in the 3 key stages of the Philippine basic education as reported by the SDOFs in ASP from the 11 SDOs in Davao region. Let us just have a run through of the summary of those competencies lodged. There are 10 slides there, but I am just going to describe to you what are the contents of this. There are three columns, as we can see. The first has the least mastered competencies for quarter one. The next has the least mastered competencies for quarter two, and on the third are some of the technical assistance and interventions which were done by the SDOs. It is noteworthy to remember that the primary goal of providing values education at all three levels of the school system in the Philippines is the development of a person committed to building a free, democratic, peaceful, and progressive nation. The program hopes to develop Filipinos who possess the following values and traits: self-actualization, people imbued with a sense of human dignity, a sense of responsibility for community and environment, self-discipline rather, productivity, which are contributory to the economic security and development of the family and nation. People with a deep sense of nationalism, commitment to the progress of the nation and to global solidarity, and an abiding faith in God and spirituality. Okay? The general guidelines in the implementation of values education or the edukasyon sa pagpapakatao specify that the program must be oriented towards the whole learner. Consider the unique role of the family. This is very important in personal development and integration into society and the nation. And recognize and emphasize the role of teachers who themselves must possess a proper sense of values and respect for the person of the student. An end to these facts that propel the supposed serious treatment of values education third competencies in the three key stages of basic education relate to family values. The student's sense of responsibility, they lack that towards the realization of their duties and obligation to their family, their community, and their country. I know that this is very alarming because our learners today ought to inculcate and learn by heart the values that may serve as their foundation when they become leaders in the future. The inclusion of values education as one of the core learning areas in the Philippines basic education is a proof that the inculcation of values education is really vital in molding the effective domain of our future leaders, as this country needs future leaders who are imbued with the above mentioned values and traits. I sincerely appreciate the address or solve the reasons behind the non-mastery of the identified competencies and the interventions like the provisions of the locally contextualized materials, radio-based instructions, and TV-based instructions, which were utilized just to deliver the goods to the learners. As the education program supervisor in charge in the implementation of and supervision of the edukasyon sa pagpapakatao in Region 11, let me present to you the planned activities and projects which aim to address and to provide reinforcement to our EPS, PSDSS, and teachers in ESP, and concrete observation of how his or her students learn is the best teacher to know and understand the best strategy or teaching pedagogy that will help scaffold towards students' effective learning. Therefore, it is but proper that we need to equip our supervisors, school heads, and teachers with readily available teaching strategies on hand to serve as their weapon to draw out when the need arises. The following are the activities which are aimed to address the identified least mastered competencies and other most essential learning competencies in ESP. We are going to start with the mapping and profiling of ESP curriculum implementers. Actually, we already had floated the survey form in which almost 12,000 teachers have responded. We will be having from the result of that mapping and profiling, we will be having our capacity building for non-ESP major teachers in the secondary level. We will also be having these capacity building seminars and trainings on pedagogies, strategies in teaching key stages 1, 2, and 3 for teachers in ESP. We will also be collaborating with LRMDC in training teachers in the development of contextualized learning materials for key stages 1, 2, and 3 learners in ESP. Actually, we have been doing this already, but if there is a need for us to add more contextualized learning materials, then we are going to do that. We are going to add other activities similar to those which we did. The next is the intensification of the utilization of the locally developed activity sheets of the identified LMCs. We already have the bank of activity sheets and lesson exemplars which may be downloaded by our teachers, PSDSS, and EPS. These are contributed by our SDOs. Okay, so we also have to advocate on the conduct of parenting seminars and workshops in the district and school levels. Yes, because this is very important. Our parents are our partners in molding our learners. We also have to conduct seminars on unpacking the compacted milks in the elementary and secondary levels for thorough understanding or absorption of the skills in the least mastered competencies. We also have to intensify monitoring of the integration of the monthly prescribed values to ensure the learner's understanding and mastery of the desired traits. As you can see, there are those values which are being focused for each month. Kindly move, Lodge, to that picture which is projecting the different values which we are promoting for each month. We are integrating this in our learners' learning materials. We also have to conduct seminar on the whole school community approach in rearing and teaching the learners. We also have to conduct quarterly assessment of the learner's proficiency level. We have started already with the first quarter. We also have to revive the school level family day program, which may happen maybe after the pandemic or through online. We are going to decide on that. We also need to tap credible resource persons or authorities on the topics in all seminars and training. So we are not just going to get resource persons who really does not have or who do not have expertise of the matter in issue or the needed information by our teachers. Okay. We also have to intensify the campaign on the integration and promotion of Filipino values, not just in the school level, but also in all the levels of governance of DepEd region. We will always be encouraging collective decision-making among those who are in the front line, our counterparts in the SDO, the supervisors, through quarterly consultative conference and or group chats, depending on the urgency of the matters in issue. With that, my gratitude to all the SDOFs in ESP and the respective SDSS, ASDSS, and CID chiefs for the support, and I am praying that all the stars will be aligned for us in order to fully achieve our goals and targets for 2021. Okay, so that would be all. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Racielo Estrada. Ayan, so we will call now. Okay, our next speaker is Regional Supervisor in MAPE. Would you please welcome Miss Jocelyn De La Cuesta.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. To our regional director, Director Alan G. Fernando, the assistant director, Madam Maria Ines Asuncion, and to my chief, Dr. Jean Alviger, to all the ASDS and the SDS of the SDO, all the CID chiefs, and my counterpart in MAPE and all the Fs of DepEd Region 11, maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. Okay, so I will now report to you the least learned competencies for MAPE. Wow, PowerPoint talaga ang dating. The Curriculum and Learning Management Division, here's the least learned competencies in MAPE. With date April 16, 2021. So here's the analysis for the elementary, the least learned competencies. For music, we have to, pareho halos lahat na reading of notes, nahirapan tayo. The rhythmic patterns, conducting objects, conducting gestures in time signatures, identifying the pitch names of each lines and spaces, and identifying the value of notes and the rest used in particular song. That is for music. Halos lahat sila pare-pareho. For art, we have here the list learned, the identifying different lines, shape, textures used in drawing, illusions of spaces in drawing an object, concept of art elements and principles with the use of technologies, and application of concept, the use of software. Okay, so we have here the technologies and software. Kasi sa arts elementary, lalo na sa grade 4, 5, and 6, talagang gagamit na sila ng mga software. Okay? And for the next slide, please. For PE, wala masyado ang ano sa PE. Medyo kayang-kaya nila yung PE. So, meron lang talaga yung Assessment of Philippine Fitness Test or PTFT. So, meron tayong ginawang video materials for PTFT, and it is available in the LR courtesy of Davao del Norte Division. Thank you very much, Ma'am B, for the support of this video. And for the health, we have here the consequences of eating less healthful foods, the junk foods, the soft drinks, signs and symptoms of foodborne disease, allergies, mental health, lalo na ngayon sa pandemic, nakakaloka, prevention of managing steering, bullying, harassment, and abuse. And another thing is health issues and demonstrating self-management skills. For the junior high, we have here for music, we have evaluating music performances with rubrics on musical elements and styles. And another is application of different media techniques and processes to communicate ideas, experiences, and stories, showing the characteristic of Western classical art tradition. And for the arts, we have here the list learned, application of different media techniques and processes to communicate ideas and experiences. The same with music, meron din dun sa arts sa media techniques. Analysis of art elements and principles in the production of work following a specific art style from the various art movements. Next slide, please. So another here is the health. For health, we have explained the dimension of holistic health, physical, the mental, intellectual, and emotional, social, and moral, spiritual. Another list learned the importance of sexuality family health, managing sexual-related issues, and first aid for injuries and emergency situations in physical activities and sports settings. So, next slide, please. Here is the technical assistance from the SDOs. So, ginather ko lahat ang kanilang technical assistance to the schools. So, listed, meron silang home visitation. So, follow-up feature, parents, guardians to SMS and online messaging. Inform the parents and learners through text, GC. Encourage learners to watch any educational lessons, skills through the YouTube with the guidance of the parents. Provide more examples and worksheets in order for the students or the learners to understand the lessons given to them. Of course, online discussion, virtual question and answers. Meron pa meetups, parang online shopping. Feedbacking through online pa rin. Provide more examples and worksheets in order for the students to understand the lessons given to them. Provide learning materials with a step-by-step process in making a design or sending videos as reference for those who can access in the internet. So lahat yan, technical assistance yan, galing naman yan sa mga SPO. Ito naman, and the next slide is, is the intervention by the SDO. They said they follow up parents, guardians through SMS and online messaging or phone. Teacher-made activity sheets were distributed to meet the learning gaps. Remedial activity sheets, worksheets were distributed to follow up their learners, giving instruction and answering student questions in group chat or text messages. And of course, they modified activities which will suit the level of capacity of the learners. Okay, next slide please. So we have here the regional intervention. So alam natin kanina na nahirapan sila sa music. So our regional intervention is on April 27-29. We will have a regional enhancement training in music for elementary teachers. And then on May 26 to 28, meron naman tayong regional training in music for non-major in junior high school. And then on PE and health, meron tayong third quarter, meron tayong regional training in PE and health. So another intervention, karoon tayo ng continuous monitoring and sharing some technical assistance to my co-Fs and SDOs. So, palagi kaming nasa GC namin. Lahat ng mga information nandoon, lahat ng ginagawa nila, lahat sila pinapasok nila sa aming GC para magkaalaman kaming lahat kung anong ginagawa nila sa kanilang SDOs para yung ibang SDOs naman makashare something from each other. Okay? Continuous development of activity sheets to meet the learning gaps and contextualization of learning material. So, yan ang gagawin natin sa MAPE. And next slide, please. To end my report, I have here quotes for MAPE. For music, they said that one good thing about music, when it hits you, you feel no pain. For PE, intelligence and skills can only function at the peak of their capacity when the body is healthy and strong. For health, to ensure good health, eat lightly, breathe deeply, live moderately, cultivate cheerfulness, and maintain interest in life. And for the arts, creativity takes courage. That's why ang lahat po ng mga presenters for today, lahat po ng division officers, ang ganda-ganda ng creativity nila sa pagre-report. So that's an art, nasa MAPE yan. So meron tayong lahat po ng sa health kanina, aywan ko kung nakakain pa yung iba kasi excited din. So lahat yon ay nasa paglalahad kung paano nyo mailahad, kung anong gusto nyo mailahad sa ating region. Then I would like to thank Madam Jean Aldiger dahil sasabihin niya palagi sa amin, TBTV. So, ito, nangyari sa atin ang face-to-face, interfacing na walang face-to-face. Kasi the last time na meron tayong face-to-face, matagal na yon, wala pang pandemic. So exciting ang pandemic, nakaka-learn tayo something, lalo na dito pagre-report na online. So, yun lang po sa MAPE. Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Miss Jesseline de la Costa, our Mudra Queen in MAPE. Ayan, o, di ba? Okay, so at this juncture, we still have two more speakers. Okay, momentarily, we call on Dr. George N. Wong for the MTB MLE, and then after which, our kindergarten, Dr. Annalisa Almazan. Okay, shall we call on now Dr. George Wong?
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, allow me to extend my respect to our fatherly regional director, Dr. Alan G. Parnaso, our assistant regional director, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, our supportive CLMD chief, Dr. Mary Jane B. Aldiger, my colleagues in the regional office, and of course, our top management of the 11 SDOs, my MTB counterpart in the 11 SDOs, our PSDS, school heads, good afternoon. This is the collated list of learned competencies in MTB MLE for grade 1, for grades 1, 2, and 3 for quarter 1 and 2. To start with, for grade 1, for quarter 1, we have no important details in grade level, narrative text, listen to, character, setting, and events. Predict possible ending for the story listen to, and express the ideas through words or phrases using both invented and conventional spelling. Isolate and pronounce the beginning and ending sounds of given words. And lastly, identify naming words, persons, places, things, animals, common and proper noun makers. For quarter 2, we have identified cause and or effects of events in a story listened to. Give the correct sequence of the 3 events in a story listened to, and identify the problem and solution in the story read, and respond to text, legend, fables, poems through dramatization. Next slide, please. For grade 2, for quarter 1, identify and use collective nouns when applicable. Predict possible ending of the story listened to. Express the ideas through words or phrases using both invented and conventional spelling. Isolate and pronounce the beginning of ending sounds of the given words. Identify naming words, persons, places, things, animals, common and proper noun markers. For quarter 2, blend specific letters to form syllables and words. Give the correct sequence of the three events in the story listened to. Identify the problem and solution in the story read. Respond to the text, legend, fables, poems through dramatization. Next slides, please. For grade 3, quarter 1, notes important details in the grade level, narrative text, character, setting, and plot. Write poems, riddles, chants, and raps. Identifies the buzzes, abstract nouns. Write correctly different types of sentences, simple, compound, complex. Write correctly different types of sentences, simple, compound, complex. For quarter 2, identify metaphor, personification, hyperbole. Use expressions appropriate to the grade level to read local news, information, and propaganda about school, community, and other local activities. Next, identifies interrogative pronouns. Interprets a pictograph based on a given legend. And lastly, correctly spell the words in the list of vocabulary words and the words in the selection. And these are the adapted uniform technical assistance provided and intervention conducted to address the least learned competencies. 1. Meet the district coordinators and coordinating principals via online and discuss the issues on the modules utilized by the learners and provided intervention like A. Before the distribution of each weekly modules, parents must be oriented and let them understood all the contents of the modules so as to how to do all the activities properly. B. Find time and ways to communicate and reach out all the learners for proper intervention. C. Teachers must provide additional activities in easy and difficult for slow and fast learners. Number 2, we have to validate learners' progress in alphabet knowledge, letter sounds, phonological awareness, number and numeration, attribution, vis-a-vis modules utilized by providing template to all districts. Number 3, promote, monitor learners weekly through their parents. Number 4, monitor teachers weekly on how they monitor, follow up their learners. Lastly, follow up learners who are struggling. These technical assistance provided and intervention conducted to address the learning list competencies was borrowed to the division of Davao City because I think this is almost ideal for us to adapt in our region. And with this, I have my recommendation, suggestion for policy recommendation. We must adopt standard approaches, practices with standard templates as to technical assistance is concerned. We may differ in the intervention to sync in the situation of the learner. So we need to contextualize in the given situation. Lastly, additional funding is recommended. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. George and Wong. And at this point in time, we shall be calling our last but not the least speaker on kindergarten. Please welcome Dr. Annalisa Almazan.
Yan. My respect to RD Alan G. Farnazo, ARD Maria Ines C. Asuncion, CLMD Chief Mary Jean B. Aldiger, the SDS, the ASDS, the CID Chiefs, the RO and SDO EPS, and of course the Kindergarten EPS. Good afternoon. Okay, so the kindergarten would like to present to you the list mastered competencies based on the presentation of our kindergarten EPS this morning. Okay, Miss Luge. Okay, so the list mastered competencies for kindergarten in quarter one and quarter two are listed under the four developmental domains. So as you see there in the matrix, you will see that there are four domains. So we call that one kindergarten developmental domain. So we have the socio-emotional development. So these are the different list mastered competencies. Parang this is the consolidated one, the most recurring list mastered competencies. Then the second is all about the language, literacy, and communication. Then mathematics, that is what we call the numeracy, and understanding of the physical and natural environment. So going back to the socio-emotional development, it is more about the personal being of our kindergarten learners, knowing themselves and then knowing about the people around them. When we say the language, literacy, and communication, the least mastered competencies there deal with the writing skills, the reading skills, the speaking skills. When we say the numeracy, it is all about the sorting and the classifying, or meaning to say the logic, the concept about mathematics. And understanding of the physical and natural environment, this is all about understanding our weather, the condition, and then, of course, the five senses of our learners. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So, to highlight in the language, literacy, and communication, so we have there yung visual perception and discrimination, meaning to say, because kindergarten are already exposed to learning the letters of the alphabet, identifying those letters, and talking about their family members. So those are the most recurring least mastered competencies in kindergarten under the four developmental domains. So as you see there, this list mastered competencies, next slide, of course, the 11 SDOs, they're thinking of the technical assistance and the interventions. So generally, the 11 SDOs, of course, they're doing the orientation with the parents or the guardians or those who are in charge in the delivery of the learning instruction to our kindergarten. So they were orienting the parents or those guardians in the utilization of the self-learning modules so that the learning at home will still continue, and provision of supplementary learning resources to develop the fine motor, the writing, the numeracy, and the literacy skills. So it can be in the form of instructional videos, other supplementary learning materials. Then they had the coaching, the mentoring, and monitoring of teachers, activities in the implementation of the learning delivery modalities, strategies, and assessment of learning. And last, of course, they had the collaboration and constant communication with the parents, guardians to monitor learners' progress and guide the parents in the delivery of the lessons. So it can be through the FB Messenger, phone or video call, text message, or home visitation. And of course, they conducted the remediation as well. Okay, out from those list mastered competencies, in the next slide, you will see our analysis for those list mastered competencies. So we have in social emotional development, our learners still have the difficulty in basic concepts pertaining to oneself. So they still have to learn that. Then how to relate well with other people in the immediate environment. Then demonstrate awareness of social identity. Then appreciate cultural diversity among the school, community, and other people. And of course, they need to show their emotional skills. So siguro nga because of our situation, so medyo the social emotional development is not yet fully developed because they're confined in their house, they're limited seeing with their parents, so parang maybe they're not allowed to go out in their houses and to play. So they need to develop more of that skill. Then for the language literacy and communication, we found out that learners need to master the pre-writing skills, yung tracing, diba, yung tracing of the letters and even tracing of their names because they have to learn how to write their names. And then pre-reading skills. So what are those pre-reading skills? The development of the audio-visual perception, the audio-visual discrimination, the knowledge of the alphabet, and the speaking skills. The speaking vocabulary, they need to learn more about the vocabulary because this will prepare them in learning how to read. The speaking skills also here is giving chances to our learners to talk. So that is what we call the oracy. So perhaps we need to do something on this so that we can develop the oracy of our learners. For mathematics and numeracy, as you see in the previous, in the mathematics presentation with the different grade levels, we found out that our learners, they have difficulty in sorting and understanding concepts. So in kindergarten, it must be mastered already by our learners. So that is why in Q1, Q2, our kindergarten learners have still difficulty in sorting and classifying objects according to attributes. Then concepts of numbers, length, capacity, and mass. So it could be now which is longer, which short, that is the many, the few. So those are the concepts that they have to learn. Then for understanding of the physical and natural environment, learners need to master, number one, basic understanding of concepts pertaining to weather. Then essential skills and sustain their natural curiosity in their immediate environment through exploration, discovery, observation, and relate their everyday experiences using their senses, the touch, the sight, the smell, the taste, and the hearing. So therefore, we have to put more activities on this matter that we will allow our activities that will allow the learners to explore. So even if they're at home, so they're going to explore, to discover what happened in their environment. Okay, so those are the developmental domains, and those are our analysis, and those are the matters that we need to look into as we go for quarter 3 and quarter 4. All right, and in the last slide, this is our based on this, we would like to recommend this one. Okay, our last slide. Okay, the policy recommendation would be, since we're dealing of the early language, literacy, and numeracy, so therefore we need to strengthen the implementation of the ELLN Learning Action Cell because kindergarten is the foundation of all learning. So we have to develop this early language, literacy, and numeracy. So this is the lab would help the teachers improve their competence. And then capacitate kindergarten teachers in developing the pre-reading skills of the learners. Why? Because when they reach grade 1, they are going to start reading. So that we are preparing our learners in the kindergarten how to learn to read. Then another thing is we need to have provision of developmentally appropriate practices, learning resources, or we need to say the DAP-based learning resources for the developmental domains of kindergarten in various learning modalities. And we're going to establish mechanisms on the regular conduct of assessments of learning to track learners' progress as basis of intervention. And lastly, we're going to establish strong collaboration and capacitate the parents, guardians in the delivery of the kindergarten learning at home. Okay, and our last slide, we will leave you the message of Maria Montessori. Okay, never help a child with a task at which he feels he can succeed. The greatest sign of success for a teacher is to be able to say, the children are now working as if I did not exist. And last, one test of the correctness of educational procedure is the happiness of the child. Okay, with that, let us all make the learning experience of the kindergarten learners meaningful at home. Thank you, enjoy working, and God bless everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Annalisa Almazan. And that completes our um, second part of the program. And now we are giving back our CLMD chief for the future direction, way forward, and everything. Then follow up of the challenges and inspiration. Please welcome Dr. Mary Jean B. Aldiger.
Hello, I'm back. I'm back. My smile is still the same. The smile that I gave you this morning and my smiles in the afternoon is still the same. But my heart is full of joy this afternoon. It's because God really answered all my prayers, my 2 week prayer that this activity will become successful with God's grace and mercy, with your help, with your assistance from the school level. It's because our data came from the school level up to here in the regional level, and I am very very excited of what am I going to do with the data that I received past few weeks and the presentation that our counterparts presented this morning till this afternoon, because out from those data that you have given us, it would give me kitiw in my brain. It would play a lot something on my brain that we need to do something out from this data. So with that, I am very thankful to all of you who made this activity very successful, in the sense that this is the true sense of CLMD, as what RD Alan mentioned this morning. We are the heart of the Department of Education. We are the heart of the Department of Education, meaning we have all the compassion, we have all the dedication, and we have all the commitment in our heart to give something really to our children down there. So with your commitment and with your compassion and your passion and your dedication for work, I'm sure that from these least mastered competences that has been presented today, I'm sure in the next school year, those are no longer the least mastered skill, because we are going to address everything from the in-service training, from the coaching, from the strengthening of the LAC session, and at the same time, our way forward for our activity in the CLMD and the CID is the assessment, where we are going to have partners. We are blessed to have partner university who will help us establishing a system on assessment. So with that, that is the future direction of CLMD, which I am very excited. It's because I'm sure with the help of our CID chiefs and the strong working forces of the regional education program supervisors and the division education program supervisors, so with the PSDSS, the school heads, and our teachers, we will make DepEd Region 11 everything. We will make DepEd Region 11 produce graduate who will be responsible, literate, and functional citizens of our community when they finish basic education. I am very hopeful with that. From the kindergarten up to the senior high, we will do something every day consistently, persistently, and insistently to raise the bar of literacy and numeracy, because hearing from the presentation this morning, it all boiled down from the for make it all boiled down with the direction of producing a literate and numerate learners of basic education. So with that, congratulations everyone. Keep the fire burning and the passion burning so that our dedication will pour in and we can produce a functional learners of the Department of Education. God bless. See you around.
Thank you so much, Chief, and congratulations. Okay, we thank you all the time for your challenges and inspiration and to us. Ayan, so in closing, the Curriculum and Learning Management Division, CLMD of DepEd Region 11, has always been an educative partner of the Curriculum Implementation Division, or CID, to deliver basic services to our teachers and learners in the fields. So this activity is just but timely challenging, yet very inspiring for us to realize more that we are all sculptors towards curriculum development. We have been loaded with pressures, but these are just temporary. Let us not be affected with these, but instead love for others. We're actually His frontliners, so He will take care of us. Our passion to serve the department will bring us into excellence for us to serve our learners. God bestows upon us His continuous blessings, happiness, joy, love, prosperity, abundance, success, good health, and divine protection among us and our dear families. Because of our dedication, patience, understanding, and commitment, nasabi ni Chief, we are all the greatest. We thank you, RD Alan G. Fernazo, ERD Maria Ines C. Asuncion, CLMD Chief Mary Jean Aldegur, SDSS, ASDSS, CID Chiefs, Regional Division EPS, Regional Technical Working Group, especially mentioning Login Masangid, and Mr. Eugene Dorado of Bernardo Carpio National High School. Daghang kay salamat sa ilang duha. And also our ALS ladies, no? I almost forgot. Ma'am Develyn Rodriguez, our English expert writer sa English. Thank you and congratulations, Ma'am Develyn, because you have something to do also for this one day activity of ours. So to one and all, thank you very much. Glory to God and God bless us all. Basta DepEd 11, kanunay abante! So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please join with us in our Thanksgiving song, The Power of Your Love. Everybody, sing. Music maestro.
Lord, I come to you, let my heart be changed, renewed, flowing from the grace that I found in you. Lord, I've come to know the weaknesses I see in me will be strengthened
From this strength by the power of
Power
your
of
love.
Thank you, Lord.
So because
Because
that
that your love surround me.
bring me near, draw me to
Draw me to
your
your side.
side. Hallelujah. And I
while wait.
I
I
rise up
rise up
like
like the
Eagle,
eagle. I will
soar with
soar with
you.
your spirit lifts me
Spirit of
on
God,
by the
the
power
power
of
of
your
your love.
love. Hallelujah.
Let me
Let
see
me
your
see
Your
your
face.
face, your face, the knowledge of your love
To
as you
be
live in
face.
me. Hallelujah. Yes, Lord.
by
The
the
power
power of
of your
your
love.
Hallelujah.
Hold me close, let your spirit
Near, draw me to
to
your
your
side.
side.
And as I pray, that myself I will
I will soar
soar
with you.
your
Your
spirit
spirit
lifts me
lifts me
on
up
by the
in the
power
power
of
of
your
love.
love. Your spirit lifts me on. Hallelujah. Draw me to your side. Hallelujah. As I wait, I rise up like the eagle, and I will soar with you.
Your
Your
spirit
spirit
lifts
lifts me
me up
on
in the
by the
power
power
of
of
your
your
love.
love. Hallelujah.
Sorry, you.
Your
Your
spirit
spirit
lifts me
lifts me
on
up
by
in
the
the
power
power
of
of
your
your Thank you,
love.
Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Okay.
Congratulations, Chip.
Hallelujah.
So
Let
by the
us
power of His
end of the
love, we are
week
all blessed.
together.
Congratulations,
Spirit
speakers,
lifts me on
Thank you,
division, regional
by the
speakers.
power of
Congratulations.
your love.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very
everyone.
much,
God bless
CLMD
and
team. Thank
congratulations.
you, CID
Thank you
team.
very
Thank you very
much.
much. God
Thank
bless
you,
See you
Chip.
everyone.
My
in the
God,
Be
third
here
congratulations.
always.
quarter.
You
You
are
did
See
a
you in the
always in
great
third
my
job.
prayers.
I'm
Thank
quarter.
proud of
you.
you.
Bye
Thank you.
bye. God
Thank
bless.
you. Jessilyn,
Welcome
tuloy
to
mo
Davao
ikaw.
Region Connect in support of the comprehensive region-led learning continuity plan. I Teach, integrating technology, academic community, and the household, ensuring every learner is safe and protected anytime, anywhere. Anchored on Sulong Educalidad, this is DepEd Regional Office 11, delivering quality education across Davao Region.